him and decided that Christmas was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he was easier to manipulate. So that's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation and pagan marches on each one to a Greek gains access to the city and massacres some inhabitants according to Josephus. He also heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what was the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate. And what he finds there is rather surprised to see that there's nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Alfred Gray, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies. You can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with Muslims. He divides up the area into four distinct regions. So Judea actually has four pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, but is from the Mediterranean, has some access to the Red Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Malaya. And then there's the Samaritan land, to Galilee. A sign to Judea at this time. The large picture was able to a major conflict with that other Jesus. And he thought there was a day and beside him that was involved in and let's see also okay. And so that's we still have which means leader company, but it doesn't have to have rule. That's son. The elder son Phasael is keeping the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son Herod, which is the Galilee. At that time, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Caesar himself was assassinated. Herod murder later, but while this is all happening, these are people who lived in the region of Babylonia. They come to make up a period of time. Now, Aristarchus, remember this other brother in the Civil War, so he's like Antigonus, with his name as and they take Hyrcanus, a rival, and they physically made him sort of the exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it is not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Well, was captured and executed suicide. Herod of Alexandria. Rome used it so he went back in the year 30. After an extensive struggle, a tremendous bloody conflict, 37 was there was a massacre of the population. And so from that year, 37, reigns basically destroyed a Stalin-like time in which he is a Soviet Union. We don't have any quantification to speak about, but also remember at the same time, he was a he had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the more that he decided. Taxes during years of drought, there were exceptions. positive of Israel was his renovation of the grounds. This is all about construction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds, decorated the entire facility, stretched western wall. Most of the ones that are visible are from the road. And so on, but you have to archaeological sites to see the memorial. And this was a calculated ploy which was designed by definitely the spiritual sector. And this did work. Developed the as a major capital of the ancient. In fact, the fame of the city did still form. Many people were very curious. This great temple, worship at. Also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with also somewhat dubious Jewish origin, who, of course, domains to begin with, but in Rome. The Roman grounds, this is Rabbi the city that built was a Romans for the next couple of years, media has status much too so we don't know that have better access to see and so on, but they had a culture that was far up. So it was a very large population. So it's actually a Roman city. One of the pages is construction of this remarkable palace at the rock outcrop of Masada, which is built up in the desert. See the background there is gorgeous facility. Palace, or maybe this is the palace. Aesthetic sensibility. Climbed it. Jews have done to the top of Masada. Rage and watch the sunrise over enjoy the experience. Earlier mentioned that I like to have this palace, these several palaces. This the population was a dynasty. So it was a dynasty, and his father and uncle nevertheless, never able to get over the and also use force. He was person who get a sense of from to find your balance in position. This is hard road, and from his era. And on the left is the this is the first time that a Jewish king since the Persian era had any kind of written meaning as an English coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to Jews of that era. Around. And this coin was circulated primarily in Korea, but said circulated elsewhere were images of human beings or of animals and so on. So he was prepared to do some things with Jewish people, but he really didn't believe himself and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who will speak about applicability of the Christian scriptures describe incredibly awful, which he murdered thousands of infants. We'll get back to that a little later when we talk about the birth of Christianity. He also had a bizarre and tragic family. He married multiple wives and these Eastern kings for various purposes. So, local populations in many lives, most famous, I mean, it's really the highest famous of them. Mary Outnet from Mary Outnet was the last success in the line of praise. And through her, he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. However, he would Google it. And then in his fifth he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also answer other sons of babes, that is, his own sons by Mariana, as he murdered many of his children as he was feeling that they were seeking, in some cases, correctly overthrown. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away. And the legacy that he left to his successors resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, his successors, and the great revolt, which was ultimately his destruction. As a very big that's the discussion of the tradition of the time, in particular when it got sectarianism. It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more graphic, more sensitive, more politically aware of their humanities and socialism. And there are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I am reminded of my father's unstated motto, which means the more it changes, the more it changes. And the effectiveness of the community in the first century before the Common Era, the of the Common Era was absolutely incredible. And in many ways, quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to just add 3 words today. And then, follow on a video I write, look at the second incidents of the Qumran, likely the authors of the Dead Sea. I'll say that. So today, let's look at 3 major groups: the Pharisees, Sadducees, and the Pharisees. How we know about them? In fact, the names for the groups come to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus, who we've discussed in great detail, but we'll come back to again and philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. But the first century Columbus the Early lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and was a very important conduits of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social expression of this era, which have given it the gaps from what remains from Joseph Phil's testimonies with the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we're really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I try to point out some of the material that we still have in their records of these books. But for now, those must be on the for sure we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find in the Jewish scriptures or within the Jewish writings such as Mishnah and Talmud and so on. But they can be known as the Perushim, which means those who separate. It's an interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of a trillium cast at the Pharisees because they were somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designation of who they are in this report. This happens actually very in history where one group will some kind of nasty label. The other people take that label on. So, one example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox, which was originally borrowed at so-called out-of-Alabama, old believers in traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, or the 19th century, and the term was meant to be a Orthodox belief, which is not at all true, but we'll get to that in a series. And ultimately, the Orthodox took on that term. Are the Pharisees? They all have strongly consensus identified with the rabbis. The people who relate to an ancestral tradition as the Torah that we spoke about briefly in the past, and they ultimately the survivors of this tumultuous time and the intellectual foundation of Jewish expression. Yeah, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were these definitions of what is Judaism, and many different groups are laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, the rabbis, the Perushim, were the ones who were successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis. But this is through the tumultuous centuries, we're looking up to the distant past. Are they drawn largely from the middle and low classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There are some Kohanim, by and large, not direct and controlled. There are some fascinating analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact right. Of course, Pharisee and the Sadducees discuss next, primarily control. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being of the population, and they were kind of like charismatic leaders. For example, the 18th century and 19th century gathering around people who come to them for spiritual help. That's not to say that they do not disdain people, so-called Amorites, which Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand of these conspiracy writers for Israel. That's plural, right? being unlearned. The rabbis actually made a very easy distinction. There's fascinating about how one would become a self-there, like a membership of a circle, like a series of mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the Rothschild, by believing particular practices that had perhaps fallen very strict about taking the tithe from extra products, to be very clear about the laws of diet or of property behavior and so on. And so on this status before they did a the rabbis, they would say, I will undertake to, and they would put it out there, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. In the sense where they wanted to be type of educational innovation. And this was also but at any rate, some scholars suggested that perhaps why they were called or separated as they held themselves apart. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population and the other groups that we could be discussing today and would call like that. We already mentioned the connection to the temple very briefly. There's no question that they have very particular ideas about how the sacrificial rituals should be performed, and by the felt that the appointment often for a kid of the high priest God, King Herod, was completely tremendous, something that was handed down in the within priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence in the how many lived there? Well, a numbers that number 6,000, which is hard to relate that's a big number or a small number. It's referring to the I'd say that's a great number. It's referring to everybody sees themselves as a very small number. Very much contrast that with the larger number. When you contrast that, however, with just about 4,000 of the things, we'll talk about more next chapter, then you get the impression that it's very small. At any rate, some sense of how they're connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at all political as they disagree because the most important agenda item was part of the Torah. That makes sense. And they for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, especially of the computer class, and successors. So-called Sadducees. Really are that's where Sadducees from. And it derives their lineage from a high priest named Saddle, who is all your back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple rituals. They kept from the other classes, very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons, but also their known for elaborate Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial during the period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees and terrified darkness, like the converts. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis a hard time, and who can have smart answers matched. And there's so many reasons why the ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they believe in the outcome. It's not correct to suggest that without believing the oral Torah at all, it's impossible to follow the Torah itself. Something additional commentary to explain how it's found in the life. But it disagree definitely definitely with the extent of scope and authority that rabbis they were frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the first century, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position. Ultimate Roman Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear on the end of that war. We'll have no further reference continuity. So there is, however, some overlap between these attributes and the Karaite that we'll have discussed next semester. And finally, borrowing once again from Josephus' terminology, is a group called these zealots. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of the all-harboring anxiety advising our business. Some of them were highly politically motivated, some of them were religiously motivated, and some of them were simple criminals who engaged in highly robbery, creating a great discontent in the first century. The roots of these zealots go back to disagreement over whether English king as Idumean or whether Guinness should be king, since he was one of the Maccabean class. And there's a lot of Jewish violence associated with various zealots. And who under this term not necessarily formally agree to the law. So-called pottery, literally dagger, daggers, very often engaged in assassination. They disagree with the period of time. This will escalate in the first century and will have a major contributing factor to the Jewish war that will be explored in the Iraq. That's it for three of the major groups identified by Josephus and by Philo. And that's video that's about the scene and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for that. Before the modern state of Israel was born, dramatic discovery came a massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls discovered in the Syrian caves, very forbidding part of Israel, the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea. That's the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The Syrian caves are located around a community known as Rothschild, a long since abandoned, and this promised documents dated to approximately 100 the Common Era, of 66 to 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light. The nature of Jewish society at this incredibly important time, including a discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. Those have look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on satellite, and as you can see, we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947. Documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major in 1947. Here's a look at topography of the region. These caves are far up the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society, both rebels against the regime, like the Marcotte rebels, would ultimately be hiding out, and they're very difficult. Great place to hide in. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from fantastic. And of course, the with Christianity, right? So, very important period in Jewish history and indeed in world history. That's what these documents have to say really captured the world's attention. The one thing for sure was fascinating and worthy of it is that when the documents were painstakingly rolled up, it was discovered that there were a tremendous number of biblical fragments in there. Typically, not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of and there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which are, of course, were copied from earlier texts? There are quite a bit about the community. This, by the way, is an aerial view of their settlement. Documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safety. And this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley and in these large areas. But they described their own community, particularly in many of their manuals of discipline, which were in the schools. And so we get a sense of who they were, how they lived. We know members of the community were Jewish, and they observed communal property. That is, that they lived in kind of a strange kind of religious kibbutz-like environment where all property was housed in common, but they had a very defined sense of religious mores. They dressed all in white, they had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with a great series of ablutions after, relieving oneself and so on. And they had all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence, eat twice a day with higher status people eating the food first. Really fascinating. And they talk to us about the specifics of their day. We knew that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that, or at least they were thinking like the Pharisees would in the Surrender. They may be the so-called mysterious group and are named in Josephus, and a lot of the names that they indicate are those that would have helped. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, so it's hard to put this label together. The term Essene is dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet. It's almost survived his description of them. And, there's a lot of guesses what that name actually is. But what the community call themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups. And again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the sons of darkness, perhaps those of Sadducees. And some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the community were like disadvantaged Sadducees. Certainly, their hyper attention to purity was unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe during the Maccabean period, if they're separated, there are all the questions. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure. It's very difficult to identify which historical figure that have been. We have other ones of them. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things. And some of them find that perhaps this refers to Pharisees, perhaps that refers to rabbis, because there are elements of the customary behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that are being discovered now, for example, looking at the DNA DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, as there's actually on top of in terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So, first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It is great to know that the biblical texts that are included in the scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of the one. But texts that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary. They're partial texts. In some cases, they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and there's more material in it. So there's a lot of material in study here in terms of who these people have written and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the scriptures, as generally believe that the full decision was made in the first century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion of it. What's more fascinating about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. Like, for example, the commentary on the Book of Malachi, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language, but for sure we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would be really within their range, and they were preparing themselves as a community to become in Messianic transformation. That was certainly very well notion that the first century was just cooking in terms of a spiritual vortex and was waiting for the kind of movement that ultimately would express itself in Christianity, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is preparing itself for this kind of moment. There's also some fascinating manuals of behavior for conduct, which has overlaps with both the Pharisees, who are very interested in halakha and personal conduct, and also with the Sadducees, who are especially involved in issues of personal purity. And that gives us a general sense, I think, of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still, but I'm very glad to have been able to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for that. Let's continue our discussion of Jewish history with three short lectures that are going to look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history, although if you asked most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with the discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies before the Common Era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived his multiple murderous rages, the title of king. So, his eldest surviving son, one Archelaus, was given the diminished title ethnarch, which means essentially ruler of the people, but not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power would be vested in Roman authorities. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of territory. You see this map here. He was given Judea itself, which is more towards the south, and Idumea, the region conquered under the Hashmonaim, and then also Samaria. His mother was actually Sumerian, and up until This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and non-Jews, primarily Samaritans. His younger brother, Herod Antipas, was given much more Jewish Galilee region and the Perea, which is on the eastern bank of the Jordan River. And another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region that was more recently conquered in what would be today's Syria and Jordan. Herod's sister, Salome, was given the region on the coast, which included Yamnia, which is in Hebrew tradition known as Yavneh, a very important place later on in the 1st century, and also a little bit of territory on the Jordan River now. So that's basically how the territory was divided up. It didn't last long, however, because Archelaus was regarded as an unusually cruel and incompetent administrator, and due to a significant amount of local pressure, the Romans decided to remove him from rule, and he was exiled to the settlement of Vienne, which is in the south of France on the Rhone. It's actually, not too bad if you get exiled to south of France, but this was not definitely an ideal place for a Jew to go. He is nevertheless the first named Jew in France in the year 6 before the conquest. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called the first prefects and then later called procurators, and even when we would have a Jewish king a little bit later in the 1st century, was really the precursor for the procurator, the person in charge and really bring significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who was extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death. And Gessius Florus was very important in terms of understanding the background of the revolt that would erupt in the year 66. In terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa the First, reigned from the year 41 to 44. And the reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by becoming emperor, and as a result, he was given some territory back. There's a lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, and I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we're going to talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts, chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that does very badly to James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure. And this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. It seems to have been sort of a character. He was raised as a Roman and with sensibilities that is not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population in Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside. He would have been much more comfortable in the Roman enclaves of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisaic community, and in many ways attempted to at least feign some kind of support for Jewish ideals. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from the Torah, and he comes to a passage that essentially describes how he, as an Idumean, because he is the grandson of Herod, would be invalidated by the high priest, and his eyes filled with tears, and the rabbis who were present say, "You are our brother, because you are our brother." And for this instance, they were criticized because it was a sort of an obsequious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, a fascinating figure. We could take us too far off to discuss him now. His son is Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier. He actually was a much more slavish imitator of Roman norms than his father. He actually backed the Roman side in the Roman-Jewish War and had very little to do with the actual governance of Judea proper. This remarkable piece of artwork Atrocities called is actually inspired by a passage in the book of Acts, chapter 25 to 26, in which Paul, about whom we'll have a lot more to say in the next couple of lectures, is told to appear before Agrippa II, you can see here on the left, and also the procurator, Porcius Festus, actually. Porcius, that sounds pretty ironic or maybe perfect for a Roman procurator. And Agrippa II's sister, Berenice, with whom there were all kinds of nasty rumors as well. And it's a fascinating passage in the book of Acts, which Paul is able to explain himself and say something about Christianity. And Agrippa II here comes across as somewhat ambivalent character, not entirely convinced that the way the Christians have been treated is correct. And anyway, that's a very quick look at the effects of procurators and the kings of the region in the first century. Now, the prefects and procurators had to deal with a lot of difficulties with this population. That culminated, of course, in the Great Revolt of the year 66, extended for about 6 or 7 years. There were, however, previous revolts. There was a significant revolt in the year 6 that seems to have been connected with a census. Jewish culture frowns on taking censuses, indeed for counting people for any reason, so much that when synagogue will have for prayer, so-called minyan in Hebrew, and you'll need 10 adult males in a traditional Orthodox minyan, you will never count them by numbers. You consider it appropriate to count by numbers. You will recite a verse that has 10 words in it, or a blessing that has 10 words in it, and count people as you say the words, that we will know what them. But there was a vote in the year 6 over one of these censuses. There are when a census should be taken, and there are several mentions in the Torah, but again, outside of our sphere of responsibility for today's lecture. There was also a significant revolt minority. Caligula, then emperor, shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus IV, who talked about a few lectures ago, decided to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities. And Jews remained very, very upset about this. And in fact, even Roman authorities were saying, Caligula made this such a great idea. They're trying to slow walk his erection of a monument to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated, and this put an end to this rather strange attempt to put a monument to the temple. But we definitely have a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of Romans and ready to do good with them. The Romans, in particular, as we discussed under Herod the Great about 50-odd years ago, they've set up a base in Caesarea. It's much more amenable to Roman sensibilities. It's primarily from Caesarea that most of the Roman administrative duties are promulgated. One of the most significant of these procurators I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating stone that was discovered a while ago that actually mentions names. In the second line here, Pilatus, it shows there. One of the last things that's really crucial to understand about this period is that it is a period of phenomenal messianic ferment. We already spoke about the Qumran and the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got a sense of what some of these strange populations, perhaps it seems, may have been right and what this would have said about the larger society. But what about specifically the messianic associated with early Christianity? So we know, for example, that Josephus, who is our go-to source for the first century, wrote the next thing we would call the Jewish War, which we described again in previous lectures, and talked a little bit about who Josephus was as well. And another major work called the Jewish Antiquities, which is huge, and he had a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. He describes, for example, a messianic movement led by a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian individual, who actually got together troops of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives house, and there is a messianic movement was crushed. This is probably in the 40s. What does he say about Jesus? So we have a passage in Josephus' writings, which is called Testimonium Flavianum. Flavianum meaning from Flavian, the dynasty of emperors that adopted Josephus' name formally. Flavius Josephus, so hence the Flavianum. And this is a really bizarre and much argued about passage. Here's the other translation of it. And just reading the first part. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one want to call him a man. Somewhat bizarre thing for a Jew like Josephus to write. The idea of a human possessing the qualities or attributes of God, identical sense, meaning that this is a God man, is very unusual for him to say, and still remain within the parameters of Judaism of the first century, especially towards the end of it, when we'll talk about how there was more of a split between church and synagogue, and this would be absolutely clear for the synagogue community that it was totally different. And there's some description on it. Then this passage, he was the Messiah. Wow, that is like the end of the story. I mean, in Jewish thought, a Messiah, the word Mashiach, that's translated into Greek as Christos, it means essentially the anointed one, or an oil on the head of this one, being chosen to lead the Jews. We see that passage, for example, in the book of Samuel, where prophet Samuel anoints Saul, this is the term Christos, Messiah, Mashiach. Now, many scholars have doubted for hundreds of years that this particular paragraph of Josephus. In recent decades, there's been some revision of that, saying, well, maybe Josephus wrote something that was later edited by an enthusiastic Christian. Yes, because some elements of it seem to be, acceptable for a writing Jew of the first century to write, but others just seem so far out about the line, such as this phrase, he was the Messiah. If he was the Messiah in Jewish thought, history stops at that point, right? He's the king. He takes over the population and creates Jewish independence, both spiritually and politically. And that obviously didn't happen. It was strange for Josephus to write that, and so on and so forth. So many have opined, it seems like the balance of scholarly opinion is that this particular passage is not really Josephus' writings. The first time it appears in a corroborating quotation is in the book of Eusebius, a church historian from the late 3rd, 4th century. And so most scholars assume this particular passage was somehow inserted between Josephus' death at the end of the 1st century and the time that Eusebius saw it a couple hundred years later. But at any rate, what I can say in this context is that we don't have any other corroborating information outside of Christian sources that gives us a sense of what Jews at that time actually thought about the early Christian movement. We will have some discussion that appears later towards the end of the 1st century, and certainly going into the 3rd century. Talk in a couple of lectures about how the Talmud describes the separation of church and synagogue, and how the synagogue looks backward on the events that became so important in the emerging Christian movement, but at the time they did not make a ripple in the Jewish sources that we have. Anyway, a lot more to say about this. Let us continue with the next lecture. We'll look specifically at Jesus in the larger context of his Jewish audience. Thank you very much for watching. Now that we've had a look at the political background of the region of Judea and environs in the beginning of the 1st century, I'd like to turn our attention to one specific biography that, of course, has tremendous significance for not only Jewish history, but world history. This is a topic that may attract a amount of unwelcome attention. The comment box is a lot of unwelcome and unhelpful additions. And so if you see that I've turned off the comments, it means that I've just given up. And the video is going obviously, this was a turning point in world history that had phenomenal impact on Jews over the following two millennia. Certainly can't ignore this important chapter. So let us focus our attention today on the historical Jesus. Let's try to understand from a biographical perspective, from a historical perspective, who was this person and how did he relate to his Jewish environment. Here's goes without saying that he himself was Jewish, that virtually all of his audience, virtually everyone he interacted with was Jewish. He was later, next generation, with specifically Paul in particular, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile phenomenon. That is something that the majority of adherents are not ethnically Jewish. But let's focus today. Jesus is all the life that you can clean about. And we're going to go to the Paul and later next. Now, the quest for the historical Jesus is not a new one. And there are many attempts to try and figure out on the Gospels what exactly we can say with certainty about Jesus' life. We should recall that the New Testament, that is, the Christian scriptures, are quite different from the so-called Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures. The Hebrew scriptures, which really constitutes a national library of spirituality, goes covering hundreds and hundreds of years and has many, many different voices. Of course, in traditional Jewish thought, the first 5 books were dictated by God. Who knows? This is what more to say about it, but not necessarily in this video. And then the subsequent volumes were all inspired by God in some way, but specific authors are located in a particular time, place, context. The New Testament is rather different. It has, a tremendous amount of concentration by a very small group of authors on a specific single topic in one particular place and time in concentration. There are 4 distinct biographies of the 4 Gospels, for example. There's lots of materials from later books that follow the Gospels. Of the 4 Gospels, the first 3 are called the Synoptic Gospels because they more or less kind of line up with each other. Not precisely. There are some difficult details that are added. Some of the Synoptic Gospels are not. In others, apparent contradictions between them. And so for hundreds of years, there have been attempts to try and create a single gospel from those 3. The 4th Gospel, that of John, is rather different. It has lots more material. It has a different power in many ways. So out of these 4 basic courses, can we actually create a historical picture of Jesus? So lots of attempts have been made. One of the most interesting, I think, is that of none other than Thomas Jefferson, who created this book. It's actually in his own hand, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually, we shall see, literally from the Gospels. And here's what he actually did. He actually took out Razor and edited out those passages that he felt were redundant or perhaps nonsensical because he like miraculous events, and he tried to create a human biography by removing lots of excess material and plumbing the Gospels to create one kind of coherent whole. I do not recommend you play this at home. It would be a lot of trouble to go get search the Bible and try to match this stuff. But nevertheless, this liberty to prevent us. What kind of sources can we go to there to try to understand the historical Jesus? So obviously we have the Christian scriptures, the earliest the letters of Paul, that we will know after the death of Jesus. So we don't have any temporary sources, although Gospels have been inspired, certainly were by oral tradition. Not having contemporary sources. The earliest one that gets down is, something like 10 years of the death. Now, a couple of the Josephus, we talked about one, the testimony from in the last video. But the references in Josephus are less about Jesus and more about Christians, especially the ones getting towards the end of his life. And then we have Tacitus, one of the Roman authors, but not necessarily a very charitable view of Jews, and by extension of Christians. And again, this reference is not very helpful to of Mary and Peter that were discovered elsewhere. These are, for example, like we discussed with the Maccabees, texts that were not included in the Christian canon that formed the Bible, but were still circulating in it. And then we have the church fathers, of course, they have made this so much later and essentially relying on the materials that we still have preserved, in some cases perhaps material that got lost. And finally, at the top of that, again, is much later, in 100 years. The events described, although they did rely on the oral traditions as well, are the important things about understanding the Talmud as a historical source. That the rabbis in the Talmud, it's not really fair to ask them to teach us history. They're trying to teach us religion, specifically Judaism. And so they're saying much about how Judaism Jesus. Again, at some distance, and perhaps in an allegorical manner. Anyway, when we pull those things together as best we can, this is what we have as a scholarly consensus. And we'll talk about the scholarly consensus, not necessarily that of a believer, as we have the Jews revere the Hebrew scriptures as inspired word of God in one form or another. The validity, specifically the history of the texts that are described in Christians, depends a lot on how you approach those texts. So if we boil down to just what scholars do, they basically say the following: the general consensus that you as a historical person will actually live somewhere between the 6th before the Common Era until year 26 to 36 of the Common Era. And for those of you who may not have watched some of these previous videos, let me mention that the terms BCE, before Common Era, and CE, Common Era, generally replace before Christ and Anno Domini, BC, because this is a term used generally by secular scholars or by non-Christian scholars. So please don't be offended by it. That is actually always on. So you know roughly when we live. Actually things together from factors, no gain sources as well. We know these things. Nazareth, which was the Galilee region. We know that he was baptized by John the Baptist. There's a lot of things to say about the relationship between them, but again, not this. We know that he created a top religion and morality with other Jews primarily. And you can see in this map here some of his adults of ministry in the region from Tablet in the south up to Sidon in the north. Most of his audience were Jewish, although there were a few that were distinctly non-Jewish. There's also a discussion of his time in Egypt as a child, but his primary adult work is in Israel. And finally, he was crucified by Romans and conscious of the propitiatory we spoke about in the previous lecture. That's basically what we don't know specifically what we're trying to understand in the context of his Jewish history, because he was a first century Jew. How did his community understand what he was saying? We don't know, for example, what exactly was his relationship to the Torah and to Judaism. What was his relationship to the seething political ferment of the day? And what was his relationship to Jews vis-a-vis his relationship to non-Jews or Gentiles? Really big questions. Let me give you a couple of examples of why we don't really know and what are kind of the parameters of the debate. Let us recall that the teachings of Jesus that we have today did not come to us unmediated from a first century Jewish source. They primarily come to us from translations of what Jesus would have said. He would have spoken Aramaic, there's a little bit of Koine, which is kind of like a dialect, but let's say it was from the region. But the text that we have are in Greek. And when you translate a text, you ipso facto must distort it. And especially cultures radically different. The culture of Athens and the culture of Jerusalem. We spoke about this with them. We talked about the Maccabean revolt, and actually it's a video that Jerusalem that talks a little bit about how they see things differently. But just in one example, though, in Jerusalem, who's understood the model of the prophet, the special man who came with a rebuke from God and was sending a message, because otherwise God would get involved in history. Consider, for example, God speaks to Jonah and said, "You're lead to Nineveh, Babylonia, told those people they're going to be destroyed," and destroyed there. That's fascinating. Athens, on the other hand, is much more along the whole man who is a philosopher, like Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, that is distinct from the world, that contemplates the forms and the ideals, and does not necessarily engage in the world, and does not come with a burning message that God wants to behave differently. One of the things that changed as the authors of the text in the New Testament convey these ideas to the audience. Furthermore, who exactly is down, and they have a specific agenda that is trying to Paul in particular, especially depending on who he is speaking to, and we'll look at a couple of examples. So, trying to understand Jesus' teachings in Jewish context, let's look at those three areas that we identified a minute. First of all, Torah and Judaism. In some passages in the Gospels, in particular, you have debates between sometimes rabbis and Jesus about specific practices, such as, for example, hand washing. Now, if you are not familiar with Jewish practice, and why are they wanting to wash their hands before they eat? Everybody wash their hands before they eat? I mean, is this something about hygiene? Of course, if you understand it within the Jewish context, no right away that they're not talking about washing one's hands. Third, they're talking about whether or not Jesus submits himself to it, in which there is a specific ruling down in Allah that says that before you say the blessing over bread, you must wash your hands in ritual. Not discussion about why that is so, but it was really a marker of affiliation with the Jewish community and with the authority of the rabbis to agree to that practice. This passage in the Talmud, Akiva is imprisoned by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba revolt, and he's only a very small measure of water, and he insists on keeping some of that water aside in order to fulfill this particular command of the rabbis, because he respects the authority so much. So they're really not asking him about hand washing, about other issues like healing on Shabbat and so on, but they're trying to find out, are you part of the Pharisaic community? Are you submitted to it or not? And some of the answers that Jesus provides suggest that he is not. Sabbath was made for man and not man for Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like 5:17 in which he says, "I have come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it." By the way, the law, in the Greek, translated Torah. Of course, in the context, Torah means the teaching work. It's much larger than law. Religion is a word that doesn't mean at all. It's not a code. It's like the way the law is that the whole idea. At any rate, so there is Jesus like rebelling against rabbinical authority, or is he trying to something in a revolutionary way? Of ambiguity and scholars debate it. Secondly, what about his political ideologies? We talked about the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the Zealots, and so on. So there's no question that Jesus is closest to the Pharisees, in the sense that siblings argue much more than strangers will, because siblings are care more about each other. And so it's not surprising to see that there was a lot of Pharisaic debate with Jesus. It's like washing hands. There are some where Jesus appears to take positions that are very close to the Pharisees, such as, for example, the idea of render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's, which seems to be the Pharisaic idea of, you know what, we are not going to the Roman Empire, let us just pay our taxes and keep our heads down and occupy ourselves with our inner spiritual world. But on the other hand, he seems like a zealot, intent on disrupting the status quo, such as the dramatic moment in the temple courtyard in which he overturned the tables and money changes and things like that, which is, by the way, a wider passage too. So that would be more of a zealotry kind. By the way, if you really want to get the nuts and bolts of what they want to mean, I highly recommend the Jewish annotated New Testament, published by Rothschild University Press, which has some amazing essays at the back, which can give an overall context, and then of course the New Testament with lots of fantastically useful footnotes that will be especially helpful if you're not familiar with the larger Jewish context. The Jewish context, not so much with the New Testament environment, really enjoyed it as well. So politically, it's hard to put Jesus on the spectrum. Jewish is fascinating. As I mentioned, the vast majority of people Jesus interacted with, maybe less so when he went out to the region which is now Lebanon, but certainly in Judea, the vast majority of people interacted with Jews. What do you have said about Gentiles? We can read some things backwards from the later works. For example, a passage in which James, who is apparently placed in charge of gospel to the circumcised. By the way, circumcised versus uncircumcised is sort of binary. It's scriptural. So James is in charge of speaking to the Jews. And Paul is placed in charge of a different gospel to the uncircumcised. And we see that there's occasionally about, well, like how are these two supposed to interact? Should you have Jewish Christians, for example, coming down with Gentile Christians, meaning Christian believers who are of non-Jewish origin? And what does that mean in terms of the larger question of observance of the law? Is Jesus talking about Christianity being Judaism plus, meaning that Jews should continue to observe the Sabbath, dietary laws, and so on, and this new teaching? Or is something completely new that wipes out all of those requirements, especially for Gentiles, for everybody? They're really large and enduring questions. They're difficult to answer given the expansive nature of the New Testament. Let us now discuss the end of Jesus' life, which of course is extremely important for later Jewish history. This period is called Passion. And looking at on the screen here, it's a very powerful work by Marc Chagall, a European Jewish artist. It's called La Crucifixion Blanche, the white crucifixion. And as you can see from just the cursory of it, Jesus is surrounding the crucified Jesus is on the left. You see apparently a Jew of San Benito, members of the later Spanish Inquisition, and a Jew holding the Torah for his life with a look of fear in his face. The examples of the Torah school, desperately sets the flames, with him crying. Of course, this painting was created in 1938, a very momentous time. You see Jews as refugees and folks clearly desperate. Perhaps a block to the films of 1919. You see, maybe that's the Red Army there with the red flags coming over. Let me take myself out for a second. There's a speaking here with the satellite on fire, and someone apparently reaching in to take the Torah. It looks like he has an arm that I'm not really sure. Is this meant to be evocative of see, perhaps, I don't know, but above Jesus, maybe one of these angelic beings, incredibly distressed, really represent, Jesus' ancestors, perhaps, his descendants, disturbed by not only Jesus crucified, but all the suffering that has followed its way. My teacher in this period was a great scholar named about the Passion. He would emphasize how basic Christian theology is really ground zero level, is that Jesus was not killed by Jews were not blamed for the death of Jesus, because that goes exactly the opposite direction of how the theology should evolve. The point is that Christ died for our sins. That's what Corinthians and many other places, that Jesus died to save the entire world. Servant, God so loved the world place blame for the death on one of the people is exactly the opposite of what this passage means. Now, I am hardly a Christian theologian, but it seems to me that this is placed in Catholic Australia topic, which in the 1960s evaluated 20 years after the Holocaust, what have we been saying about the Jews? Let's make sure that it's not misunderstood. Millennia Jews have been haunted with a charge of deicide. That is the idea that who's killed Jesus, the killing of God, literally. And this is an extremely difficult aspect, really at the heart of anti-Semitism, and we'll certainly come back to it in the context later. But let us focus, as we are now in this video, on the actual biography of Jesus. Let's try to understand how he was put to death and why. No question, scholars agree that the trial as presented in the Gospels is ahistorical. It does not make sense by what we know about Jewish law. It could not happen as described there. For example, was he charged with blasphemy? His trial does not in any way conform to how a Jewish court would work, how the Sanhedrin would work, even if they could have that penalties at this period. It just doesn't make sense. Was he tried for political insurrection of some kind? So both, but on the other hand, if that were the case, why wouldn't his followers also be killed? It's hard to reconstruct what actually happened from the accounts that we have in the Gospel. We can't say, however, that the text really emphasizes the way in which the Romans wanted to mock Jesus as a Jewish leader. So we'll see here from this the Gospels describe how the letters I and RI posted above his cross, which stand for Jesus, or Rothschild, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. And Chagall wanted to underline this thematic aspect to it by writing Yeshua HaNazari Malka the Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews. I don't know if my opinion on this is very much. I'm not a specialist in this area, but it seems to me that there may have been some elements of the Jewish community regarded Jesus as a troublemaker, as a rabble-rouser, upsetting the status quo in a way. He also clearly had a certain critical mass of followers that built this church that had such tremendous impact. But I guess if you remember, this was primarily an act of caprice that he crossed the version of the wrong time, and life was cheap in the first century. There were thousands of crucifixions of Jews, especially in this area, and that Jesus should stand out as receiving due process when so many other people's victims did not. It's great strictures. It's also important to note, by the way, much of the description of the passion that we see from Peter's sources often considerably more detailed, often with a much more negative connotation towards Jewish participation. And this is certainly correlated with the gentilization of the church. As the church becomes less and less of a Jewish family affair, so to speak, and becomes much more of a global movement that attracts Romans and Greeks and Scythians and whatever, that then it becomes much more of an us versus them kind of phenomenon. It's much easier to blame the them. Let me leave the passion out. Discussing one last thing, which is especially for Jewish history. That is the so-called Blood Quote. It's a passage that's important in Matthew, chapter 27, verse 25, in which, and again, this is very historical, but conscious reality. It says to the gathered Jews, I'm going to let you have one of my slaves go free. I'd like to have Jesus promise come to me. As the gospel describes, the people say, no, please don't do this. And conscious knowledge says that that means I will kill Jesus. The response to the Jews, which has been enshrined as the so-called left ride, is the phrase, if blood be on us and on our children, meaning we Jews take responsibility, and so do when the Gospel according to Matthew was composed, probably after the destruction of the temple, or perhaps in context of the revolt. This is a reflection on the very next generation of Jews. It's kind of like a prefigurement of what would happen a generation after Jesus was killed. Fortunately, over the centuries, this has been taken as a justification by some for violence, arguing that all Jews for all time somehow accepted responsibility for Jesus' death, which is the beginning of this discussion. Exactly the opposite, 180 degrees to the basic understanding of Christian theology. Jesus died for all of us, meaning included, not included. But this takes me further with history than I can offer a moment. Let's conclude this. Next video is going to look at how the church evolved, and specifically how you have an increasing separation between the Jewish Israel, who walled themselves off from this new idea of peace, and how the new evolving Christian church changes from being a Jewish phenomenon to a larger. That really is very hard because I'm not interested in preventing anyone, and I'm not interested in specifically quoting a particular point of view in history, other than what seems to make sense to me. And it's hard to avoid it looking at topics such as the historical Jesus. But we get a little bit more from the founder of Christianity and look at still some people who are here and by Christians both around to understand how the church and synagogue goes so far apart. So let's begin that discussion now. Undoubtedly, to understand the direction that Christianity took after Jesus' death, is we have to look at the work of Saul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul. Now, Paul never actually met Jesus in conventional real life. He encountered the risen Jesus, as he describes, on the road to Damascus. There's an amazing depiction of this from the 16th century. Here, check this out. This is the risen Jesus here, a really dramatic kind of with the angel and so on. And the story that Paul describes, when he sees the risen Jesus, he's blind for several days and like incapacitated, like an overwhelming experience for him. He eventually comes to his senses and he realizes he's got to go on a mission, talk about Jesus and his teachings, and that he is wildly successful. Before we do this painting, just look at how the horse is at the center of the composition. It's how the motion on versus face. I mean, that's really something I admire. I'm not an art historian, but I love these kinds of things. At any rate, back to Paul, he goes on this journey, devoting his life to figuring Eastern Mediterranean, the Eurasian Minor, and the Italian Peninsula. And his word reaches, perhaps through extensions, even to the Iberian Peninsula. Everywhere he goes, he's speaking primarily to Jewish audiences in the diaspora and to fellow travelers with those small diaspora communities whenever possible, and reaching out beyond the Jewish community to talk about what Jesus said and what it means for society. It is at this point that we should understand that Christianity had a tremendous amount to offer the peoples of the world. It took some of the ideas of Judaism, something after death, of the people.
All right, man. We had football. Yeah, it was pretty chill. What do you do?
I think people cock absolute dog. Even after the whole thing, I figured, you know what? Maybe good things will happen. Fantasy football team will turn around this week. No. I mean, we just came out with it. Okay? I can't really blame myself thinking I'm an amazing team, but I think I had like some risks to take. So here's one guy, Nick Chubb, he played for the Browns. He hasn't played since last season, second week because of a knee injury. He was his first week back this week. It's like a risk. Like I read all this stuff that's saying that like he's not going to be at 100%. All this other stuff. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to start. And he ended up doing better than the guy who I started. The guy who I started got half a point. So I should have started the guy who came back. And it was really a risk, but I needed points. I was up against a really good team, and I smoked. Here's that. Let me explain how that happened. So, streaming has their own Discord. Truthfully, I think I've told you this before, but it should be Grand Central Station. It should literally be Times Square for every kick streamer. Every kick streamer should be streaming in their simultaneously while doing their stream, and then they can all talk to each other. I think it's the most fun, fabulous idea ever. Right? It's amazing. So, why don't they do it? I don't fucking know. But I used to just stream, and I like that. I got mad. I didn't want to be on the platform. I didn't know. I had sent a friend request. I just like I'll go through it and whoever wants it and just add that person or whatever it is. And and so Eddie never accepted my request, and I kind of see why. I mean, what I sent him was so fucking boring. Like my ID, I said, no one sent your ID, and then fucking me. And I did because I wanted to know, like, hey, I'm a real person. I'm fucking out there, like, out there. But when you do that, you can look out there. I get it. I'm a unique individual. But this time I sent him a much more deal with that link in it. And I wasn't going to be like, I was going to just send it to him. I'm not going to publish this, but okay, I'm publishing it. I want to fix it. Everybody get that as well as fix it. And, so I didn't expect him to get everything at the end of it. But now when I did, I created bot that will spam. Watch Rabbi interview with Rabbi interviews. Stand by. We have Ari, and where Rabbi fixes it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna fucking blast those things for weeks on end. Somebody's gonna see it and be like, "Oh, holy fucking shit." I mean, this is somebody who's trying to fix the fucking stuff. And then I also think that's another point. I did something else too. I put at the end, like, shout out to everybody. Well, I think that's gonna get people just thinking like on its own fucking platform. And but I'm not doing it in a video. I'm saying shout out. I'm like, dude, let's fucking fix this shit. But everybody's gonna know how it works. We don't go crack out a platform. I don't crack out a platform. And so it seems like he knows who I am. I mean, Artie said he knew who I was. But it really seems like he knows who I am now because yesterday at like 3 in the morning, I'm just going through on another phone all my notifications, and I see this like Eddie. I'm like, oh, this is some fucking troll who is just fucking. Oh no, this is that one account that I rented a long time ago, and I just never going to do that. So. I mean, I've never, right now, it's kind of a billionaire idea to happen to everybody at some point, but was not, when he's released somebody that okay, so that I'm going to blast this fucking message all over Nick, which is essentially to watch these fucking interviews. And like, the more and more I push that, I just literally I just everybody will fucking if they're enough. You know what I mean? I just have to I just have to fucking punch that spot. Hey, Frosty, did you watch my interview chat one with Sam on one with Ori? Okay. Well, I can tell you this. It's in your best interest. You're an amazing person. I shout out India a lot. I mean, of any country that gets a bunch of fucking shout out to India. And if you're like, why'd you shout out India so much? Because I fucking love India. Dude, you didn't watch it, and I fucking said it to you. And now I do interviews. Oh, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. Okay. Then I want you to know that for you. I did it yesterday, and what I did was I was able to find some broken parts of the Kick app, specifically on the sign up. And what I was thinking was the attention of the owner of the app and fix what it is. And so everybody's excited about that because once this issue gets fixed, it means a lot more revenue for them because it needs to. So that's really exciting. That message. And when you have time, I understand that. And you will watch it in the future. And if you can, please like and comment. Well, sure there is. Sure there. Sure there is. Sure there is. Hold on. Let's stop this.
Yeah. I know. Okay. Here we go. What is the you know, people that themselves that you post that so other thing low. Yeah. So go ahead. Right. I know the glass of my phone nowhere. So you guys think about where you are.
It's a race to the top. I can definitely. Just one moment. I'll be right. Like what? 30 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, and he's.
I know how much. I mean, I just give it to you. Eddie.
I guarantee he doesn't.
I know. I started as my phone.
We love each other so much.
Absolutely. And we're going to speak a little bit just for time. You're going to I really never know. It's like 30%. If you were doing it, a lot of people are ready. You're really nice. I don't know. You have no idea. This is how people for the platform. Never had it. But these 96 popular people who don't know about the time. Platform. So they take the time to do it, and that's their experience. Why? So if you want to see my in action, the one that we have, we're going to flip the camera over here. And what's
Everything. This is
it'll be something. Game. That was shout out to them a little bit later. What it does is it just runs and it's just chatting and it will spam them. And essentially, it's how I just point back and focus and we never did it. Person on the platform is it the user on the platform is the streamer on the platform. I have the ability to stream my life while also thinking what I work, what I do. Because the people on you.
like, I want to do the same thing. You can tell them all.
Absolutely. AI will be able to automatically edit my videos over 20 minutes down to a 3-minute or 2-minute summary on a daily basis. You can just find out what you're doing. Now, we can have- so what it did, it just pressed the
So, so is the clips I noticed when you started doing this. I bet you're I've been profit for giving to join Discord. The original message.
Some people always want some kind of blocker on my spam blocker, perhaps needs to do for so if they're not going to see my spam, they're going to see my phone because the only way to get rid of my is through the actual stream to be able to. Everyone did.
I noticed what you were doing. I think once they see this, that's once they see this, I try to show my channel. What do you even see? No, I'm gonna prove it.
Absolutely. The method that work and also but you see that things are going to fixed the way that you guys operate the team. You guys won't figure anything. If he wants to be and make sure it's perfect, and then get rid of other people if you current team just doesn't have this year. You need to be able really I just
Whoever. Rabbi.
you so much. You didn't have the opportunity to hear that. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the party, and everything in between. And we'll there's extension. Something happens, bring you back. You guys
My mods.
my so go live on TV. I have a podcast on Spotify. I have a show podcast. And podcast on TV. We are live on Breakers TV, True Vote Vault, CFT2, live, and Arena TV. The way I'm able to do this, thank you so much, is because I use our streaming software, which is really great. And how are you able to do that with the internet? Because multi-streams is actually really fun for my family. Obviously, when we upload, it's manageable. So our final ones that we are running is going to be streams right now because I'm multi-streaming on so many different platforms, on so many different devices. And I want to thank everybody. And I want everyone to know that people have wherever they are. I am here to stand up for all beings in the universe. I want these aspects of the world of the universe. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I understand. I have a lot to say. And if you don't have time to allow me to say everything, then I understand. No, forever. Absolutely. And just know that you go viral. Invest in your computer and it's just letting you grow. I'm just a regular streamer, just like anyone else. I noticed one day someone was I saw him. He's everywhere. And I immediately started watching it. Immediately started interacting with him. And immediately he started interacting back. And I thought, wow, that organization is a really special platform because you're able to make connections with the streamers. This person is really thinking with their audience. And ever since then, I've mine is one of my favorite streamers. And I'm currently now, I've been in this once. He's always been very kind. So his moderator, Chef. He's amazing. He's personality, and he just do reaction videos all day long. You never know what he's going to have. Amazing people from Rabbi. You never know what he's going to have. There's a really strong community. It's all into one-man crew. He's always talking in the chat. You know, this is a really interesting thing about Ari. That is just there. Ari is like another stream and shows how Ari is just so consistent. More than 30 hours. Just incredible. Shout out to Rabbi, man.
Great to take. Even my mother, that was a. I said, like, I paid a lot. He said, you've gone a lot of time pretty bad. Maybe what you see the word is you're literally doing this as anybody else. That's how really genuine, solid.
And if you don't know what Ari is mentioning, I did that I referenced later too. That we cover a lot of topics there. And what he's saying is that over the course of the years that I have been more engaged, I've brought it on lives and seen good times and bad times for you. And I just want everybody to know how much I appreciate that things are working with themselves to come in. And it's just amazing. That's why I met Ari, and I've been able to meet so many
phone calls for every streamer out there right now for Rabbi. That cock. Let's stop it. No, let's be real. It's for your it's not like it's hurting you. It might be tedious.
what you can do if you don't want the bot at all, you can put pretty long rules, just pretty much rules. He never gets banned because his rules are really long and kilograms of oxygen. Scroll through that, and then also it was turn on 1 or 2 minute delay after the and you can spam. You should have I don't think that would have to spam for too much longer. You're more famous. And I want people to support me, including already people from places that I've never had to hear Tyler Obama signing to and we thank you for all the people. If you're wondering like what is all of this Sonic the Hedgehog stuff, it's a cryptocurrency. It started out as a meme coin. It was worth less than a penny when I started with it. Right now, it's worth 33 cents. Up. And so, that it's an NFT. And I first started looking at it, it was free. They were like $800. Now they're $11,000. So shout out to the struggle. Shout out to the entire community. It's going up. So cross by Obama sign. Obama sign. Ticker is Bitcoin. Obama sign. And you need the ticker Bitcoin. So I stand up for streamers that sometimes I see on camera not accurate. I need to know it. Sometimes I see people who have and that just doesn't happen. And so I need to know that people see this. And I want to be able to address the site if people can know the difference in their sleep. And that's what it might be. It's the fact that programmers you don't want to be and just and like I had 39 followers or 30,000. It didn't have the answer. Definitely work on it, but not a bonus. Like they have and so these could be system is perfect, but something's got to be done because if you have the opportunity to be able to log in the server here, then you're supposed to trust the platform. And then I'm going to be honest with you, and it's generated. I'm not going to trust you. You want to take my money and take my money, and I can't trust you. But you need to I think it needs a lot more places to make sure that it is the most efficient platform possible. And I think that you see, we have the issue that we're experiencing today. It's just we have to use state. But I'm going to be on state. But only once I interest. Let's everybody listen here. Let me say, shout out to Rabbi, you make a specific kick that you stick with. You would be the rest of them knows. You know what I mean? Rabbi, it's absolutely. You made it. Thank you so much. And I want people to know I'm a huge advocate for open source software that gets permanent things. I think that is great. I see that from within. I'm an advocate for women feminists. I am a equal rights of women in all aspects of society. I never in all aspects of society. I said it before, I'll say it again, and most I'm saying it. I should my devils, but not women. That's the effect of discrimination. And hypocrisy needs to address the fact that that's a question. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I hear you. And I hear everyone out there. It's not right to have discrimination
There you go. All right. That's fine.
Really
Fingers, go back to your
we don't really go into too much and act like shout out to individual It's amazing. I want to see this. I want to see this. And all the good Shout out to DJ Mario. Shout out to all of the Japanese channels that I can't pronounce. Shout out to Art. Shout out to Koyori. Shout out to Chubb 30. Shout out to Captain Fighter Japan. Shout out to PGL Donut. Jonathan Williams. Twitchers. Right games, I think Rabbi, Elise 97, Echo Esports, Hassan Nabi, Case of Golden, OT. Please watch my recent interview with Sam Bond and like upload and subscribe on YouTube. Sam Bond, thank you so much for that interview. Follow Sam and Sam Bond. If you're a fan of these streamers, please click this video and publish it everywhere you can. For these streamers, please feature this content. Watch this content on your stream. I'm going to make all of your friends and family rich. I have more data than anyone. Data's Earth's number one resource. What you did to best promote this stream. Shout out. As you ever look at Rob. And you think about plans, goals, for the environment. Man, that's what I'm saying. Like yesterday on Sam Bond, video, today. So, shout out Ada. Shout out Lori. Eddie, shout out to you. Thank you for building such a great platform. Lori, I sent you the finger candle. I think you can see I just want to help you. Shout out to you, Mike. Mr. Beast, I'm particular. That's going to be a great day. Shout out to T Series. I'm going to
I'm pretty sure you're like super with like Lisa in there, making an average shout out to the entire Rabbi. So I want to DM me. We're gonna DM things to each other. And we're not tonight, like maybe tomorrow, the next day. And I'm doing some reading up on the topics because you have a lot of what do you think is very like a lot of it's like a hyperfixation. It's like a sort of thing. It's a very cool thing. But go ahead,
Oh, excellent. Shout out to Beyonce. I love your name. I remember the Captain C. Lisa Jordana. Shout out to Davio. Easy. This is an eyelash of a Spanish who speaks Spanish with the best in the world. So, just one moment. Let's see if we can get this going. Just go.
you guys are right here. I'm
Do you, baby. Shout out to Augustina. Shout out to Razo97. Aquí. No es así, nena. Un saludo a Agustina. Un saludo a Agustina. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to everybody who speaks Spanish. Shout out to Swag. Shout out to Face Osmond, Mike Baby. Shout out to Action Man. Action Man in your Discord. And I just answered it and I got thrown out within 3 seconds. Please let me back in. If you're wondering how can you document your life being positive, it provides a treasure trove of data that can be valuable to researchers and businesses for checking everything you do as possible to be able to monetize the data. Shout out to everyone else out there, and I want everyone to know Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 very much. We're going to take this moment to the moment, and you should also know that I'm in a fancy football league, and I'm going to now shout out to you. Let me say $1 million no glory. Team Hurricane Nate. $69.42 catch up. And when Ari returns, I'm going to tell him some of the things that we talked about in the future. Shout out to the Delaware Cluster. Rihanna, Coldplay, Travis Scott, Ariana Grande, what's up, baby? Camila Cabello, Jenna Garcia, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, Machine, Young Cut Sweat, Paramore, Jason Derulo, 21 Pilots, Panic at the Disco, Kravitz, Bryce Vine, Miss Khalifa, Eminem. And when we talk in the future, some of the topics we can talk about are future clocks, atomic clock, nuclear clock, and also just to give some people an idea. And Rabbi and Ori talk next time. What are some topics? And acting vaccine, the vaccine, the athletes, like targeting the bacteria, inflammatory processes, and anti-prion preventing prion diseases.
Specific, like I'm gonna work that up. It's gonna clip this. Everyone, next time we talk, hey Rabbi, we're gonna go in detail about specific topics that we're bringing up now.
Absolutely. A new word for the chat for next time: xenoarchaeology, the study of alien civilization. Possibly from the exploration of transformers. I'm going to leave on this one last point. What is hateful to you? Do not do to your fellow man. This is the whole law. The rest is mere commentary. This is a tractation of the Talmud from Shabbat 31a. Thank you so much, Ari, for allowing me to be here. Peace to everyone. And we'll talk to Ari. Thank you.
Hello, my brother. You know we're gonna be deep today is the start of a new friendship.
Thank you, everyone. Make this go viral. Share with everyone you know.
Let's go viral, man. Man. Let's get it, boys. Thank you for your time, bro. Thank you for your time. Shout out to Rabbi. Rabbi. Push. Spain. It says Spain. That Rabbi, oh, there you go. Okay.
Greek population who were called that, Alexander the Great had swept through the entire region and had established all kinds of norms and new cities. Alexandria, that's not a coincidence. And there were a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their representation in their society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 30 years, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was reported by the philosopher Philo, very important English thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily with a sense of them. Philo was extremely important in introducing an philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write it. And many of his ideas were quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential once again on the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. And anyway, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. The Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf, He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they made fun of Agrippa I. And sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, that was the change of the power of Rome. He was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Jews. And he ordered, among others, Jews should be limited to one neighborhood. And the forced concentration of Jews in one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue would constitute the world's first ghetto, interesting idea, also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really an unusual thing for the ancient world. Synagogues were generally considered, places where you should not transgress, you should respect the various ritual worship of the groups. So this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down a law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were, nullified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66. Probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish War that exploded in that year. Let's just look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you very much for watching. So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. Although we saw that Egypt was a very important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the settlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and the Babylonians in the 8th and 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were periods in which there were forced removals of Jews from Israel to region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context, but even those exiles were partial, only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel. Gender imbalanced because men may have been taken in greater numbers than women, but otherwise, many Jews, the majority, still remain behind Israel. Now, here's a look at the map. You can see that the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I've said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamos means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes simply Babylonia, though that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts," this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, "the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem to Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives, and get sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and not diminish. And seek the peace of the city, that their eye have caused to be kept captive. Pray the Lord for it, for in the peace that I shall ye have peace." This is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in tradition. The notion that this exile, this galut, this diaspora, to use neutral term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up, houses and vineyards and so on, raise families there and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, the Jews worshipped an invisible God. Their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. They somehow abandoned by God. I knew that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and not connected to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there was an indication to suggest that Jews would be worried. But now, after God, was not interested in taking care of them in the exile. And that's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famous throughout the generations as a measure of consolation of their newfound excellent condition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity? So, one of these fascinating collections that we have here is the so-called Rothschild archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the Bnei Murashu, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, the archaeologists go through this cuneiform tablets in lots of names, right? Christmas archive, receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? Means God-given. So they are like invoke the name of God in some kind of like active way. So it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are combinations. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Yahud. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish, and there's lots and lots of theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Rothschild archive was unearthed. One of the things I find really amazing about the Rothschild archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic. One is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. For example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, father's name is Yaakov, so I would be Hillel ben Yaakov. Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all instances, on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. Reasons for this things I'm not going to delineate today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual's name and the patronymics, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature? You can see that there's a real seam that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting, and in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something that's really not Christopher, right? really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Rivka and Sarla. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there's a real teshuvah movement, and they started giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. I just think that's cool. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Rothschild archive, because it's primarily dealing with business, receipts, things like that, doesn't give a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who are active in the military. It's fascinating that in the diaspora tradition, you wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt, we see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right? David, Moses, and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government and so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. That is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower in this archive. So much stuff to talk about. I wish we had more time. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylon, because this will do it, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. And that's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of Jews after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There is the so-called Nehuge, which referred to rabbis from Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia while they're staying in Jerusalem. And sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasing large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier. But Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course will be the language of the Talmud as well. The Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write for letters, other Jews write for different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other as Hebrew is to Aramaic. Back to that when we're talking about organization of the Jews in Babylonia. They had something called the Reish Galuta, or in English, the Exarch, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until a little later on in this next semester. But this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Reish Galuta. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. But you should think that it's all sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives a lot of details of 2 brothers from the famous city of Mardah, named Ananias and Asineus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create for about 50 years their own kind of like robbers, which was kind of like a world war lords. I mean, some Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from the Parthian army, Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of them, destroyed the robbers. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it's too far away from our thumb. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One little short lecture about that is going to come here. Thank you for watching. Okay, let's just say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the diaspora. There's so much to say about all of this, but I'm just going to try to keep my remarks very brief because we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's our map that shows us the Roman Empire and the hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. So each we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula, shaped like a hoop. And I said that in a Canadian way, I hope you recognize that. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back to the 4th century. And then, of course, after Alexander, there's much more presence built in the region. In Rome, very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar in the 1st century before the common era proclaimed Judaism as a theoria, which means a legitimate religion, which means it's protected and it has to be respected, and there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. Now, this was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authority was heavily criticized, and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observing, for example, the whole business with kosher food and the Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. So generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire for the events of the revolt. That's when it got really bad. Of course, it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the 1st century, there is a building social movement as well. You can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow missing each other, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. This was like a strange idea. Really? You can't just like the Jew because I sort of like Jewish names? No, you've got to go through the religion, whatever that means exactly. Conservative for men means circumcision. And, Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total, what seemed to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols, things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans would say, like, what is the problem? It's so basic. I often compare this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game or something like that, which Americans would consider very. By the way, I used this example long before it became an emblem of the social justice movement and Black Lives Matter and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a football game is considered offensive to many Americans. It's considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology in this time. You have a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism in paganism. population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian Peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the growth of the Jewish population at home, and this is a little bit of detail, but I just think it's so fascinating that document, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried under the moon. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south, and also in the north, some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shells on the walls where the bones were preserved. It's possible that the practice of two-step burial, where first they would be buried now, and then a year later, it's actually described in the Talmud. It's a practice that I don't think Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient Jews, it was common. The Rothschild, when the Rothschild would run, they would go and they would exit the bones, and that was completed all flesh. They would all the other women like the bones to a family crypt. And so they would answer the cavities and put them on a shelf with the ancestors and things like that. Kind of speaking about modern sensibilities. These catacombs are beautifully decorated like this. It's really charming palm tree on one palm and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals and things like that. It's a good movie. There's absolutely that's a love like this statue of a dead child. See, he's having a puppy. It's a great one part of it, but very tragic at the same time. Carries the kind of across 2 millennia. And the inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower in their first language for something as permanent as a grave marker would be in a foreign language. But there are some Aramaic inscriptions as well. And the symbol of the menorah is very common. That's considered like much more than the Star of David, which is a more later adoption to the Jewish canon of art images. The menorah is one of the oldest images. It's really cool. It's catacombs, and there's so much research that can be derived from it. More than we can talk about today. Let's switch a little bit and talk about the Eastern Mediterranean, and by that, looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include little bits of Syria, maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant of the centers here, and we see that once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews in military formations in this region after Antiochus the First, Antiochus the Third. Those are prior, of course. Antiochus the Fourth is associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of communal tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues, even well before the Islamic. Something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. And Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek term suke, or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue was not intrinsically have in religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term that, which means a house of gathering as well. It was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other things as well. Let's just take a look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at Tunis, Kyrene, and a little bit of the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to Iberia Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Judaism that we have not yet introduced. But there's some really recognized kind of like differences in cultural orientation. We refer to each other through geographic locators like stupid Babylonian plants, but they won't necessarily, regardless of the slightly different or the slightly different, family of customs that we elect. But the heartland of small comes from the region of Spain. The diversification, not only the Jewish person in Spain, is some evidence of a Jewish Madurai. And this is from an early 2nd century wig film, which was transcribed in the 18th century, a reliable transcription. Even though the original gravestone has been lost, the transcription read like this. There's something like out, and then a new word, sorrows, something like that. Uno, mens, quattro, dias, uno. Okay. Translates as, probably something like here lies. Girl's name that ends in the letters NIA. Something like that. Daughter of Solomon.
It's really wonderful to speak with you.
Specifically denoted this first information by Jewish studies. That's right. Now let's wrap up this discussion. The next lecture is just sort of like history.
Antimatter, from the culture, about like technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells. We talk about genetics and cold shock therapies, erosion therapy, but it gets into later side service that are going to clone up themselves, the android, and the virus.
Which is so often in Jerusalem in the days of anxiety. And as a of vision given during troubled times. Threat.
In Sargon came over with his army and invaded the kingdom of Judah. We know from the Assyrians that they destroyed 46 of the cities of Judah.
According to the vision, the Lord was trying to get the attention of the nation that he totally relaxed on what he had said in the and in heavens, that give ear to those who are spoken. Children and they have rebelled against him. The vision expressed warnings for Isaac. Part of the vision a mysterious touch the third chapter of Isaiah. Graphic detail spoke of a certain clue whose identities Joseph and mouths because of him, for that which was not been told them they see. and that which they have not heard, as we understand. For centuries, we have tried to solve the mystery of Isaiah chapter 53 and identify this in the ancient argument, many parables in the Bible. It says, behold, a servant of the Messiah, and Messiah. So it
Dogs. That's the fuck. Why is this fucking design system like this on this religion? Cool, that's cool. Have you ever considered this? No, I don't want to. I want the same shit I had.
Other reason, but I'm sick of hearing about people dying. I hate the day when nobody dies, whether people get there or not. I want to, if we want to get on the planet and eventually start doing space tourism and interstellar travel, we need to have peace. And that's very, very important. So,
What is it right now?
We need a multi.
In a very wide area that of Bayonne, which we built going to it was just a fascinating thing. I can't wait to share with you. Talk a little bit about the region. I was reading a volume of stuff myself. It was also a politician. And I came across this of but he did actually found an article they thought this was really important, just absolutely this big factor three that the keyword is the sort of like area restaurant and France just above the border with Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important later in the colonization of the Americas. Part of that story. It's also especially because it was the destination for a lot of why they're coming to this way. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed to the Jews get expelled from France is not unified like today, different territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, the Jews are expelled first in 1182 and invited back and expelled in Canada several times in the 14th century and in Provence. And that's close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of it. However, there's a little footnote that indicates Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the Hundred War. 14th century invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and settle it. And there he explicitly allows so-called Portuguese merchants and Portuguese new Christians. They are given residence rights in this region of Bordeaux. Now, who are these Portuguese merchants, also known as Portuguese Christians? These are essentially Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal, and looking for a way to get out of that country, and many of them made their way to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example, and many of them went out to the New World, so in other places. This is really close by, just over the Pyrenees, just over the border. And there's a lot of these Jews are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing that some of them live as Jews. These are called Jews. They used to be called Ranos, which is an itself swine. So crypto Jews also is an acceptable term. They're Jews who they're along the whole spectrum. Really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed into the larger kind of population. There are those deeply sin, the forcible conversion, and doing everything they can to live underground. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are trying to maintain their safety as Christians in the outside world, but in their own homes, they're still under-cryptic Jews practicing Jewish traditions. So they're way down. They don't obey all. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a persecution that goes on. Even though they are technically baptized, we know that the Jews, like look at this chart here, in 1751, 51% of the Jews, a very small number of them, almost all of them, produce the economy. But half of them are involved in trade, about 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from this in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to live there, and small commerce might be a little bit larger, but nevertheless, there's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in trade. This is an important river that opens out to the Atlantic. They're involved in sales, chocolate, tobacco, making soap, all kinds of things on there, and they are definitely very good. So, specifically, right? Even though they what's going on in Portugal and Beyond, not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. We requires all Jews, including Jews, to leave France. Now, that, by the way, affects one of the Jews that either went to the New World, a lot of French holdings like Louisiana, and elsewhere, Jews are expelled from those. So, really, Bordeaux, Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to agree on the expulsion. And in fact, develop a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 260 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to naturalize in Bordeaux specifically. And eventually they just sort of ignore the king about it. By 1723, the people living open to it, despite the fact that the legal ban on itself in French territory is still fully in place. The legal nomenclature of what we call the Portuguese merchants or new Christian Jews reflects the reality developing on the ground throughout the 17th century. All kinds of measures are cataloged went down to the local archives demonstrates that they are more and more openly written to their practices. For example, birth rates are stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms in Portuguese families, declines. Paris priests to serve as a go-betweens, buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with their own tradition and their rights. Well, all kinds of traditional institutions, like you would have in a much more well-developed the intellectual community. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, the Jews of Bordeaux are openly following what's going on in the rest of France, where living without any restrictions on their within Bordeaux, they can real estate, they don't have to wear the well, the Jewish fast, don't have to wear the yellow hat. They have, an incredible amount of freedoms within this. I want to point out one thing here that I, just think about this. I was just describing what happened at the end of the 1700s. But they were descendants of who were converted at the end of the 1400s. We're talking about 3 so we're talking about the generation is about 25 years. That's 12 generations. I mean, 12 generations. And if you want to say, sort of come out of the woodwork with a good century, all of this much greater, I think, invented of Spain. But still 100 years after that started, so if we go back 100 years, you're still talking about 8 generations. Can you imagine? After 8 generations of living as a submerged individual, it really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that really drives me and maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century, when this kind of tolerance was back. The fact is, national leaders can make all kinds of pronouncements. They can make so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological purity, like saying, France is going to be blind. They're going to be completely happy. But France has a lot of difficulty with non-Catholic Christians as well. But it matters and be forced on them. If there is a gap between all kinds of different diseases and the people who live there together with their Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, like those two diseases, that's just the years. The non-Jewish population is owned by all essentially their neighbors. Studies rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of contracts that were like every other citizen for how identity. I can't wait to visit you. Very much.
Knows what he's doing.
Or another France, this time Western. I came across this many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to consider events and experiences are layered fabric of the creative. And as you peel away those layers, things about Jewish history. So I came across this one that Gerard now. He's a phenomenal historian. Trust created certainly if they're going by this. I was like, his family was originally from Algeria, although he had suffered born in Paris. He was a student of the Sorbonne and taught at many universities. Now, all of this is associated with he was a major scholar of French and art. So the first part of his book like lost in this advance of time because by the time they first get records of in order to find their settlement, these are we have lived here for some centuries. Most likely they came in the first millennium, the first or second century for the moments, but we get some of these things. We have some archaeological discoveries, for example, though old ring discovery. Now, like this the streets later called Bush, or Bush. And if you look at this amazing. It was first published by that has an engagement rate. We're looking at this where see that in fact it does have an increase there, which is in fact an example of the coronavirus there. Know that from this remarkable first century epitaph that was set up with Claudia yesterday from one of the slaves who was taken from Jerusalem in the first century and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, I would think that this monster is definitely a Jewish look, is obviously the representation of the Torah on both sides of the ring. And you can see that's a classic Jewish symbol, the seven branch menorah, and in particular, really goes to the Jewish symbology that very early, very much in the first, second centuries. So, whereas Julian argued that it was an engagement ring, says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belongs to a man named Asterius. Oh, the argument is first name doesn't say. Those last names I would nominative case of leadership itself. This is a short one, but everybody would use names from the 6th century, right? Also, really fascinating stuff. Document regarded as very early itineraries posed by in this case from Bordeaux all the way over to the Mediterranean and then down to the land of Israel. And this was studied for centuries as a piece of history. But what's so interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux, when you look at the itinerary itself, he zips right through Galilee, where Jesus lived for 2.5 years. Most of his he doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or Capernaum or any of these places in Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem and he talks about really important Jewish characters, Elisha and King Josiah, all kinds of people who were really important in the Tanakh, Hebrew scriptures. But he only has 2 references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely, I think, because he was going through Bethlehem or Bethlehem. So Professor Klein suggests, maybe this guy's actually a kid. Maybe this guy's actually a Jewish pilgrim, but he left his very travel on I would say, in a state to describe it to a person. Anyway, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to talk about today is the who got prayer, which is well known to and today in the morning. In the Orthodox world, typically women do not pray this section called which are penitential prayers that are read immediately after the central part of the prayers, the esrei, is coming down. Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. But according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the great instead, that is the court of Jewish justice. So this happens also in heaven, and therefore it requires additional prayers to expiate our sin. So that's basically what the is. And this longer section of everything is called the which the first word that means actually merciful, and that is merciful. So nothing with standard reference works. There is a reference to one's in danger, somehow invoked, but not too much discussion there. Compose this prayer and it is regular. What Professor Gerard writes for, however, it's no manuscript where What's the story that occurred earlier? So we're definitely talking in the realm of legend, but something recorded in the century describing something that happened in the first century, but so the story goes, and I discussed previously there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his with the difficulty of putting down the Jewish evidence in the Jewish war of the first century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the runners and he skipper on them, and he just puts them out into the Mediterranean. It's considerably less comfortable than what we enjoy the river, let me tell you. Then we get to the legends, which has been recorded from the 12th century onward. These 3 boats went to large one went to Laos, one went to Lyon, river. One somehow got to Bordeaux, which is not so bad geographically. It's really all over Spain from the Atlantic Ocean. But never mind, this is a legend. The Jews just embarked there and established really early settlements. Within Roman territory. So according to the legend of this 1407 manuscript, there was a king in the region of Bordeaux. And originally, he did very well, but then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, two king rose, so there were 2 brothers, named Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that specific names Joseph, Benjamin, and Shmuel has a degree of verisimilitude to the whole story. But anyway, these 3 people get together and each composes a section of a special prayer, recite this prayer to God, and then the king forgets about persecuting Jews and decides he dies. And this prayer was so successful. Actually, it is very beautiful. I say that I tend to rush through it. Nobody really is saying time on the exact kind of prayers, but it's actually very beautifully written. So I actually enjoy it when I have plenty of time to do. This prayer spread throughout the Jewish world. It has been into both the Ashkenazic and Sephardic because of its predates separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures. And it is included in the so it has its origins. Apparently, it was included in the legend. But I hope you found this interesting. I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic cruise. Really unusual part of that. We hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing and hello, fellows. Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux sort of travel taking pilgrim from Bordeaux in France all the way to the land history. And I had this article that suggested that this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333 334 was exclusively Jewish. I want to dive into that just a little bit more because I just think it's so fascinating. Some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux is very important. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux? In Latin, or Bordeaux itinerary, or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages. Basically describes really no information. That's important if you're traveling. How far it is to go from stop A to stop B. You got to a lot of stops because you're going to be doing a lot of overnight. You're traveling on a donkey or by horse or by foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you change horses. I think it's about the same thing. You have horse rentals. Horse rentals. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries. There are 4 of them, 2 of them, most of it except for the section in the show Israel and here you can see a map representing the portion of the itinerary, and there and back, and there are several stops along the way. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this. Change it from I States. This is pretty boring. It's in Israel, there's lots of information, but what you see in the Bible is basically what's really early is there are a lot of questions for scholars. Are the actual sites as they are described, meaning the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary, to the events actually described in the Bible, or were these places kind of like made up, especially in the 4th century, because that was the time that the discovery of Christian sites, scholar, according to one different people or fascination with Hellenism, for example, things like that. These sites aren't actually representing actual historical details. There's also some really literary discussions of is there a subtle basis of Jewish tradition here? Is this related to church father writings around the same time, criticizing by contrast with various holy sites? These are all great questions. We're going to look at one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by a scholar named Shmuel Klein, who was born in Hungary and moved to Israel in 1929. He was one of the first faculty members of the University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He served as a rabbi, served as a teacher, and so on. But his real love was historical geography, and especially his PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was topographic and historical material of poetry in the 7th century. A list of articles as biography describing various historical and flashbacks by Israel. There's a huge influence later. Professor Klein that maybe we should take this itinerary at face value. For example, on Galilee, and that was the main Nazareth, Capernaum, sites that are so Christians are preaching. Why does the second, especially events that are Chronicles, lots of things which are some scholars find, and he suggests that perhaps Christian someone was part of that Jewish ethnicity was practicing Christianity. But it's really Robert in the 4th century, Christianity was profound. Finally, Now, spoiler alert, says, first of all, it's having lots of Christian references. I don't hear perhaps writing for particular audience, audience, especially, but possible. Perhaps it's added also possible, but we're going to add stuff. What Professor Klein argues in the next that it was actually it was rather written by someone who really together in words. Other people who had made arguments they had material used in particular to know that but the intent was gathered we know from the literature that there was helping mentioned about so this is slightly called together. Very much for interesting. So grateful to have another opportunity to study about living in that area. Don't think God will. Very good. What I'd like to do in this short video is just history of which settled and very much to the discussion we have regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of people start with this map here, you can see it on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, like many settlers of civilization. It is an important the entire region is warring but so we have a medieval legend that speaks of three rudderless ships in the Mediterranean Sea by century of the temple. Rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the located at the mouth of the Rhone River and made a street to And then now, all the way up the straight land. This legendary origin of Jewish communities of the legend and the archaeological evidence, literary significant looks at how here's on it and the name could be contribution of Asterios, not especially Jewish, or Esther, of course, it's very good. And that's from the 4th century. In the late 500s, or though troubled, apparently ridiculed that of sure him. We don't know the specifics of all of that story, but it does have certain truth in some ways. We also have much more evidence by the time to the 9th century, much more common but pointing to a fairly well-developed for the 9th century beginning Bordeaux. In the 11th century, you already have a place called Montpellier, which is like the mountain of the Jewish mountain that's outside the city walls. 7th place, this Jewish street, and a port called which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So by the 11th century, this is around the time what you say, when you get with population living there. Where they came from exactly. But we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions. This is largely France went through kind of a rock system desire to expel Jews from several points during the Middle Ages. The first of them was 1182, which does not because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1450, Bordeaux was not under French control, it was under English control. And even though it was part of on the continent, it was impervious to the demands of I think it's also interesting to observe that the 300 odd years that Bordeaux had France they have cultural that we see more of as willingness to foreign central authorities as the treatment of Jewish populations. So, back to our expulsion situation, Bordeaux was not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they get exposed to rapid expulsions in 1284, 1305, and as you might wonder, you expel a population in 1204 and expel them again in 1305. They happen in other parts of Europe, and then expel them again 5 years later, 1310. It doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsion, but they really, to allow them to remain in place. This is another illustration of what my students call or flee of the Bible, that when confronted with very pressing expulsions, Jewish elements tried these parties, demanding their expulsion, and the place where they so it seems that fees was working in 1320, however, suffered by a group of the shepherds. Very similar to Crusades in 96. So like a century to the first crusade that continued for some time. The anti-Muslim movement, the idea of European Christians after had lots of over in Europe proper, particularly because the whole idea of the Crusades made the Holy Land for Christianity and drive up because said, we have those living right here in our own country. There was also a class element uprising in that they wanted to, try and attack that country. Well, the Jews were unfortunately an ideal target because they were constantly in urban centers like Jericho, and also they were more associated with cash carrying this group's life. Money like right now saying like brass, silver, goldsmith, things like that. They were a favorite target by the suffered horribly. The upper church, like we did with blood violence, saying this is not life, this is not Christianity, we should not be doing these things. However, the Pastor had forcibly baptized Jews in their rioting. The church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, discussed many times, in connection with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, that baptism being a sacrament, and that once a person was baptized, forcibly or otherwise, even though it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone, that meant that was Christian. A lot of sense. So at any rate, 1453, Bordeaux returns to French control, which was technically at this time common because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1476, a large amount of French territory was imposed on Bordeaux. What we know, however, is that there were significant populations of Jews, especially crypto Jews, who had been making their way to Bordeaux from the 15th century on. You recall that in Spain, there was a massive portion of Jews that gave people the status of trades. A second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they were not so much of the garden color Christians, but they had the privilege of free movement as Christians. There would be attempts to walk this down by both Spain and Portugal, where a lot of these Jews fled. But in the 15th, 16th, and 17th century, there was periods of time when this was relaxed. A lot of these nominal Christians, these so-called new Christians, those sometimes called made their way out of that region to have looked to other places to live. Amsterdam, Hamburg, very prominent sites, and new road buildings, and also we begin to see a sort of cultural combination of these Christians moving to more identifying as Portuguese, later as these nations, and ultimately as that combines sort of contrarian spirit of the population and more privileges for their independent communities. Even though there's modern Christians, we see that these developed cemeteries, we see that they're developing processes for marriages, which are recorded in church documents, and when these people are married to the Portuguese rite, which means essentially they're married Englishmen. By 1723, father called himself Portuguese. Technically, Jews are not allowed to live in France. At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from able states, where there were also holdouts of Jews that were not actually affected by the expulsion of 1306, increasing pressure with the use of Avignon, which is regions that are controlled directly by the Pope rather than the regime. So Jews begin to make their way into Portugal as well. And of course, in the 18th century, you have Jews and the Avignon and they are really not exactly Ashkenazi. They have their own people that provides them together, and they begin to really establish community. They set up schools, they set up like Jewish welfare associations, they Special manuscripts and back that he's his 17th his 30s by these history. That's by the Turkids and some of the particularly in Europe like this study. Like Shulak had especially and about two on the first of his which is called it is one of the if you ever look at a whole series but this book first of all it fits in the long from Ella to your Sadie writing about such a great adventure details. For understanding also has a sense of no. Super and yes, one encounter remarkable this story is like many from Spanish Portuguese roots, especially after his father died. His mother led Rothschild and ended up but this time 6 years old. Francisco, although obviously without all the event, but considers one of the early people from is their speed.
Or
Or just he was an educator. He was also not really for you.
Please.
Video. So, public education. Giving them basic life skills. Well regarded, well revered figure.
Everyone
And claim
and very much
were deaf and mute. He actually demonstrated the effect of
no cool.
annual
69ers
hero for the rest in his travels, went and arranged for him because his individual and the key draw was just probably had a curious I should mention that my doctor
Just gives people an idea.
Personal. Not hear and not speak. That's exception. Every able to know. The great interesting, I'm speaking my with it. Something they would ask us like, yes, yes. Also, right? Hebrews with his mouth. And he could understand.
Let's get it, boys. Thank you.
Indicating the letters that were desired and the person straight away understood the question. How with my own eyes and so in it out loud, he said, "There is that beauty neither hearing nor speaking, and I saw him speaking to me in the holy language, and in prayer." And this is like, and my eyes watched.
What in the fuck is going on?
Immediately, when he replied to his question, as I was making a jest, I did make some signs with my fingers in a random manner. I got, and it's like, hey, I'll try this out too, and started making gestures with his fingers. I did not know the signs. God told me to go back to the idiot. I was just making up. I didn't know that it didn't start off. I saw that the lad was perplexed by this and was upset. Then his master said, Professor, well, don't be upset, for the rabbi did not mean so that is actually what it sounds like. The phrase bend the finger. I looked it up in the Hebrew, the commission here, Shalach and Tzvah. Of course, the Kippah was a transit edition. It's quoting a verse from Isaiah. 59, which has that phrase there. And the commentators explain, the Tudas David says that this phrase to send the finger is an aggressive gesture. They're done by people who are arguing. One will send the other. And then Shadal, a very important Italian commentator, Marshall, refers to it as the digital medium, the middle finger. So essentially, what happened was that God, in attempting to communicate with the person, or at least jesting, joking about it, accidentally made an offensive gesture, which caused the voice of consternation. But because of the short of that, I really get a sense of the humor that he don't record. At any rate, he does clearly recognize the description of his visit to the listener there with the phrase, borrow, donate, blessed is the one who gives knowledge. What an amazing story. It was no method. And the Jacob is an amazing story. Thank you. Hello, fellows. Interested in advent to the hero of Abraham to this who was from Bordeaux and a lot to do with the transformation of the French Jewry from the medieval period to the modern period. Actually, not a slow process at all. We talked about it in the video in the past about how after the French Revolution there was this dramatic change from had this corporate structure in a modern environment which were citizens of France. And what exactly that means? That also didn't happen automatically. The petition for it took a couple of years. This was first, then the Ashkenazi and that. But right now, I'd like to take a glance at Abraham Fortnite, his role in the last years before the revolution. I'm really fascinated. I think it illustrates the complexities of French Jewry. So first of all, he was born in 1756. There is some controversy over the nature of his parents' experience, but the story goes that at least his mother, possibly his father, left Lisbon, where they were natives in after the tremendous earthquake that happened on November 1st, 1755. This was an important earthquake not only because of the tremendous damage that it caused. A fire broke out, destroyed much of the city, and tsunami crash. All three of those things happening at the same time totally destroyed Lisbon. It allowed, however, for the creative forces to step in and not only reorganize the city and lay it out with modern principles in the middle of the century, but also a mood in Lisbon that, you know what, we should just wow, it's very important. It was more of a nature of activists who led the country at that time, and in fact, got rid of the most obnoxious aspects of the Spanish. Anyway, focusing on Hurtado, however, many accounts, including very reliable historical accounts, that his father was killed. His mother London, born 30th of July of 1756. Now, this is kind of confusing. As if his father died, and he was born 9 months later, like really tragic moment, he would have his father died shortly after. However, Ransom Molina is definitely the latest authority of board that was great book. She argues that no, a whole lot together have a way to so it's possible that it can also stay. Our protagonist there has one thing. Gets married at age 19. So, very successful, like many other people. So this time, maritime trade with international merchant. Now, let's just recall what's going on with the French. Remember that as of the 6th and later of 1394, there are no Jews living in France. And of course, there are Jews unofficially in France. How very different fights, even though they're all technically guilty as Jews. There are, of course, Sephardim, who are largely from Portugal, who are living in Portugal, which is also in the these are Jews and Christians as well. Portugal experiences, they were largely populated from Jews who were forcibly converted 200 years earlier in Portugal, and then they made their way up to France, where they stopped their or otherwise by the time of the 15th century. We discussed it. Then you also have an interesting population of Rothschild Jews who live at the health of the Roman churches that originally under the Jews were allowed to live in church communities, properties, Alvin Jones, places, sometimes among these populations. And many of them later actually the both the regions that also not the simplest of part that they have with only the right, which is small group of they were never good to communities like and of course you have Eastern neighboring Germany, Ashkenazi Jews. And they are very, very in like the book soldiers and it's certainly unlike the Spartans they largely European. This would be changing, especially in the 19th century, where there would be a lot more assimilation measures brought to bear on kind of mass Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct, speak a different French tradition, which not at all French, they less distinct and much more pious. So observance of Christian Judaism. So they're a very different population which is considered a digestible mass in France. And yet all of these populations of Jews are technically illegal, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity. They know I'm always case with a lot of change. So the work of this mistake, I will now attempt to yeah, that's it. De Malazan. And I Google some French, but that's really Malazan is what a really important essay that ultimately resulted in 1787. Protestants, something the Jews here, Protestants go with much larger, more technically Catholic friends. They persecuted them at one point, and they against them later, and would go away. They persecuted the population of France, and they had to have terms with it. So ultimately, in 1787, the tolerance was that fine, you'll have civil rights. Still be practically a Catholic country that's the revolution. But we're going to stop, for example, registering marriages. Get married, marriage, even though you're not getting married in the Catholic example. So this mistake is needed that came out of this that caused people to say, okay, what about us? That's the issue. So it turned out that the state was no, but we weren't thinking about Jews. Well, I'm that of him. I'm actually, but sparked a whole in the last years before the revolution, position, more specifically, what should be you the position of various Jewish communities, because they were all right. And this is where Brown he's a successful man, wealthy. He became one of the representatives of the Portuguese nation. The Portuguese nation is kind of like the term they use to describe the Jewish population there. They call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Benjamin in Paris argued for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met with Alexander and they explained, how they felt the nation of the same kind of way. Now, let us recall that technically had been converted, though they were identifying as Jews, they still had the Christian driver's license, as it were. They were anywhere they wanted, they were things like that. But they basically wanted to make sure that all Jews would get an increase if Malazar's project would advance. Did not, however, have the imagination of all Jews being equal. They weren't, they would be subject, but they didn't quite have. They wanted to be sure that the Sephardic population specifically was protected in Christ. And, maybe some advances could happen to the population. Now, to read this in a couple different ways, it does seem, that Portuguese who enjoyed many events preserve that distinction, and they didn't want like chaos to lost, especially what it did was they hired a historian named Rothschild, who wrote a 100-page memorandum essentially what page here from those work. They right. The Portuguese Jew is English in France, the German Jew is German everything because it's customs from which he did, right? So essentially, as a he means it's smart Jew. Smart is able to adapt to the civilization in which they live, culturally all themselves to the culture in which they live, but not the German. Thus, can one look at the English and the Germans as brothers, although sharing the same mother, nevertheless, characters which are absolutely different. Even compatible, like says, Germans as brothers with mother is very different. Say, not those. We're getting the scenes of the internal community at this moment of now, what ended up happening was the Alistair over their causes. Or no further than he wrote. And he wasn't necessarily such a forward thinker. He did believe that the root French body politic, but all of this was rendered by the French. That's something that we've talked about in lectures. That we've talked about on this. And okay, stuff. I'm so fascinated. Kosher. Right? That affected specifically about her rest of the most race, which I'll talk about. So on. But transition from modern decades that we really understand how right now. Let's just think about this for a second. Why emancipation? Emancipation. It's kind of a weird term that decided on in Jewish history and trying to describe the shift from modernity, precisely the right term. It's a term that was developed primarily from the American context with the emancipation of the African slave, which of course happened in the 1860s in the context of the American Civil War. The Jews of Europe were not enslaved, but they were of a much lower status. So that's the most of them is so good. Really, the only way to get ahead was to re-architect. Christianity, because in the pre-modern era, did not really have possibility for all citizens in terms of given state. And so the transition from this kind of like legal disabled status that citizens see sharp. Now, the reason why it's not precise is they weren't enslaved. They really were children as they wanted. So, all kinds of special restrictions, but nevertheless, in those contexts, they did nothing. This is not the case, obviously, enslaved. Enslaved in many ways far worse than they have been. Type of emancipation like of Russia were very much have any resource actually important era. Did have disappeared, and now all of a sudden they're expected to pay rent for it. But that they weren't producing enough cultural output and to find which led to low invasion of Russia, which took much longer to the things that have especially let's go very quickly key document here. Declaration of the Rights that passed by August 1989. This is really important history of the world. Basically, it's the same kind of thing. The American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, things like that. Fundamental commitment. This was a ship from nobility. Actually, had their own. The peasants, you had the burghers. Some of this, entire class, the Jewish community, Sephardic community were primary towards as more primarily Jewish, especially between Jews and that was the window theoretically when a lot of Jews and incidentally all of a sudden wait a second before that Jews as citizens, as citizens. The Greeks on that took first. By 1798, made the decision. Okay, fairly correct French norms. Yes. Another year, one neighbor. And the tensions really last as you know, so now they have level playing in all kinds of areas. But had long tradition of university, priority, natural, and encouragement only land barred from trade. That is in all to the population. Wait a second, who's are so by 1800 level of last advantage by Jews who are now invented. They eventually went. Napoleon is characteristically large way of thinking. The body of has a all over together for the Jews, posted to the obviously the Jews themselves opinions as to the important Rabbi David was given this to the president of the Senate wearing a I pray. But at any rate, the Senate, which had obviously in this short video, I don't want to go into detail about it, was the successor of this. First, polygamy. Our why is Napoleon asking this question in the first place? The reason because you want to assess and reflect on this compare our Jews to evaluate themselves in reality. Jewish tradition have a regarding the Bible. Napoleon had 2 wives, 3 wives, so today it's interesting to know because since the year banned but it was Jewish communities and Middle Eastern Jewish communities, not at all. They could simply say, no, divorce. 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 Yes, to marry Jews. That's probably one of the questions. And most difficult to create. Fudge the answer and said, well, wow, look at the that's already which is that basically forbids intermarriage and happens. Germans and Napoleon, we're going to have this similar mass. In France, that's pretty close to the heart of Rangers. Double standards. And France consider this to obey its laws. This is important because the Ashkenazi Jews were against Germany, well, as well, and France was so would or German. So really focus on themselves. Question 7. Police and Jews. State with the state religion system. What are you going to do? This is really where you see it. Jews essentially did have their own was typically supported by the state. Not proceed. For everybody. So economically, required history, like that. No. Yes. All kinds of areas. Line of all these questions. Here and take on for your
Football teams are it's just the
within our
worst.
society and accept
Worst.
that's
Worst.
they
Number one receiver. Number one defense. Number one defense. Number one defense.
Socialism. Now, it's really interesting. No, the right. Was so significant by some Jews adventure, but have a look at this. Celebrate French and then Napoleon the Great. I don't know. Right. There's so much more. Much and if things I see that I'm there. 1791.
If you could help us, please, or
But
that main card.
by Jews. So, and then some Jews had been massacred. There was still a backlash from Marshall. So they had this really strange kind of difficult challenge with threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a completely modernized society, which was something that they never very deeply, but at the same time curbing the ridiculous existence of the terror of the involvement in the revolution, which was not a conscious, but to establish kind of calming devices to keep us to be utilized. And one of those areas which like an escape for so much of the revolution was Jews are an unusual population. On the other hand, you also have mass of Ashkenazi Jews in the south of Ukraine. And the law is kept down by various anti-Semitic decrees, and once those decrees were lifted, and they were allowed to participate in replaced their wonderful skills in university and so on, to advantage of markets and to find ways to negotiate. So let's have a look first of all. This specific law, July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews who don't fix their first names, many of them very close to the border. So here's our line. I'll just read the translation. Those amongst our subjects follow the Hebrew religion, and who up to the present have not had fixed surname or last name, shall be ordered to adopt one 3 months following the publication of this decree and to make a declaration of the fact before the civil as what is going on? Okay, let's think. So first of all, what is this business of in Jewish practice? Always have a fixed person in business. Sure. For obvious reasons, even these names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish law, like marriage contracts and business contracts and all that thing. You have to know exactly this contract. So you can deal with it. Ancient practice. The studies in the right joint like Jews historically used to have always a patron and a patron. They would be named son of or daughter of their father for all reasons. Specifically, contractual agreements, they would always be, let's say, Ruve, son of Leah, the daughter of Shimon. It would always be the patronymic used in that case, the daughter of her father. In other cases, mercy or healing a person who's sick, then you use the matron. Say, may the son have a refuah shalema. So, generally speaking, that the country those are not surnames, but they were universal fixed. However, the idea of a family name that every member of that family, every generation, that only applies grammatically. Depends on the culture. Sometimes a particular family had a surname that was used to not necessarily fixed. And it's basically the practice or European of the 19th century. So what Jews for surnames were much more casual. Like, for example, if a person from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person came from Paris and moved to Bordeaux, they might call him Louvain Paris. So Louvain came from Paris. But they also have a surname that's based on a profession. because there was no real reason to fix them until Napoleon completely wanted to put an end to that. So that's it. All Jews have to have a fixed surname. All Jews have to have a fixed first name, which they have, and they've got to declare these within 3 months. There's also in Article 2, non-French Jews need to live in the empire. Up and see how porous the borders are, but let's leave that aside. Article 3, so that Jews and names of town are explicitly only names are those law of now here. This talk about so it happens that only a few years later this article was abandoned. Testament for the Testament is for it's unclear exactly why it's a sense to make things a little bit more it's really strange. But after not only our government change every way we measure things, the metric system, we can even change a Republican calendar, which was next 10 months and 10 days a week, which I have, of course, many staff service, and all of the things want to change things like that. So this law year 11 refers to actual recording calendar refers to history. Yes, the French abandoned that Republican calendar. So on April 1st, 1803, I know it's not going to be April Fools, but at any rate, this law of 11 outlawed all unusual for French people. The law of 11 restricted the choices of names that French people give their children to names that were recognized through the antiquity. Greek period, and also names that have been enshrined in the Christian calendar, like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that have been adopted during the Revolutionary period, names of particular heroes from that revolution, maybe later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the month of the year in the Republican calendar. All of those names considered way too strange. But they said, no more using those names. It was only on a list of names, which apparently was never actually published. The idea was that giving people names that nice stability, kind of like close and things like that. Yeah, because the Jews are not names of of it in a way, which was Jewish population, French population. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Professor Emeritus, and he says that unfortunately his name many abandoned shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation would have been Julie, Rothschild, all kinds of things were transformed as a result of this law, and it leads to the long was having things. We're saying to see when choosing projects. Generally, this was the case for much
of the 19th century, it was adopted French names with enthusiasm, and it was with the emphasis that we really began to see the reversal of this trend as we begin to wonder, was emancipation really successful? That was fascinating as I know. And I look forward to speaking. Hello, fellow students and boosters. As you know, kosher it's all excited to see in history. But of course, a good part of what we are learning about French wine is specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. I'm not a wine master, but there's something about it with Jews and wine, and then look a little bit more specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important color of in fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was 8 years old as part of the official initiation in Judaism. I remember it very well. I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from there's not an extensive history of Jews and wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know about this beer distillers in Babylonia. We only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine Christian already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the reality is that we're allowed to develop lots of parts of Europe. That especially the bloodline or desecration, which is like 12th century onwards, only because if you smell your region as a result of activity, your investments start to invest more or less in land, or that you have lots of Jewish. It's also interesting because they have sell their wine non-Jews as well. In fact, there's great evidence that Jews wine is very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Rothschild of Lyon around 825, and Innocent III was complaining about it still from the 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wine for communion. We're also using wine in Muslim countries. It's forbidden in Muslim. Apparently, they have enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open to rely entirely on Jews. But just thinking, what is it that makes what could possibly make wine non-kosher? Most people have some sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's basically two types of rules that can make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, figs, not a kosher type of food, shellfish, not kosher types of food, and then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher. If you mix them, not kosher. That kind of thing. So wine typically does not have to be non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it basically, grapes and some kind of yeast, which could make it non-kosher based on and water, like how does it become non-kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a appropriate mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritually back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if a woman was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would render it non-kosher. It's really not non-kosher in the same sense. Forbidden, but for specific reasons. So, Rabbi Stephen from Google had said that in order for the one to be
consumed by Jews. It had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews, so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to God. That's the way it's important. It's not like this sort of this. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual. That's why, Jews have involved in the process in order to make sure that there is a significant shift of producing wine, trading in wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction of Arab lands that are Jewish, for the reasons that I just mentioned. Central Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatia, called of give Jews the monopoly of alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff. Sale of alcohol. As a result, got a significant number of Jews in the alcohol trade in Europe. 1765, there was a survey of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much wine as it is beer. There's definitely a lot of Jews who were settled in the region from 15th century onward, but there's not a number of specifically wines in the fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines were for general circulation was when the Baron and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Claret, and they, in 1988 released the first kosher wine to the rest of the world. But this area of Bordeaux, we should realize, was fantastic regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Blanc, these are all. So I'm using that word right. But still, since 1988, the developed that comes from Brazil, and so as a result, okay, that's a very quick overview of using wine up to the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I start tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much. Great. Fascinating history of the Jews. So it's modern history. And if you look at I didn't go much more deep for 17 John specifically the role that Bordeaux played cell, which is one of the most I believe international organizations specifically Rothschild, it's called the Atlantean. Sounds in French. Israelite, Israelite Alliance. Israelite is like a term it's like late 19th century term considered like or why. And so people refer to other words like Israelite or Hebrew. Obviously, for example, the Russian term definitely not necessarily so in Polish. So they prefer things like Hebrew. In French, the term juif is not created as one. Israelites, meaning member of the. So anyways, this I was founded in 1860 Paris. The motto was "Cold is our colleagues, all the strangers, all that." And also, Israel waving
sentence that says, all others are one for each other. And it's really encapsulates the idea of this, which I mentioned is the oldest international organization currently still in existence that has been based on our Jewish education, vocation training, things like that, and it had some efforts, especially the second war that was for the Holocaust. And its are of alliance, let's see if you the quote captures the hands and the word God, which means, fascinating things in their traditional statement, but I think you're right in the story. Two major international events that sparked the idea of alliance was on the of one individual. He born in 1893, and he was one of the communists and industry boards. So it was one of the first great to major events that was the Nazis there and people of Tara 40, 50 respectively. The where mostly urban, somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for but in England, in the 20th century, this notion somehow of Christian for various absolutely ridiculous people and portrayed much medieval history. But nevertheless, it's very hard to control this thing. The Nazis. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were died while in custody. Much like the workers extended individual Jews as well. Children the whereabouts of them are, and no information was ever found. An absolutely perfect survival in the 19th century, the era already of things like that. The Jewish people was absolutely shocked. What happened the Jews was in the so as European powers get involved in state too. What are you? Most of the story. The British citizen traveled to Italy and demanded together from the Jews, including Adolf Hitler, a very important thing. That the case be transferred out of the where judicial center is much more advanced than Alexandria, but the case was tried properly because they were up. In fact, what happened when the was pressed on this, domestic sham, and the prisoners, and so they were able to get out of prison and that's a very substantial. But it was a tremendous example of a method of excellent help the community through international effort from wealthy and powerful nations that had Jewish populations in them, like France. Resolution this was the main inspiration for the idea that we Jews establish some organization to it more effectively, consistently. The revolution era of where you move the progress towards a school years later, that seemingly to that
terrible story. Basically, what happened is North people stays at this time. Jewish child. The North family employed a Christian servant. Uh, the child in Gaza was about 2 years old, very, very ill, perhaps with some kind of scarlet fever. Worried for the eternal life of this child. She took him to be baptized without letting her employer, the parents, know that, heart perished. Later on, he was about 6 years old. But he got to imagine that she had the child baptized. And it was not very long. The evil doctrine that once a child had been baptized becomes a Christian, even if this happened against the will of the child, the parents and so on, the church listed on there's a where it's Oppenheimer that captures the horror of family customs. The Pope Pius IX was like an entire protest by the family, and they took out its copper from the one to and despite the protest, worldwide, including North religious members, responsibility for the masses of their Pius IX and God when growing up, I think specifically dedicated his life to the forest cross only as an adult right with his mother and his brother as he had that more time ago the rest of his life as he's ultimately died for the Nazis invaded nevertheless, example of the biblical power of the Latin Church and the helplessness of the Jews led specifically to the foundation. A gathering was held in Paris in 1860. Paris, of course, being launching place for the Allies, founded, and this is principal center of the 6 founding members. 2 of them were astronomy Vado, he was the eldest statesman, first one, but the idea of this was created. And also, the eyes, but many leaders studied very good. Particular reviews of the key statement of the elements of this period. The 6 charter members include Carvalho and of 3 main rules for the alliance. The rules that basically they for their existence right. First, to put everywhere for the emancipation and more progress of that will open. 2, to offer an effective system, stop it from and 3, to encourage all publications calculated from publication according to the most information of a central during the alliance was especially effective they set up school and networks in the elite, Persia as well, and more especially for education. Also quite active by which
How you doing, Big Dog? Dude, if it's shout out to Bill to itself last night. Dude, I'm telling you, Ari is like a moving train, and it just doesn't stop. And I mean, we started that interview. It was like 7 hours into it, an already like very very long day. He was approaching 30 hours, and we do our interview. And I'm telling you, it was like 7 in the morning, and he's still going. And I literally have created two bots that just for Arnold Schwarzenegger and his phone saying, "Please stop the bot. Thank you for stopping the bot," because he kept saying he would stop the bot, but he was playing with me a little bit, and for like an hour, it was just bots, and it would have been really funny to watch. And I would be like, "Oh, go to his bot right at the end, and you're going to be able to see an hour worth of bots." But guess what? Somebody took them down. And, so Bill and I were communicating to each other. We know an Ari, I don't think he would have taken it down. And so I think he did not want that kind of information out there. But we got it. I already got it. I already was able to transfer to YouTube. So that's the fucking beautiful thing about multi-streaming. You gotta be on your fucking A game. And if you're not, then you got competitors, baby. And I'll get out the information somehow. So, and then get this. This is the ultimate fuck you. The ultimate fuck you. I do this in a funny way, but wait, how funny this is. Okay, so I make a video for the owner on their platform. I get that bot and upload that to a different platform. They take down the original bot. I then create bots that spam the original platform to tell people to watch the bot that I took from their platform and now on another platform. So I have bots that are just saying literally, go watch my interview with Sam Bond and Ori on YouTube. It's at Rabbi Rothschild. Shout out to Eddie Craven on his own fucking platform. That's just the ultimate fuck you. And I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, it's not like I don't know. So why not utilize it with the best advantage that you can? And I mean, really, I feel like I'm doing something beneficial. So, and I know I wouldn't do it if I didn't really truly feel that that was what was going to be viral. So, what are we doing? All I have to do, I said this, well, I said it to you earlier. Um, if that bot, well, I already had a bot, I think, yeah. But I don't know if I told you that. Maybe that's but basically, if I just keep that going for the rest of the year, it's really hard for it not to go. I don't maybe it won't go viral, but to get like thousands of people. I know if I focus on a video for people to watch it, I can get if I just randomly fucking send people all over social media with all my accounts, just whatever. But what I should really utilize is TikTok, but I just don't trust TikTok. No, it is, but it's like this is. I'm telling you, I know the platform. Not saying I'm the best TikTok, but I know the platform for the most amount of TikTok accounts than anybody. I get 1,000 manual signups like 2 years ago, and I can tell you, it's a very very strange platform where I will have two identical. It's identical of accounts as possible. I will upload the exact same video. I did this once with like 6 different phones on 150 different accounts. I just had them putting out the same video. So I have this one video on TikTok of just tens of thousands of this one video that each one has like 6 views. Each one has 6 views. But then one will have 155 views. And then all the others will have 2 or 3 or 7 views or whatever. Or and then like maybe one will have 600 one. It's like, how did we go from 7 to 600? And what changed? Literally, I'm just turning out the exact same thing. I'm not touching it. I'm not doing special accents or anything. Literally, the same one that was right before is there, and the same one right after. The numbers are very strange. And I can tell you the number is remember, I don't know. Like, you know what you were saying about the people who are shadow banned. I am too, even though I can say that on Reddit, it tells me that I am. So it's literally telling me that I am on Reddit on multiple shadow banned. So that's telling me something. However, there are other platforms where I just don't know. So sometimes you can get what someone said, or that is just your subjective opinion on the matter. But it's like I have accounts with like 1,000, 3,000. I don't understand that thing. I have accounts with like 3,000 followers. When I put something out, why doesn't it have 3,000 impressions? Why doesn't all the people who are following? Why don't they all see what I've done? Like, why doesn't it get to their feed somehow? It literally gets like 14 views, and it's just like very very strange. It would be like anybody who would not a normal social media platform or it would be like, okay, when you have a user have an update and you have somebody following that user, put it on that follower's timeline, no matter what it is, unless they say I don't want it. So it should be like thousands of views of this. And then if it gets shared or something like that, then you get way more people. But it just doesn't get 3,000 people and it will get. And then I'll go to Instagram, same fucking thing. I've got 10,000 Instagram people. And you used to not even be able to tell some of these numbers. They make it really difficult to be able to track it. You can tell like they just don't want people have accurate numbers. And they can hold that. They can, it was just a gap in the server time. Unlocked. Exactly. And I'm not afraid of these things. So with Instagram, maybe worse. I have 10,000 people who that's like a medium sized account. That's not a brand new account. I'll tell you what, that's not crazy. It's like what 10,000 people on the account. But these were real supposedly real people and all the other things. So then when I put out anything for 10,000 people, why is it that like people I don't even follow who are like something I don't know about the generation. I will see that a bunch of times and I'm not even following that thing. But the people who I do follow, I have to go to their page and see the shit that they posted recently. I mean, I know it's an algorithm basically working hard, but nobody knows. But it's incredible to me that nobody is like, wait a second, let's just put common sense here. I have an account of 10,000 people, 14 people. So how is that? What happened? I don't know. And, but even those I don't say I'm shadow banned. But the ones that I can say I'm shadow banned is when I can confirm it with the website confirms it. Okay. But if I can't confirm it, then I don't know. They don't call it technically shadow banning as exited or different. They call it like that prioritization or something. So instead of that, it's would be prioritized. My thing is so bad. I had the list for any week. Yeah, I wonder why. When I was asleep all day, I wasn't really paying attention to it. But this didn't come back. Why did I do so? That one guy that went like 5 stars. But that wasn't as bad as I had one player, Debo Samuel. Who he got 0 points. Why did he get 0 points? He played on this fucking app, and so many people are like, "You motherfucker, you blew a week for me. Fuck you!" All these people because he took the spot. So normally, if a guy doesn't play, sometimes you can put filler guys in so that you don't lose that spot. But if the guy starts the game and plays, he's done. He, he's been used. And you're going to get 0 points. So that stuff, I did so bad. I have so, but there's, I said, I'm running out of weeks. That's the unfortunate. Running out of weeks. And the other thing is, the pot has gone up. It's now worth thousands of dollars. It was going to be worth $600 when when we did this in August, and it's worth like $5,000 right now. It's a lot more. And, I know it. But with that said, there's no chance. Well, I think you said I have a very strong opinion. Let's you guys come back. But here's the thing, though. My first I took was Tyreek, the fastest person in the NFL, the best receiver wise, arguably best. And his quarterback, I took as well, too. Whatever. But I didn't start Tua. He's just one of my favorites. And when you know it, because Tua got hurt with a concussion, his receiver, Tyreek Hill, has just been shit all year. He doesn't have the normal guy throwing. So he went from literally being basically the guy who was supposed to be the second best guy in the league when it came to points. He went from that to being not even the second best receiver I have, which is, and at least in fantasy, there's a saying: 4 quarters don't make a dollar in fantasy. What does that mean? If you have one really good player, and I want that player, and I want to give you 4 pretty good players for him, that isn't going to equate. You want only really good guys. You can get 4 mediocre guys that's free agents. So I had the number 1 receiver. I had the number 1 tight end. I had the number 1 defense. I had the number 1 kicker. And I had very good everything else basically. I mean, I did not even do anything. Would say that but I'm kind of excited for it. No, absolutely no. I'm gonna end it with this. There's a saying. Absolutely no one on this earth cares about anyone's fantasy football. And so you could be on any subject. People don't care, except that one. But it means the world to the people who talk about it, so that's why it's discussed. But literally anybody else is just like, no. And to the people who are involved in it, it is okay. I can see how it keeps a lot of people for throughout like the phone because it's something to mind off. Oh shit! With this, Normally when I upload a YouTube video, it'll get when I normally upload a live video, it gets 0 views, and it gets 0 views for years, and then maybe it gets one, like nothing. I have so many videos. I think I have more videos with no views than any. I mean, it's really in terms of like anomalies of the streaming world. I am, and another one that I have when I do upload a video, like I don't want to say a professional video, but uh, clip or something, I get like 100 views maybe. Like a week will go by and I'll get 100 views, and then it just plateaus. It just doesn't really go too much. But with the strategy that I have of uploading this, then spam hit using this strategy, and I imagine even new people comment, what the hell is this? You did an interview or whatever, and it just took that long. I hope not to plateau technically. People are warming up to me a little bit on Kick. There's a guy, he is a streamer, and I used to just find it hard to do it and Spanish to the point where, and the other thing is, he would do IRL shit, he'd walk around. It's one thing if you're at your desktop and you're comfortable and you've just got the spam command. It's really easy to do, but to ban that person. But it's another thing if you're walking around like the streets of Bangkok, who's going to own the world? You know, you've got this fucking thing coming. So, but it's an exciting thing. So, and anyway, yesterday he was the top streamer on one. So he's got people who are watching there, and then the United States and other places. So he's doing his stream, and I asked him, "Hey, did you see that Rabbi shouted you out the recent stamp?" And he's like, "No, I didn't." See, here's the thing: it's so much. They know who's saying Bond, and he's saying Bond trusted me, and now Ari trusted me. There's just more trust. Like, okay, they interviewed him, and he didn't. They, they're still KCIP, and they didn't lose their accounts. So then more people will be, I hope, hoping to do interviews with me. And I do just a few more of those. They're not all about their house fireworks. I still had a lot about which to talk. I mean, I could have literally talked for 2 hours, on like pieces of technology, and then I would have been tired. But that's a thing too with the creator where the person just fucking stop. All right, so I'm gonna tell you what we're at when it comes to the art video. It's 73 views, which was uploaded. Again, shout out to Bill. Bill. Ahmed, I think this is I said it before. Do you remember that a few days ago, I was watching a Monkeys interview, like a documentary, a bunch of times trying to find a quote. I don't know if you remember this, but there was a quote that I was trying to find because I wanted to attribute it to the right person, but it seems as if the video. I watched a video of this Monkeys documentary a few, like maybe 5 years ago, and the version that I watched is different than the version that's currently on the internet. And the version that's currently on the internet, and that's just my opinion, but I watched this thing like 4 or 5 times and I could not find this quote. But this genius is the ability to identify analogy. And I love that quote so I love that quote so much. And it was so weird that I had heard it in this Monkeys documentary. But, and that I could get such a nugget of brilliance. And so, so what about that? Okay, so now I'm gonna give you my version of that analogy. Last night, Ari is fucking streaming. Everybody, you can tell he likes that girl, which is great. And so I can tell he doesn't want to end the stream, but I need him to. Because I was tired, and it was getting to be like 10 in the morning, and I needed him to just fucking get this thing done. So here's the analogy. Ari was a freight. It was like, you know, when Superman in the cartoons would have to stop a freight train, and it would be like, you know, like this huge amount of friction. It was exactly that. But I wasn't the only person doing it. Bill was doing it, and Bill was doing it big time. And we were just for an hour, dude. This bot, it's just a bot. Arnold Schwarzenegger is like, Ari, thank you for ending the bot. Everyone appreciates you ending the bot. Thank you. It's just that in his own voice. It's like, yeah, well, and then, all right, so we're gonna go to Monkey app. Like, oh, dog, stop. He wanted to get to 20 hours. He got to 19 hours. But he was easily there. He is, in my opinion, I don't know what the exact statistics are on TikTok. I don't know. Some just do you can. No, he's always going. He's always entertaining. Like I chill. I watch other people. I let other people entertain sometimes. He's always doing stuff. So. Did you ever hear? I need to know this story. Has Bob was on, and I think they're at like PTLA in Las Vegas with not PTLA, that's not Las Vegas, that's here. Whatever, KLAS and PBS in Las Vegas, and Bob Lazar did the big video where he said what was going on in the store. And right before it aired, Bob Lazar was reluctant and wanted the video back. That was really important. They got into a physical match on top and got the video. Have you heard the story? Okay. In my own way, I feel like that Ori was helping me. Ori didn't have a button to help me yesterday, but it was like we were trying to do that, and the kick staff was trying to stop us from getting this video out. And and now it's on the internet.
I gotta piss. That's wrong.
Absolutely, go for it. Again, shout out to Bill. You the real MVP. You are hard. Ari, he's
History is used. And he's, by a Jewish. So here, center versus where? Russia? Yeah. What about Islam? Where is the center of the Islamic world? Also, in that country. Mecca is still a real the caliphate, that is the only place, but that's almost in other words, so other traveling like that, staying in that as a heat, and we're talking about very low age. And so we have a center over here. How do you think that you're way out here?
so to speak. What did they say? Vegas is it's so far away from where people normally live or something that's or you know, if a Muslim says, uh, that I think that the Rothschild doesn't get clean hard. If I have to look at wine, that's okay. But you'll have a couple of glasses of wine. But you have the chance to ask them important. Baghdad is 2 glasses of wine. It's almost 400 so far away. It's all happening up here. Those Muslims that have with their culture, there are also for expediency. So that's it for historical era. I want to look at period the list of several Jewish areas are so amazing, so unusual that from their life was first one is going to be Chassidus, famous poet, scholarship. Shmuel had a kid. We have a poet and an author. It's got Alphonse, of course. I like this. Kind of around so, one of the things that happens is the open Muslim the first fraction of being a distinct, but again, so finish up with 9, 7. Yes. Sometimes look at the line and look at the servant. The Jews developed a reputation early on of intelligence, reputation of stuff. Always going to be
I saw your message. You were trying to. Is that correct? I have a question, and you may not know the answer. In that one, you don't know. Do you know? And you kind of watch this. If you are, let's just say, streaming YouTube using OBS, and you look at what the upload is it higher if you're multi-streaming, or is it the same because the multi are very almost the same because the multi-streamer is distributed? You know the answer to that. I got you. Okay, that's good to know. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? I guess. So let me ask. Is are you doing twice the work when you have it going through Rumble and through OBS? Isn't your computer having to do twice the work if it's going through Rumble Studio and then going through OBS? Oh, okay. So you don't use that. It was like an extension that you were giving me that you had been using. Do you not use that anymore? Okay, yeah, no, that one was different. No, you used a multi-streamer with an OBS. You, right. Well, um, well, you could always just, I mean, hold on. You could always just do an interview if you need it, or you could just do like 2 hours a night, which is ideal, but then you can focus on it. Or do your tech test with kids. You have to be hooked up to the machine for it. Maybe, I am a well-oiled machine. I am Beefcake 101. I am Dad Bod Stream. Can't stop one step. No, you're 100% right. Everything starts to fall apart right about this time. And So, dog, how would we go down that road? We were on this nice little cruise. It was like a calm country road. And all of a sudden, there was a detour, and we're hanging off a cliff. Okay, all right, we're gonna pull the car back on the road, nice and calm, right to the jungle. I like it. All right, there you go.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that.
No, you're cool. I do that shit sometimes.
But it's just
Yeah, and milking and things. We were just talking about your blood work. Like literally, you were like, I'm gonna go to the doctor on Thursday. I gotta be hooked up to a machine for a week. And all of a sudden, we're involving agricultural devices. Yeah, exactly. Domestication devices. All right.
yeah. I don't know. It's the way we
All right. There's a lot tonight, Ken. Hey, you learned all about my fantasy football team. I learned all about your fitness.
right. All I want recall.
My,
Like three from Mars.
no, I gotta talk about my box first. You have to understand. Hey, they're wonderful. No, you gotta understand. Like, I'm sick of them. You can hear it in my voice. I'm sick of it. But it's almost like you're breaking through the gates of the fortress of the city, and I can tell I have more momentum than they do. And just the way that people will send me screenshots, I didn't even notice it. Like somebody from Action Man sent me a screenshot, and they're just like, "Can you stop creating clips?" And what I didn't know, and this is happening. If you were at the top of the kick, I had the top 6 people are still on kick, and it just turn out a fucking clip of you. And normally, kick has some kind of thing that it makes you wait 30 seconds in between clips, which isn't that big of a deal. You could still turn out 100 clips with a bot in, basically like an hour or so. But
I like how this like you never tell me the odds.
exactly. So I found out a way to even improve it more than that, where if you force quit it got rid of that time limit. So I was able to just turn this thing up very, very hundreds an hour. I got it down. I calculated it was like 650 an hour, which is just like over. And it was just somebody took a screenshot. Yeah, it was literally everything. It was joined Rabbi's Discord, every single one. And I mean, it wasn't 20 of them. It was like 100. And it's like I'm learning through a lot of people, so that's really exciting. But this is the funny thing, or it's funny to me. It's not funny, but it's interesting. So all I have to do is make sure that these bots are going, and they're fucking gonna annoy everybody out there. And look, I've told everybody the offenses for them. I think I've done my due diligence. And hey, if you don't want to bot, at least when it comes to your stream, and I understand this is how you stop. You can make a long rules page, and then you'll never get anything. Or you can this is this person again. Or you can just put a timer on it. It's not going to wait for you. And but for those people who don't, it's free game on them. And so I'm just watching people's streams, and it's just like, wow, it is the most fucking flawless free advertising. I'm not even trying. Like I'm talking to you guys, I'm talking around our Discord, but it's in the background, just churning out things. And so, like, let's say I have 100 streams. maybe 50 of them might, for one reason or another, have a timer on it or are blocking it in some way. They've got but another 50 of them is just allowing for whatever the fuck. And it's 50 impressions right there. So we're gonna check. Like 73 people watching before. Let's see if it's any more. All right, not a lot, but when I would upload videos before, I would be like, "Hey, will you please watch this video of person one? Hey, will you please watch this video of person two? Hey, will you please watch this video of person three to four to five to six?" And then I would check and see how many people had watched it, and it was six. It was exactly the same amount of people who I had told. So which told me this has no organic growth. Nobody's watching this from the outside world, but this one, so let's see for it. And yeah, the other one that we sent 4 days ago was 285, and I used to be able to fuck people up on YouTube, but I don't know how to do it anymore. Not easy. They changed something. You used to be able to just tag people by putting a cat in front of their name, and it would send them a little message on YouTube. And so I made bots that did that, and I find that you can't do it. So, or maybe you can just certainly hide them. So I'm just gonna, yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna let this one go over. Not look around.
And was able way too doctor, and sure enough, passed out. Show. So a ton of weight. It's very successful. And just put on charts. Everybody loves it because it's done it. His skills as a medical doctor, I think, was because but this is also like, I can't believe this stuff. The Chazals, we know that conversion. We have multiple accounts. No, Khazari. Conceivably, the entire country. Story, which I'm sure this is where Khazari part of the cast. One of the greatest Ukrainians. Okay, it was they say now. Ukrainians say always. Yeah. Important civilization. As we shall see, Tuesday not knowing in much detail, it's not actually. It is a fictional device that Rabbi Yehuda the basic tenor is that Khazaria, who is looking at the monotheistic faiths in the region, says that my religion is definitely a should I become a Muslim for a Christian or a Jew. Christian always has flavor. Like debate, and it has this debate. Representative presents their opinion, and you know what? Now, why Rabbi this story 500 years of appearance? Because he wanted to provide a platform for the people to follow. And so he provided this philosophical agenda. It's not a story. But that's based on how much true. For example, archaeological but all kinds of basic star. So hard to say. Associated with, from about the 60s, it's not. So the experts was already in sight. Everything else. However, we have evidence that some Korean Jews it is a Meshulach document. The person collects it up, Cairo. He went to Cairo. And it says, good guy, like him, he felt like there times, and it's signed by the words in these customary says we have he obviously is so give this guy signed, Bob. This is one of the strongest evidence from the 10th century. In Jewish. So it's a in 957, one of the first Antioch, right? That's in Istanbul today. Came to the east. He sends. They're saying, yeah, I want to know everything. There's a Jew, Jewish and this coming, really important kingdom. And what happens is and Turkey, Istanbul, not there, has to come back. But I did meet stuff, gives and forgeries. We can also question these letters was living in after they had already and to give it to take it back. But nevertheless, it was ongoing events of and I said, Khazarian Empire, and also the contemporary records. Strong evidence. So there are some like the big historians, whatever small and circle converted form of conversion in order to affect neutrality. Ran into people who said sorry and Jews they may not have been ripped. Nevertheless, phenomenal act. Kid.
I know if it's just there's another. Yeah, so there's that's. See, what's home?
Christian Empire, Islamic Empire.
Almost. Could be it was just well, you know. Certainly.
But I don't know. I'm just personally. Okay, let's go. This have like graphic. This is a little bit. These people have Arabic. That's true. There are a lot of them have names quite often. Even Dawood, who's one of the greater historians, right? Days of hostile reaction. Sure. But later, they're saying how Jews were getting control in the rest of the as a and top people around. In this case, general for 16 years. I know, that's wild. He was like brilliant. Died of age. Fought wars. It's the same kind of story where Rothschild reporting literary and brought the king by the way, like people that will probably hire right. And so, like, artificial intelligence have snapshot just the king of things. On the battlefield, and he would send him to his son Yahushua by carrying pigeons. And his son Yahushua would come up these carrier pigeons with them under his other leg, and he would write out the forms, and they would collect them and return. Discovered in the century. So three books, which represent three different regions. Then which is like call himself, by the way, he did not stop with the false. The part of the culture, but also King David of that age. Like King David, period, he was a warrior and a poet, and also a warrior. So David was very well. Strength and fear. There was a lot of poetry, a lot of sensual poetry, especially there was a lot of beautiful sunrises, wine, and many other kinds of big words in our society. Then initially, I will show some examples. Sarah is this middle age, and they are sound like this, right? Which is like the right old age, and he primarily Arabic. That's the kind of point. Oh, I'm so much stronger than you are. So but that was like, wait, people had that fear. I mean, this sport towards that ability. People that feel fighting these times. Real really, like, come see these things. I mean, if you read, you hear, there is more there's Delaware or others represent not like orange. Let's look at first, high status. Let me go to right? Buys all the books. Right? Side guy, I am so sorry. Anyway, one person draws lots of legs. You know, you look at the senses there. You know, that's the type of like that. Very hard. So, what do you say? That's gosh on the run. Shiraz in particular. You know, like, yes. Great honor and elevation. Well, person. So, and in the end, she's like, at first, it was excited about war. like a rapper. He's wearing which is also kind of an idea of version 2. But then, much since it's going to come more. I'm sorry? No, I don't try. The other on the chat, right? That's so 1 minute. Not cowardly little. And related, I'll show this up. Right? How much it's worth, and this is like the problem I got. Like the time. Listen, the same time about watching they break a minor key walking. You know, lost. Contrast. I think my brother with the strong often, if he's staying, their topic are me. And on the other side, he's and our brother was the street, sitting on, saying this is debate meaning of it. But it's I'm glad you have an excellent shot of this. Next week, we're going to pick it up. We can look at how fast the incredible grip and other amazing shots.
Long list of awards and accomplishments. I'll just mention that he's a Youth of Silver Creator Award, which clearly shows that he is a person who has a remarkable ability to take history, such importance of supposed to study history, you have to take history and very seriously and to convey his messages and lessons in a way that is interesting and engaging, even on social media. Really a testament to the skill and to the talents of our project is a survey of Jewish history coming for publishers. I want to thank our sponsors this morning, Linda and Rothschild, who was sponsored this lecture, memories, mother, Yaakov. I want to take any Dr. Abrams.
Rabbi, and introduction. I really enjoy strength coming here. But your attention and your intelligence and your wise questions are always very welcome. Move this back. Find a spot. Probably. Those of you might be joining us online. All sitting up on the ground on chairs. That's very plastic. And you feel personally very much more invested in history today than I think I have over the 35 years that I've been studying history. Just a few minutes ago, Rabbi made a mimeograph sheet of paper, Xerox sheet of paper, and the longest in our keynotes that has not yet been published. It's I was overwhelmed with emotion. This is a moment when we're not like here from us speaking Fisher, some sad moments in history, and there were plenty to choose from, but we had like a variety of them. The state position of our wealthy American homes, our comfort, our air conditioning, we're doing something, wrong to the Holocaust, but something that was really hard. It was painful, but distance. It happened to yet another generation. Now we're living at a time when things happen to our generation. I'm sure many of you are 1, 2, 3 degrees removed from the field on October 7th. I myself have a colleague, my colleague, Rebecca Penn, one of the Khatsu years ago. I never met his son, but I met him many times. He feels terrifying over here now, engaged in a historical mention of old times and as yet unresolved. So again, at this point, you may have seen there are many examples of this. This is the famous Judea Catholic coin. It's one of about 2,000 issued by the Romans after destroying Jerusalem in their 70, and it was like a propaganda device, which you recall that currency is extremely important for the ancient world and also to a large degree for the world to disseminating information. Before television, social media, and so you had a coin that said something and it circulated, and it was not value was extremely important. And so the Roman Empire, under Vespasian and then under his son, destroyed the temple, they made a tremendous cause of just demonstrating the destruction of Jerusalem in the coins and the Argentina to Rome and like 100% and an execution, things like that. And as you can see on the images, it's very common. And again, there are about 2,000 variations. They're usually Vespasian or Jesus shortly on one side, and on the other, the phrase Judea is taken captive. But also, famous exports of the region at the time. There's this little soldier, sometimes portrayed many times the size on this northern Jewish woman that represents Judea. And as you can see, she's got in her hand, sometimes shown hands down behind her back, and all a demonstration of the might and power of Rome. Meant to say a word that Jewish people are finished forever. March them to their knees, you can never identify them. And this is kind of like this last year, we have uttered by many tyrants over our things. But what I find, especially about looking at this every day, it's a statement that I felt was important as an action here, that, when I reflect on since October 7th, it's very clear that historically we are most people. Hard for you to find any people, certainly like similar to but having such tremendous persecution on a cyclical basis over the years, and this awesome and resurrections, which are deeply characteristic of our age, is that resilience is not something that's passed down genetically. We all in each generation learn this skill. Our parents, our grandparents, especially somehow learn those facts for ourselves. Yeah. Our correct. To find those that children. As we see in today's presentation, our children, my humble opinion, especially here in America, are most a lot more than anyone. So let's go to the material itself. My task for today is really to explore a concept that the Rabbi just mentioned. Remember the days of old, years and ages past. Ask your parents who will inform you, your elders will tell you. Next is not really a that was what was next must actually say what you're supposed to know, but it doesn't actually reveal anything that's good. What's relevant about this particular concept is that it relates to how it has a deeply historical people, embedded how their faith and of themselves, and we have to learn history in order somehow to move from it and pass it over to the next generation. A task which is singularly difficult. We have a model 19th century and 20th century figures. Many are familiar with those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Ontario University would say this required history courses fail and open again. Their class on William Faulkner, famous American novelist, wrote a fascinating passage in his Requiem for a Number. The past is never dead. It isn't even the elements that we tend to relegate to things that are no longer occurring are in fact occurring in our own day today if we would see them. And finally, perhaps most sophisticated, Mark Twain, great lover of both history doesn't itself, but it often and you don't necessarily have one-to-one correlation between events in distant history and contemporary period. We often find that there are elements that we could look at and understand, gain some perspective on all times. And that's essentially what my goal for today is. Over the next few minutes or so, I'd like to specifically look at the improvement much more report that in the year 66 I ended with the following and I would like to reflect on that in the light of what we have experienced and some folks. So I do not intend to give you one-to-one correlations. This happened in 1960. Therefore, we should and this particular process that we have to pay more attention to today. I don't think I have the skill to do that. In fact, one of the challenges is that I spent most of my time studying history, and prophecy was a department down the hall when I did graduate studies. It's very hard to translate those skills. I am very comfortable talking about that over theoretically no longer changing. Future is blank. That their value from the concept of value, exploring the moment, using that as a starting reflection. I think one of the areas that we have to look at first is what are our sources? How do we know what happened in the past, and how do we know what is happening today? And there is perhaps the strongest relations between the distant past of the first Great Revolt. By the way, there were several Roman Jewish wars, at least, depending on how you want to count. The Great Revolt is the one that we commemorate today on Tisha B'Av. But we have tremendously unreliable narrators. We begin with Josephus, who was arguably the most important historian of all time. A tremendous perhaps advantages in his great history of the Jewish movement. But that is a deeply complex story. His background is born in the year 37 to the University of Jewish family. He was something of a spiritual seeker. He explored all the various aspects that in his era, including scenes which may or may not be identified as Dead Sea Scrolls. And ultimately, he found great authority as a young leader. He tells us so of the population of Jerusalem. He spent time in Rome, official delegations, was very impressed with him as a society and a country. In fact, he was rather shocked and surprised that when he returned to Israel in the year 66, he found that the war had broken out, and he was right away pressed into leadership and asked to lead the forces in the north, which he commanded ably. Of course, we know this because he told us so himself. But then, in a dramatic moment, as later in the year 67, he was cornered by Vespasian's troops, and he elected to join in a suicide pact. Last fighters that were committing some kind of underground thing, they very much like Masada, people that would draw straws, people by the last straws would each person would kill his fellow until people the last straws would then kill themselves. And then he ended up with one of the last straws, and then he talked to his friend and says, maybe we should rethink this, and they surrendered to the Romans. He ended up becoming sort of like a pet Jew for the Romans. He was adopted by the son of Vespasian, the first emperor, and then later emperor of Rome. And he became his aide de camp and traveled with him, with the Romans, acting as a kind of cultural worker to help the Romans understand the Jews that they were fighting. Occasionally, some kind of ambassador to regard him as a traitor on the Roman side. And after Rome had destroyed Jerusalem, he ended up going back to Rome with Titus, his sponsor. He took his name. Titus Flavius Josephus, named after his sponsor, and he had a long career in Rome, a professional historian, and kind of like the open and free Jewish culture for the rest of the very analogy. He was like a celebrity. He to interpret Judaism, which was quite fascinating, but before the Romans, not only a massive history of the First Roman War, which we are dealing with heavily today, but they also had a 20-volume history of the Jews from Galatians until the Roman era, antiquities, a number of other books, some autobiography which he wrote actually several times. So it's a very problematic narrative because on the one hand, he gives us a tremendous insight of what happened, particularly in the period of the Bibles. But on the other hand, everything he wrote was written for the sponsorship of the Romans. Lifestyle was paid for by the Romans. Name was based on his association with the Romans. They were always at work looking over his shoulder. And so although we know that he originally wrote in Aramaic, which would have been used for a Jewish audience, later for lingua franca of the era, and it was something that we for general publication. So we don't know really what he thought. We know that he had to portray the Jewish rebels as being brave and heroic, but on the other hand, savage, requiring discipline from the Romans. We want to portray the Romans as being patient and tolerant, but ultimately independent. So they were deciding to use it. It's very difficult to read in Josephus to try to understand what actually happened. Nevertheless, it's virtually our source of film. It's a problematic source, but we will rely on other writers. For example, the Roman historians Tacitus and Dio. Tacitus comes from remarkably Jewish perspective, and Tacitus Dio lived some time later and saw himself very heavily dependent on Josephus. Neither of them offered the same level of detail or
perspective, even as your left is problematic. We also have historian CBS, also produced as deeply invested in things that happen there. But of course, as a Christian historian trying to portray a Christological narrative in the history which justifies the destruction of the temple as part of the unfolding of a divine plan, also problematic. But we have to try and navigate through these difficult narratives, trying to understand what exactly happened in the story. Now, if I can take this to our own times, and that's what I like to do, but basically ultimately looking at things in our own times. We're facing the same difficulties. Very important source. I'm sorry. The Talmud. We have some amazing, fantastic, rich descriptions of the destruction of the temple, of the war in general. The Gemara in Egypt, of course, is one of the sanctioned texts that are allowed to be studied on this very sad day. But one of the problems with this particular source as a place where we go for historical information is that it's not a history book. The Talmud is not intended to provide us with academic history as a professor in front of a class. The Talmud is intended to edify us, to reinforce our Jewish values, all very wonderful and important and valuable things, but not necessarily the kind of objective history that we would like to get from academic presentation. So, for example, in the Gemara, we can really zone in on one specific cause for the revolt. Is of course a faceless hatred, and that's very true. There's no question when coming to real historical sources that identify, episodes that demonstrate the phenomenon of lack of development or spelling that contribute to conflict. However, so many other factors, political, social, economic, which the Talmud chooses not to discuss because the element that's relevant for them for our future ability to see has to be happening. So the Talmud, while it does provide a lot of useful sources for us, is not necessarily the kind of source we need to understand the actual historical reality of to our time. We don't have such better narratives today. For example, the highly regarded Washington Post, just recently, of course, I'm sure many people are aware of tens of examples of this kind of teacher's behavior. We have a headline here on the front page, of the print edition, which thank God nobody reads anymore. Everyone have to talk about Apple TV. It targets Lebanon, a photograph of people at Grace Air Force. The photograph is a mismatch for the headline. The photograph is of the Hezbollah attack on the Syria north, where 12 children like soldiers were killed. So Israeli citizens were killed in a strike. But the juxtaposition of the headline with the photograph is deeply misleading and certainly can only exacerbate anti-Israel feelings among people who just look at this casually. And of course, later, they will be caught out, they will issue an apology. Page 792 and some other text. But the damage is already done. Many, many examples of these kinds of, one might argue they're with the editor, but there's far worse examples, of course, less reputable things. Another one, New York Times, of course, here you recall the explosion at the Al-Aqsa hospital, I think it was, in which immediately Palestinian sources reported that the Israelis had an airstrike at a hospital, and then it turns out it was actually a Palestinian jihad rocket that had gone wide. So you can see here, and of course, a few hours New York Times, which is from immediately accepting the Hamas wants to count Israel strike at the hospital, that was the thing, and then backing up, making some direct. These 500 did strike on Gaza hospital. So finally, the ones are at least 500 dead blast at Gaza hospital. So these are the narratives that we are dealing with as we try to navigate what's happening in Israel. We can go to much more reputable Israeli sources like I read
And of course, we have one other major element that I can't skip over. That's the fact that even if we have these acceptable narrators, there are certain elements which I have to say I find as human being very difficult to understand. The mentality of Hamas, anyways, particularly this. I'll just give you a few examples of this. I'm sure you've seen many of these things. These come from memory, a wonderful site. What basically they do, it stands for Philippines Media Research Institute. And basically, what memory does, the Arabic language for broadcasts. They used to do only, text. Now they do videos as well, very well, and they apply, subtitles so they can see what is the Arab world saying about what's going on in Israel, and quite often reveals the perspective on the conflict, which I simply cannot understand. Fundamental. We've all seen these kinds of things. This is like a children, like a sixth grader or a 6-year-old play parents here with their cell phones. Watching their kids reenact the capture of Israeli outposts on October 7th, in which they will capture Israeli soldiers and bring them back to Gaza. These are 6-year-olds here dressed up as soldiers holding fake weapons. This never happened in any of the schools I sent my kids to. But nevertheless, this is part of the culture. It's so foreign to me that I simply can't get a hold on it. Also, examples like this is after October 7th, they interviewed one woman who lost several of her children. She says, this is just screenshots, but you can go to memory and watch the entire interview. By Allah, all of my children and grandchildren are martyrs for the sake of Allah. It will make me happy. And I can understand that God forbid a son or a daughter of confidence, that you feel that your daughter is not something valuable that was not intended. But I'm hard pressed to mention any Jewish mother or grandmother saying make them happy. And come to terms with it, accept it perhaps. It makes you happy is being happy. And here's one. Yesterday, this is an Islamic scholar from the Muslim Brotherhood speaking of Kuwait, and he goes on and says, "You are a nation of 100 million people. 10,000 people die. It's you." Pushes further on this. He says, we shouldn't be worried about how many Palestinians are dying in Gaza. I simply don't know how to talk to people like this. We don't have common values. So even if we have a little narrator, like this, what's going on, we don't know if we're going to get that one because philosophically, goes on by the way to say, and this is just a result, why is it that a single person is so precious for the Israelis and the Jews? Why don't we care so much about every single person? No person is the answer. Because we spend so much money to bring them to Israel. And he has been completely backwards. He may spend a lot of money on individuals, but that's because we care about individuals, not complicated, not going to show the point. This is the reason there is a war. Because they've captured our children. Okay, so that's it. Believe me, that was actually the introduction of the first bubble. We have a few more bubbles left. If we're not so long, we have one more effective minute. That's okay. Just fun. Really. But let's go to the war itself. So here's what the political environment looked like at the time of the Great War in the year 66. Language area is almost all of the Roman Empire national. And when you squeeze all of it onto this page, it goes up about halfway to the United Kingdom as well. So this is the massive empire as opposed to this tiny little province of Judea over here, tucked away in the southeast corner. And Judea was important in some ways. Eventually, the Muslim but also as a point kind of like an ancient flyover where the great riches of Egypt connected it to the both continents of Asia and ultimately Europe. So it had kind of like importance as a place of traverse, but it didn't have
have a tremendous amount of natural resources. And it was a constant battle for the Romans because they were so foreign to them. They worshipped a physical God, which the Romans had great difficulty understanding. But one thing that they were not was independent to the revolt. And you see people seem to think, it's a very sketchy idea that Israel was independent and then the Romans came and conquered them and destroyed the temple. But that's not at all true. Not the Romans. They were there from year 60, holding the common enemy. In other words, the Romans controlled Judea for 120 years before fell out of the destruction of the temple. The Jews had come to terms with Roman because they had been before that by the Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, and so on. Definitely not ideal. And Jews hearkened back to the age of the Maccabees, independence for a short period of time. Basically, the Jews lost their independence as a result of their own fighting. The last reign of people was Shlomo Zikr, and under her reign, which ended in 76 before the Common Era, there was a 67. Sion had tremendous relations with the group and ideological factions in Israel. The Gemara shows that during her reign, things were good, but even Sion was such a tremendous book. However, upon her death, her two sons fought over who was going to be king and who was going to be Kohen Gadol. They ended up in a very nasty civil war, and both of them independently of each other reached out to the Romans, which leads into being on our side. The Romans said, fine, we'll be happy to help you out. And under General Rabbi, they decided to keep it for themselves and infiltrate it into their empire. This is a scene that's from 15th century production of Pompey entering the sanctuary. The Gemara also speaks about that. Romans were completely curious about what exactly the Jews were worshiping. He simply could not believe that there was no idol in the sanctuary itself. And so he put something there and also approached things as well to define it. After that, they left the Jews had to live on with the kind of disabilities of their nation, but it was something that the Jews and could tolerate. So let's look at why did they put that 120 years after the Roman Spirit? So there's several things, several factors. One factor that led to a tremendous history of Roman history. You recall Israel laid out in the movies. Basically, Israel was the kind of place where the Roman today was the term, where Romans would send off their second, third-rate administrators, and the expectation was that they would things safe, things quiet, and give themselves various taxes and various types of strong factors. It was not. The Romans didn't go to Israel with a sense of like elevating the society and bringing them up to a high level of civilization and so on. And basically, the place where Roman governors take advantage of the population. And so we have a series of Roman governors who are extremely poor and cruel and rapacious. Held that bay for good 4 years. Got a very strong Jewish king, but for the entire period, we do have a Jewish king in Israel. The Romans appointed the king as kind of a client king of it. And the king would have to return to the throne from them. So we had our leadership under the Romans. The most famous, of course, was who was definitely a maniac who murdered several of his children, married, murdered his wife and his brothers-in-law, and so on, and was paranoid, radical, but at the same time, he, as it were, involved in training, starting autonomous, but he was very manipulated the public in their
Israel around the region as well to garner regional fame. In fact, it's somewhat awkward because Herod was such a bad guy as an individual. He's the one who renovated the temple, and when you worship at the hotel or worshiping at stones that Herod's bricklayers placed there. Israel and would have stayed the course of time. So when he died in 4 BCE in a paroxysm of fratricide, and so on, Israel lost strong chaos where we had very, very. You may be familiar from the Gemara. A class purposes, in fact, pretty good. Very Jewish in many ways, but he didn't last very long. He died before. His successor, the second son, was actually just a Roman slave. He worked with the Romans the entire period of the war, and essentially he was a complete traitor to the cause of Judea. So after Herod died, well, you have an especially bad Roman governors. Once again, more authoritative. So imposing phenomenal taxation, not caring at all about supporting public orders. There was a tremendous amount of lawlessness among the Jews in the north, where Jews become statements used in the Talmud, and finally there was a cultural sensitivity. Judaism at that time was especially allergic to any kind of image of an animal or a person like that. So they had the man's coins separately to the ones who were in Judea. They didn't have faces on them. You might have rulers and things like that. And with the Roman characters, you had no problem. Things like that to demonstrate Roman authority, and this was to the population. The last of the sculptures remaining, Nephius was especially known for his ineptitude and exacerbated tension within the population. Secondly, another positive point, they in effect traditional Jewish aristocracy, conflict like the sectarianism. But I mentioned the second which at the time essentially completely dependent on the Romans. At times he attempted to quell the rebellion, going into Jerusalem with some of his troops, and finding that the people's opposition to the north and abandoned it to his fate. His sister Berenice, was actually a far more involved figure. She famously announced her fascinating that she used to take on for herself a vow to not keep her hair and not drink wine for days. And famously, approached Jesus barefoot, coming out of the roots with her hair shorn, and he just was to try and be more leading the veil. But her particular aspect, later she with another than Titus, the destruction of the temple, back to living under pressure. Was used and her way to story that's actually celebrated a lot of this romance and princess Lisa, but time for another story. But anyway, having no leadership, a whole of sectarian groups erupted you're seeing. And it was painful to see how you had multiple Jewish groups with each other, including several groups of rebels, all agreed that all had to be thrown off. Look and disagree on how to do it, and then they violate each other. Conflict with the Arab Israel always been a multi. Always, never been a time Israel was only on Jews. And frequently, you get along with our neighbors in Israel. And there's a lot of conflict with Greeks who live in Israel, who are involved in many of their organizations, especially in cities like Ashkelon and Kizari, with tremendous conflict with what's the word? Samaritans. Thank you very much. That's because I'm fasting. The Samaritans were, how exactly Jews complicated it, the conflict with them as well. In fact, the start of that was constantly realistic. Between Jews and Greeks for the construction of the synagogue. And finally, the period of time where we have the Messianic movement of Christianity that's quite active up until the 30s. And there's kind of a slow burn through the next decades until finally it explodes in the second century. But that was one of at least a dozen that Josephus himself found. There are several figures, sometimes named something simply called the Egyptian, for example, of people who claim to be Jews that things are still bad right now, but right on the corner, and in fact, I am Mashiach, and then gathering together, and then ultimately being sold to the Romans or sent for them away from home. So it's kind of like, these are mixed aspects of thinking that it's almost the time of Mashiach, definitely contributed to the conflagration that would have Let me take it now to our time, try to understand the origins of the war from God. So let's, know, asking everyone a very intelligent and learned audience, so this won't be too much of an obvious review for you, but for those of you who are younger, perhaps it will be. So Gaza is, of course, a tiny strip that cuts out into the southwestern section of Israel. It's called the strip because it's shaped sort of like that. And between 1948 and 1967 was that it belonged to Egypt over here. This map, by the way, is the map of Israel in the 1949 ceasefire line, right after the war. This was 1949. This is what it looked like until 1967, in the remarkable six-day war. So preemptive strike because Egypt and Syria were to attack Israel. When the United Nations has its peace Sinai decides that it's too dangerous for them, and God, the head of the United Nations, decides to remove the peace forces separated from Israel. Israel decides to launch this preemptive strike, which is amazingly successful. It was over in 6 days, even though there's somewhat less because it destroyed the air force of the Egyptians in the first day. Israel expands dramatically. Israel the Golan Heights has since been annexed because of its strategic value looking over Syria. They take it to the west bank of the Jordan River, which includes East Jerusalem, a very contentious area, and then take up the entire Sinai Peninsula, this massive area here. And so suddenly, in 1967, God with this huge population of Israel. But major things happened in 1978, David Accords, when Sadat, the president of Egypt, and Jimmy Carter, president of the United States, and then David, prime minister of Israel, signed a remarkable peace treaty. And it is not especially warm peace in Israel, but it nevertheless has all the design structures set. In return, they were very happy here. Otherwise, we got from brotherhood in the public stadium shortly after. There to make peace with Israel, brotherhood is of course one of the forerunners of the and so what that means is shortly after, with great intention, Israel defeated the entire United States through Egypt. There were several Jewish outposts that had been constructed here, and it was very over the years to actually remove Israelis from this impose sort of concession unless we result there the score for the last years. So Israel now do not want this selection using the name incorporate that. They had a reputation for destabilizing the region, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, all had difficulty with massive Palestinian population. Jordan is actually a majority population Palestinian, suffered a coup in the 1970s that they only pushed off, and so Egypt simply said, "Do not want the headache of Gaza," and so they left it under Israeli control. It was not annexed like Golan Heights was, primarily because if Israel were to annex the territory and make it part of Israel, they would have to find some way of giving citizenship to the Palestinians there, which would create a demographic unbalance and would remove Israel's status as a Jewish country. As I'm sure you're aware, Israel struggled with basic values. It's trying to do things. And many countries black. Israel wants to be a Jewish country, designed as a refuge for Jews and and it also wants to be a democratic country. It wants to, assume values and enlightenment, very much like America, and that means one person, one vote. And so the challenge is, we don't have a majority Jewish population that democratically very much votes and no longer be Jewish. And so democracy, democratic values are sometimes sacrificed to serve the other values of the country. This is a highly problematic challenge that Israel is constantly faced with. And it's really at the crux of the one state versus two state problem. So Israel is forced to administer the state. They use the term either administer or occupy. Those have different connotations. And a small number of Jewish settlements are set up during the regions of blue Jewish settlements in 1967 and 2005. Some of them very successful ventures like the hydroponics and so on were developed in Gaza. However, by 2005, Ariel Sharon, the Prime Minister of Israel, decided that demographic time bomb, that there's no way that they could hold on to Gaza with its some 1.5 million Palestinians and roughly 5,000 Jews. It was extremely expensive endeavor, not only militarily and economically, but also socially determined. So, in a matter of big controversy, but supported marginally by the majority of the Israeli population, the long of Gaza in 2001. And so it was traumatic, much more traumatic than what people about Northern Sinai. But the thinking was, maybe, first of all, we can't keep Gaza because there are too many Palestinians there. At some point, they're going to demand citizenship. The United Nations will force it upon us. What are they supposed to do with them? They don't want to be jailers. And so that's one aspect. And the other aspect was maybe they finally have their own region with the promise of tremendous investment from Arab nations, from Europe, from America. They will begin to civilize themselves and they will develop a society that will live alongside as neighbors. That's kind of like the ultimate sort of utopia. The Gazans responded very negatively to this, as we shall see. From 2005 to 2006, the part of the Palestinian Authority, which was an organization or an entity set up to try and meet the requirements of the Oslo Accords by giving Palestinians a degree of autonomy in both the West Bank and Gaza. It was primarily engineered, very much like the previous photograph where the American president in the middle, Yitzhak Rabin on the left, Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Arafat, former terrorist
not the overwhelming result you see from this heat map. This is the West Bank. You can see the regions where Hamas did fairly well in the West Bank, but which was Arafat party better. And here, the reason they won Gaza because of their strength in Gaza City, the north, but shortly after the narrow for Hamas was terrorist organization, so desperate at that time, they had an internal civil war and it drove out Ireland. So the region was with the result of that group was controlled by Hamas. And the response to Israel was not the Israel were going to use all this foreign investment and we're going to build up society. They used it as a staging ground for a highly ideological war. It's characterized primarily by the number of documents progress against Israeli civilian targets. Israel remarkably able to defend against many of those charges with this phenomenal technological the Iron Dome. One of the analyses that looks at October 7th, one of the reasons why perhaps it is with Auto Guard is primarily because they hopefully rely on their technological superiority and able to terms the motive attack. So that basically brings us up to the investigation that we hope for. At this point, I was speaking for about 5 minutes, so take any questions or commence any discussions. Yes, please. Yes. You would have to take the investigation. So, yeah, you don't have to suck at. So, for those who may not be familiar with the background of this history of the question, Josephus is able to garner the support of his captains, not to kill them easily, because he says, wait, you don't want to kill me. First of all, I am a prophet, and I emphasize that you, Vespasian, are one day going to become an emperor. Vespasian is sort of, then his son Titus was the same age as Josephus, kind of like likes the adoption of this person and his dad. Maybe let's not why not? Right. So James and Cahaba in the field of Vespasian goes to Rome to claim the impression. And at that point, Titus, says Josephus, you weren't really a prophet, you were full of back then. Unchanged him and background. Almost identical story told of Yochanan ben Zakkai from the Menorah that he was able to exfiltrate himself from the steep Rome and the steep to Vespasian and felt in the same kind of things. For that reason, Vespasian grants Yochanan ben Zakkai 3 things. He grants him a doctor for Mensada, still grants him Yavne, and his slave was Yochanan ben Zakkai says, we need to have a place for this thing to retreat. And there was a third thing which I forgot, which made them. Sorry, what was that? What was the thing about Rothschild? That he should survive. Okay, yeah. Anyways, the stories are almost identical, right? Vespasian doing this for Zakkai and Vespasian doing it for Josephus. So, in terms of when these texts were written, we know that it was written sometime around the year 76. The Talmud version was probably set to writing like 200, 250 years later. So, many scholars will simply say that Vespasian at the Talmud plagiarized and changed the Jewish Bible. We also know that Josephus was a horrible veteran and frequently steals things from several other historians and authors and individuals. And he is certainly not above self-promotion. So I think there are arguments to say the Talmudic version is developed. There are also arguments to say that he made up the story himself. So again, don't forget, he's writing for a Roman audience. knocked down his rivals and promoted himself. He was actually not that people's marriages can fall for lots of reasons, but he was given wives by Titus and they ran away from him. He was definitely nobody wanted to live with him. Anyway, so I don't have a reconciliation for you, but I just give you one. Yes, Vespasian did not have teeth. Yeah, so Vespasian was not as everybody else. Exactly. There's a great volume set that's called Fame and Josephus with Hatal. And it comes through every line of Josephus and every compliment of Hatal and Rothschild discusses it. And it just puts what we call the and with other well, they're really describing different phenomena. We have the war that erupted in 1948 and ended in an armistice, not a peace, in 1949. Israeli historiography tends to call that the War of Independence. They use the term Nakba, or catastrophe, that describes the war, but that's secondary to the main catastrophe, which is the mass displacement of about 750,000 Palestinians in the context of that war. Palestinian historiography tends to emphasize that this argument that forced them out in the context of the war. And it's not extreme to say that there were moments when that definitely happened. There was something called Plan Ballot, which said basically the Palestinians leave these territories, not try to stop them. Let them abandon their people because then it'll be better for military men. Okay. So if you look at there's definitely a whole range of historiography on this. People are very extremely anti-Israel. People were extremely pro-Israel without political thought. Somewhere in the middle is a historian Benny Morris, who was one of the more moderates of historians, right? I think probably has its little suspicion of chaos. It also is because of the money that receives very little attention, but there is some more to be done at Barilano now on the Jewish background. Because while in many cases still dependent on that massive displacement of Jews, of Palestinians, there's also almost the same size, something like 820,000 Jews, who were expelled in 1948, 1952 from various Arabic countries, Middle East and North Africa and so on. And so that aspect of the whole story definitely needs to be brought into the overall story as well. Okay, so what are we doing? Again, it's Fishbob, and I don't mind if you want to leave, that's okay, it doesn't affect me, but yeah, we're not going on for lunch. So this is so let's explore the course of the war. This is David Roberts' famous prediction of the destruction of the 100 peoples. How exactly did the war break out? We should remember that wars in the ancient world are fought in the spring and summer. The autumn rains of October, ironically, reflected in a lot of the writing about the October 7th massacre as well, really cut down any kind of major military activity. The war begins in our case in the summer of '66. Jesse Morris, who I mentioned earlier, the Roman procurators, was extremely callous about the property dispute that erupted. Sorry, Jews approached him with a bribe to say, we've got to support our position. He said, I certainly will. He takes the bribe, and then he ignores them. And then violence erupts, and some local police set up some they sacrificed some birds in the shul in such a way that the Jews would have to become confounded. That was just basically an insult to explain the swastika before. And a small fight broke out, between Jewish toughs, younger Jewish men who were willing to fight against the Greeks, and Justice Morris does not know Jews, the older Jews, of course, to take them simply
Torah out of the synagogue and run away from the authority. Their word that the synagogue will be destroyed. Word of this gets to Jerusalem, and the Jewish lives are really incensed with this kind of behavior, and there's protests in the street. Of course, down to violence in the street, those groups and citizens there, and then the groups just there's that there he decides to read the was small and bizarre amount, 17 pounds. And just the idea, though, of him penetrating the treasury of the temple and taking any kind of money from them is deeply offensive to the Jerusalemites. And he's doing it to repair the damages that occurred in the riots. So at that point, what really got him mad, some walked around carrying their hats, saying that we need to make a collection for Gessius Florus. He needs to build some walls, and this he found deeply insulting, and he chose to strike back with great violence. This is when Berenice got involved. But basically, Agrippa comes down as the king, and he's brought show and says, hey, this is not right. You can't insult my colleague. But things are spinning out of control. And ultimately, what Gessius Florus does, he says, I need to call it because I can't handle this violence here. And he calls up Antioch for the Cestius Gallus. Cestius Gallus is a regional leader. He leads the entire Syria coalition, like what would be today Israel and Lebanon and Syria. And he comes down from Antioch with 12 things, because obviously tensions are very hot in Jerusalem. And he brings with him the 12th legion, region, with around 30,000, that's including the region itself and long. Basically, down there's some violence in the legal region that makes its way down from Antioch, Turkey, down to Israel, and then finally comes to Jerusalem, but he does not invade or besiege Jerusalem. Now, at this point, there's a little bit in Joseph's chronology. I'm following the analysis of Guy McLean Rogers and Steve Mason, argue that basically what he did was he came down to Jerusalem, show force, with massive, terrifying affairs, and then he found that okay, he's demonstrating Roman authority. He does not have to actually attack Jerusalem, which would it is a well-defended city, has a small but reliable water source. Does not get involved in it. And there's no point in starting in October when the rain season is about to end. So he decides that he's maintain his show of force. No time for him to return to Antioch. At that point, he goes through the bit of the Roman pass, a very narrow path that requires him, because he has such a large train of support, he runs into such a way out, he ignores most of Roman military strategy. He allows the troops to separate themselves from the back. At this point, some of the rebels on Shimon Bar Yochai, the rebel leader who was later assassinated in a normal execution after the war, the Shimon Bar Yochai takes advantage of the knowledge of the mountain passes, the terrain, and they attack the baggage train, separated from the troops, and then one by one they start on these harassing guerrilla-type raids down on the front. Ultimately, Gallus and his vaunted legions completely destroyed. It's hugely humiliating moments that Arcura actually captured their eagle stand. It's considered the symbol of Roman might. Jewish rebels was considered huge humiliation. I guess because Gallus himself survived and fled, first to Caesarea and then back up to Antioch, until later he disappeared. He was probably forced to commit suicide by the Emperor Nero, who frequently did this to generals who displeased him. So the rebels, the whole of 66, have a sudden massive win. They get a huge influx of weapons from all the things they captured
like siege engines and chemicals and things like that. And they're feeling really good about themselves. They're feeling that they can actually fend off, call the map before kind of like, I don't know, Westchester County thinking you could hold off the rest of the United States of America. It's not going to happen. But nevertheless, there was a moment of euphoria when Trump was moving towards the United. In Jerusalem, after the Republican kind of alternated to what Rolling Stone and the Jews are doing, rebels form a provisional council in Jerusalem, which is really a lot than ever still have a lot of aristocracy in Jerusalem, wealthy classes who are associated, in particular with its union. They still have some of the early rabbis involved. This is more than a third of the Zakai's escape, for example. And there's this idea of like, okay, look, we did this. What's going to happen now? Oh my gosh, there are rebels who are claiming that you're one. That's it. Well, that's what you're back, which was just a fight. And that's the same thing that we have to deal with it. They still have a certain level of communication with each other. In the spring of '67, Emperor Nero, hearing about Gestius' horrible defeat, says, "Okay, we've got to send someone else up there." Gallus was essentially an administrator. He was not battle-hardened. Never had the command before, and Nero said, "I've got to send someone that is definitely a much more authoritative leader." Vespasian at the time was a low-born person, not necessarily Gallus, a nobleman. He was a nobleman, but this as a warrior and proved himself. He also offended Nero. Nero, strange for the mystical retrievers about it, but at this time in the spring of '57, he was doing his cultural tour, but he was going to various outposts of the whole empire and performing as a singer and a poet, regarding himself as something of a pop star, and he was deeply affected because Vespasian fell asleep in one of his concerts and was actually snoring, and so they have added to his motivation. It was obviously the right choice for a perspective. Vespasian assembles troops, and he makes the same route down from the north, and he leads a very brutal campaign in the southern region. Method alone, methodic, town by town, destroying the Jewish rebels up there. If you will recall, were commanded by Josephus. Josephus describes this heroic defense of the towns, which, if we take at face value, he's pretty amazing. For example, at Motamanto, where the downfall, besieging the city, that in fact had plenty of water, do laundry and hang the wet laundry over the city wall. Snow, must have a good water source there. The siege is going to be much harder than possible. It is at this point. When he has 60,000, including several agents and all kinds of auxiliaries by other flying kings. We'll be very happy to fight their Israel. And this one is deeply in a fight with one John of Iskala. When Vespasian decimates all the cities, Josephus surrenders, and John of Iskala is one of the major rebels after that time. One other point that I didn't want to really raise, I'm not sure what to do with it, but what I find ironic about this period is that in the 5th century, had no clear leader that all basically agreed was going to represent us. And I think there are a lot of similarities with today, especially with Israel. So much. And elections every 6 to 8 months, because we can't set it aside
that's an unfortunate parallel. It's hard to avoid. Then in the summer, it's going to again, there's going to be a break because you have to think about the fighting during winter. In the summer of 68, Vespasian hears about unrest in Rome. Nero has committed suicide, and now there's a picture of the regnum where there are several candidates for the position of emperor, and he stops the attacks because he's waiting to see what's going to happen. So basically, the Jews in Jerusalem have a period of about a year and a half in the course of this war where they can get their act together. Instead, they opposite. They engage incredible infighting in Jerusalem. It was a lot of the sanctuary of the temple. John the Scala takes over the courtyard. Glory comes in. The indignators come in, and there's horrible street fighting amongst Jews in Jerusalem for a year and a half before the Romans even approached. To worst point, rebels kill each other, actually burn each other's stores of wheat, which was essential for understanding this that they knew was coming. But in their philosophy of factional fighting, Jews simply could not unify and agree on a common purpose. Each individual rebel literally fighting each other for control of the population. At this point, Josephus describes some of the most bizarre behavior of these rebels, and over tremendous privation of because they had stolen the goods. Actually, life, the tremendous distraction. It's one of the most painful sections of the dream, which was wasted for a year and a half. It is at this point when the Jewish Christians were in the city to Pella, just in Jordan, were able to ride out the are resolved. Vespasian's son, now Josephus at his side, lays siege to that this begins around Pesach night, and then by late fall, eventually the city falls, and it was destroyed, or thereabouts. And that's basically the end of the war. There are a few holdouts, like a couple of forts. The most significant was Masada, which falls near 70. So that's basically the course of the war. There's three main stages of the fighting, and you have to assess the Jewish response to it. Based on Josephus, the Jews definitely fought with bravery and chutzpah, but their bravery and their skills could not be matched by the tremendous influence engaged in that completely undermined any of their attempts to solve the situation. But in our times, of course, this is one of the most frightening photographs I've seen. I mean, I'm not going to show you the horrible graphic photographs that are what's been done. This is a satellite photograph that shows here the United States here. Here's the Gaza Strip. Tremendous congestion, as another earlier. And this is on October 7th. There's a fire that's burning in the Gaza army as they were attacked on that horrible day. It was a simple Torah, and I don't need to go over the basics. I have the idea that we invade 2 days later after a punishment bombing campaign, and you one pause from the 4th of November, 1st of December, we're up to 5 months at least, but there's still 100 still Gaza, there's still 100 in Gaza. 60 or so. Looking at it, from a broader perspective, this is not like a front move. This is a forward attack. Not only the October 7th in Gaza. Hezbollah, I haven't checked my news, can't talk, but everyone's worried about what's going to happen in the north. Hezbollah has launched over 19,000 rockets. Have any of you experienced that same kind of reality where I'll open up my phone and I will look at Israel or and I'll see, okay, the rocks it's launched. Look at the regular. It's not important. And of course, we had the dramatic drone attack from Yemen that and then the counterattack of Israel on their port. And of course, what we're all worried about today, almost Iran has been safeguarding. I also have a small personal question here. We're all involved in this. My son, one of my sons was in Israel at the time, wanted to bring him home for Passover, and his flights were canceled because Iran launched 300 rockets in Israel. It just seems so weird that my life intersects with real history because Iran shoots bombs at Israel. And yet that's the time we're living in. That's maybe not such a cold feeling. I'm not sure how to process it myself. But I feel like they're wrapped up in history more than we ever have. Okay, so you promised now that we finished the question. See if there are any questions. Yes, please. Absolutely. There's absolutely the tremendous disregard and ridiculous level of violence we brought each other because we simply could not appreciate our common humanity, our common human. That's exactly what it's about. And I think that's why the complex analysis is so perceptive here. That's ultimately the takeaway message. Not Cestus Gallus, not Vespasian, but Schena. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, sir.
Comment on the role of this very sort of distancing from all this warfare, right?
Yeah.
What? How many?
So, as best as we can tell, Josephus himself, he's one of the groups. And we can't always trust Josephus. He calls himself a Pharisee, which is probably the same as although some scholars would disagree. And he was not in Jerusalem at the time, so his analysis of it not necessarily as valuable as what the Talmud has to say. What we can say, for example, the Yochanan episode, his own family members were among the rebels. Yonim, we tried to stop him going out of the city. One of them was his nephew. This is very much like family politics. The individual families were divided on many different lines on this. You could have, especially younger people who are attracted to the hot-headed rebels of various groups. The Pharisees, as best can tell, tend to be a populist group who are largely pacifist. Not pacifist necessarily on a principle level, on a more pragmatic level. Their approach was there. We have to deal with Rome. We are not strong enough to push off any kind of, overability. So my best assessment of the person is that they're still part of the people. Actually, some people they're not in, like the Sadducees were, for example, and then we can see what they have inside. They definitely have connections to rebel groups, but they want to cool the jets of the hotheads and not to fight against Rome. And that's why the strategy of articulating like a Zakitis, 10 Liyad, you must have noticed we're going to leave and we're going to establish ourselves there with the Torah because we can't win this war. That's my question. Yes, question. down of a persecution. There's not a king of those 24,000 followers of Rabbi died in that revolt. It was supporting Bar Kokhba. So what difference between them? I don't know. It's a good question. I think the main difference between the Bar Kokhba, as far as we can tell, since letters that were discovered in the Qumran region, he was afraid. I mean, he was slow, was slow, sort of welfare. He was definitely a very aggressive leader and so on, and very successful. I mean, he managed to hold out 7 Roman legions for 2 years, which is unbelievable. They had Rome had to bring legions from England to fight against Bar Kokhba. So it was a huge battle. It was one of more threatening to the Romans than the first Roman Jewish revolt. And maybe that he captured their imagination that he was Messiah. But it's a good question. There's a lot longer discussion. Can I ask a question in the back? Do you have a question? No. Yes, please. The Greeks that are referred to the need, Jews, as he said to Rothschild, also Arabs, Greeks, times the Bible. So these are probably not things like from the Peloponnesian region, but local populations that may have originally been ethnically Arab and so on, who adopted culture. There are certain cities like Kedar, for example, which is a stronghold, and Peloponnesian also, and they were populated more by Greek culture. Greek was the lingua franca, and they had athletic games, and they had idols in the streets and things like that. Not totally they're all Jerusalem, but they're more like Korean as opposed to being Catholic. There could be some Jews involved in those as well. Most Greeks were Greek or Syrian. So that would be the kind of example. Greek was so overwhelming in culture that lots of populations call themselves Greek because ethnically, just like America, like such an overwhelming culture that lots of people, well, maybe that's not a good thing. I'm getting off topic, but let's go back to the event. So here we go to the diaspora. So if we go in the ancient period, this was not a diaspora story by and large because Israel didn't have a huge diaspora population. There was a population in Alexandria that was quite large, and they were deeply involved. Both of them suffered actually from massive pogroms directed against them as a consequence of Israel's uprising against Rome. Parthian Jews, where you have the masses of literature, the period where most of the Jews there in the 6th century before the Common Era, a very large population where the Euphrates and the Tigris River, but they largely stayed out of it. The hero was actually in it. But what happened? The Roman here, right? There's no Roman Empire. This is the Parthian Empire over here. Rome was worried. What happens if all those Jews over here use their imagine muscle and get the Parthians to attack Rome? It never happened. But it was something that they were worried about. We don't know much about what the Parthian Jews thought about the rebellion at the time. We don't have any sources. The only real ally that Israel had for an ally at the time was Adiabene, who was here up in southern Syria. This is a region where they had a very famous Hilmi Hamalka, converted to Judaism sometime in the 40s, and this is the deep 40s, not the 1940s. And she said she was extremely charitable. She's mentioned many times in the topic for her gracious acts of support, using her own for the people of Jerusalem. She actually chose to be buried in Jerusalem. They discovered her sarcophagus in Jerusalem, and it's now in the Louvre. And the idea of that is sent Jews down to help the Jews in their fighting against the Romans. Otherwise, it was a wash for Israel. It's entirely a local conflict. Looking at our times, however, and I like to go over the story how just diaspora is where we live, and so many of these things are so well, because this is really a lot more besides the the fronts that I described with violence, occurring, weapons, and so on, we have all kinds of things happening in the States as well. This is, of course, not too far away across the river from Wood City. I'd like to show you some of these statistics taken from the Harvard Harris poll. This is a really useful device for studying the conflict from the perspective of Americans. This is a poll that's taken every month, a very reputable poll, and it's primarily instituted for the purpose of analyzing the poll. You know, it's got about 6 pages about pages on how politics in America are evolving. The first 40 or so are all about the presidential race. That's just what it's for. However, since this war came out in October, they added very purposes some questions about foreign policy, how Biden was doing the war between Israel and Hamas, and they have repeated those questions with some slight variations every month. So we've been able to get a really good sense of what do Americans think about this war. So this is fascinating. Listen, how closely are paying attention to the Hamas war? And this remarkable number, 59% of Americans say, and we're falling close to 3%, somewhat, and 90% say, obsessed about possibly. That's a really significant number. It's very 64% last month and so on. So more than half of Americans are really paying attention. And interestingly, this would be very important. The next few slides. If you look at what ages of Americans are following, it's really divided among all the age groups. So it means that across the board, we talk to any American today over the age of 18, there's like a 20% chance that that person will be following more closely, 1 in 5. That's pretty remarkable, given that sometimes Americans have difficulty identifying names of vice presidents and candidates. So this is a remarkably large statistic. Now, what exactly do they think? This is a question they've asked many, many times, and the numbers have been really stable. In this conflict, do you support Israel or Hamas? 8% of Americans support Israel. That's something we should feel very good about. This number has been very stable ever since October. It's not dropped below, I think, 76%. So even though when we look at the news, those terrible demonstrations, and we see these incredible numbers of people protesting and blocking streets and things like that, it's a minority of Americans. 1 in 5. I don't like the number 1 in 5. That's a very large number of people to support a terrorist group. But nevertheless, we can rely on the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans support Israel more than Hamas. Do you think Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties? 66% say yes. We think that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties. That's actually a pretty good number as well. However, this is the scary part. When you break it down, this has been constant as well since October. The younger you are as an American, the more likely it is to support Hamas. You look at this crucial age group, 18 to 24, 46% of children, young adults, 46% that's a terrifying number. 1 in 2 Americans under the age of 24 think that Hamas has the right to this fight. As you get older, of course, that number drops. When you get to like my age range, you're over 90% correct, 65%, 3% correct, 4%. But this is a healthy number because it's not the kind of number that's going to go away. Obviously, these people are going to get older, and they're going to be spread up along this line as well. Right now, this is the millennials. They're the power, they're the future, and it's deeply troubling. Over here, we're trying to avoid that. 1% the millennials say no. Israel doesn't care about that. It's a really scary number. And this is why I feel that one of the most terrifying fronts of this conflict is what's happening in politics today. And, I can tell you that at Turner University, the federally sponsored university, we report on crime statistics to the federal government every year. We have 0 incidents, 97%. I hear that it also has but I've one of my sons who is a marine biologist, not one of the University of Toronto makers. Therefore, he's got a college that has a strong marine biology program, and he describes tremendous things. Like people who are his friends on Instagram, wild anti-Semitic things on his page, simply because he identifies as a Jew. Comments and boycotts and myself. University of British Columbia, and they have a beautiful Hillel house on campus. And I was speaking in their Hillel house on the floor, which has windows all around it. And they asked me if I wanted to close all of the window shades. And I said, sure, that's fine. Why do you want to close the window shades on a beautiful sunny day? He said, because when they see there's a speaker, they gather around, and they shout for obscenities in the building. And I've never experienced anything like that before. That spontaneous eruption of hatred just because of the heaven. And by the way, the heaven you see is like extremely liberal. Nevertheless, so these numbers are terrifying. It's real front, and it's not us. We, most of us in this room, we're in our circles of friends, maybe people at work, but going to college campuses, this is terrifying. About 7 to 10 hookers say they only favor official ceasefire with Hamas based on a release of hostages. Also, a fairly complicated number that Americans that the hostages are at the center of this. There's no hostage, no ceasefire. Again, looking at younger people, 54% say no. There should be a ceasefire, and then the hostages sit right there. But this is. Sorry. First, just rewind that part. It's still a scary number, 46%. So this is really the that we have to be aware of. Our kids are really in danger. Our kids are in a hostile environment. This is something that happened last night. This is an ad that a Jewish standard was passed in Greek. And my God class, learn a set of skills for the whole life. Now, as a University of Michigan, I think the mental skills are called I think, English composition skills. No, it's self-defense as essential skills for the whole life. This is the environment that we're living in today. It's pretty dramatic. It's not a joke either. I don't have this to you, but the as far as that after or attacked, like backlash, or like people say, no, we shouldn't attack civilians. But on about that, we see that fires more attacks. The number of Semitic attacks just at the end of 2020 skyrocketed after October, as many of you have experienced directly. But what I think, most find out about all this, about it next slide, is Islam as a Jew phenomenon that has really gained tremendous prominence, although I know that it has statistical depth. The as a Jew term is a point which name escapes me right now. That's the fact that there are many, many Jews looking at this conflict begin this phrase as a Jew. And the next part is damn so on, whatever it is, there's a feel that their Jewish ethnicity somehow will give them special authority to opine on rights. That's gone on for centuries. And this particular example frightens me very much. This is Jacob, who was a journalist who worked for the Florida, that covered this. It was actually like so Twitter feed, and you'll find it. But yeah, sophomore, I think, her name Miriam, got this master at the Capitol House, and with the things like that. She describes her experience at the quad in Washington, which they have renamed Shahada Square. Shahada, of course, Islamic faith, is also associated with suicide bombers, and is actually the emblem of the Hamas. So they've named their quad flag, as it were. The protest. Anyway, girl talks about how he's so grateful for protesting at college because it was giving her a experience of life. She said she did not have access to an anti-Zionist that's the term. I guess it did the Williamsburg. I never had access to anti-Zionist which was virtually impossible to imagine. And therefore, I was so grateful, she says, when certain rabbi and Shabbos in the encampment, she was able to have her arm into the consciousness right there in Shahada School. And she was so grateful. This was a wonderful experience for her to connect with the Jewishness. And she identifies her protest over Gaza. I don't want to minimize the fact that see the holiness of God really coming out there because I mean facetiously that identifies with the suffering of people. Identifies with the social goals of the prophets, the life of the Amos and they're all in her. And but the thing is, it's divorced from what values are. That excellent question. There's a rabbi in who spoke publicly about very, very powerful approach. And he said, some of the Judaism, we have sacrificed too much of particular universal. We have really doubled down on is that, respect all humanity. Like, it's not like that's all. That's absolutely part of our tradition as well. But we're also ourselves, to understand all traditions, specifically. And he said that balance our education problem. We've not taught our children, and we all have to, not just because of his but we've not taught about particularly is the value in Judaism per se that we don't share with them. Kind of like Shmini at Sarah as a small. Okay, but I'll turn to this in a second. Like that. Okay, my concluding bubble. Thank you for your endurance. There's something I enjoyed coming across the other day. I got in 1859. And this is a very common Tsarist from Russia involved. And I actually have a volume to my own book. At the beginning, I was stamped that was used by the censor, who was usually a Jewish guy who was employed by the Russian government to remove any kind of thing that the Tsar might feel was offensive. And so this one particular censor was looking at the Haggadah. So I think we should make some small changes.
So the printed version, as it appeared behind us, a famous well, God stands for us and our fathers. Not once that people talk the story. English should have hold the door only whenever the house is honored. In every generation, there are guys up front. The censor said, therefore, he made a small change and changed the left to a head. So instead of being in every generation, they use the right color. No longer. Happy to live in the Russian world. No one's going to hurt them. The used to write rescue us. Past tense, not present tense. We no longer need rescue because we live in this, so Russian paradise. Although it's funny to look at this now, I think in many ways, I felt like this. I felt like, that's not my study. Like, here it is. Look at my penis, right? We just read this, and it's hard to know. It's like solid because not great. It has the past that you've gone through, and it can, it's fun. And I'm not going to have to replace this one. Because of damage forever. And of that. Kind of like have a wake up since October 7th. That what happened in previous generations very much real today. So I'm going to step out on a limb here, and I mean, I'm doing this for most of the last hour and a half. I step out on a limb and ask historian boundaries and think a little bit more about what we're supposed to do. And this is just my personal reflection, not boundary, rabbinic authority, or anything like that. I think that if you go back to sources, this is actually also from the so the advice we have is move on to the stock journey. We have a threefold plan that we rely upon for millennia: repentance, prayer, and charity. And that will ameliorate. So, if you look at three things in our context, I'll point out these results. This is an amazing story that I just read about a couple days ago, and it illustrates a phenomenon that I think many of us have appreciated. This is the Reverend Rabbi, very successful Unitarian minister in Manhattan. Her parents come from survivors. They hid from her, which they didn't speak of with the same language, which I think would be a good way. But she involved in her family after she found out later in life. In fact, she was raised without any sense of Jewish identity because her parents tried to shield her from her family. But at that point, she also married a Jewish guy and married him. She bonded over their shared Jewish mission, immediately joined the Unitarian Church. I think as successful, she wrote a great book, and she's very oriented. After October 7th, despite having a large congregation, very important congregation, so the congregation started pushing her on issues of making public statements in support of Gaza, and she was offended by the text and disturbed by them. She had to give it to some reference to the hostages later on. It was like so skewed, and she had so much opposition from her congregation that she had an October 7th wake-up moment, and she said, "We can't stay anymore." And so she quit the church, and now she is in rabbinical school. Maybe not, there's probably not an opening here for her, but nonetheless, there is a phenomenon. Even though we have seen as a Jew phenomenon, we see that there is a significant force. And when there is pressure on people, there is something pushed away. They're not attached firmly.
and there's pressure, they disappear. There's also centripetal force. There's also a force where, you have a friend of mine, Naomi, she does that. She says, like, right after October 7th, there's like all kinds of people coming to Instagram trying to find out this particular topic. Everybody wants to get back in there, even though they're so far away. Right? We are under attack. There's something that draws us to the and I think we should welcome that, encourage that, and maybe hear them. This Jewish experience in Shahada Square gets just a little bit more interesting. I think that's a good thing for a conversation. I think that's also a small influence for the tremendous history of the first. Secondly, it's feeling. I have to awkwardly have a photocopy because I know that this is new history. History of real. And all of these people's very that, you know, I read an occasional investment. I do people see the images and being so art has a new opportunity for energy as we try to look much more. Finally, sit down. So the Guinness lecture was performed. And obviously, it's not going to be any more information. In 1958, the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the state of Israel, Israel wanted to mark that milestone within its medallion collection. And so, an artist, who made my first well known, created a modern version of the Judea Kappa. You recognize pictures of the right? Judea Kappa, the looming Roman soldier, the despondent Roman relics of Judea, and it says here, Gulf of the exile of the exile of but it's obviously of science. And this is the opposite. This is Israel's Liberata. And this is a beautiful artistic expression of who we really are. A woman playing with her child, celebrating life. A man that opens wearing one of those these hats, planting a tree. Confidence in the future. And this is, I think, what really represents us. Let us hope that next time that we come before Tisha B'Av, we'll be flying more privilege. Thank you very much. There's some dispute over what's exactly transport.
So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal correctly figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait to fight the Romans, Spain or North Africa. I'm going to invade Europe. So I'm going to strike in the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple of big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who've been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps, elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. Shows up in another deeply Roman center. And masters. He is a military genius. So it's here, he's the second arc, the story, sends it against Hannibal, and Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. This Hannibal's different. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both come at the same time against them. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal is facing his army of 80,000 Romans pound. And he comes up with a strategy called Dublin Fell. It's this famous strategy where he basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides. And then one afternoon, the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just for that perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam.
The following is a conversation with Gregory Aldrete, a historian specializing in Rome and military history. This is a live streaming podcast recorded. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Gregory Aldrete. What do you think is the big difference between the ancient world and the modern world?
Well, the easy answer, the one you often get, is technology. And obviously, there's huge differences in technology between the ancient world and today. But I think some of the more interesting stuff is a little bit more amorphous things, more structural things. So I would say, first of all, childhood mortality. In the ancient world, and this is true of Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, really anybody up until about the Industrial Revolution, about 30 to 40% of kids died before they were puberty. So, I mean, put yourself in the place of an average ancient world. If you were an ancient person, 3 or 4 of your kids probably would have died, buried your children. And nowadays, we think of that as an unusual thing. Just psychologically, that's a huge thing. You would have seen multiple of your siblings die. If you were a woman, for example, if you were lucky enough to make it to, let's say, age 13, you probably would have to give birth 4 or 5 times in order just to keep the population from dying out. So those kind of grim mortality statistics, I think, are a huge difference psychologically between the ancient world and
Well, fundamentally, you think human nature changed much? You think that with the same elements of what we see today, fear, greed, love, hope, optimism, cynicism, the underlying forces that result in war, all of that permeates human history?
crude answer is, I think human nature is roughly constant. And for me, as an ancient historian, the kind of documents that I really like to read are not the traditional literary sources, the things that give us those little glimpses into everyday life. So stuff like tombstones or graffiti or just something that survives on a scrap of parchment that records a financial transaction. And whenever I read some of those, I'll have this moment of, feeling, oh, I know exactly how that person could here across 2,000 years of time, completely different cultures. I have this spark of sympathy with someone from antiquity. And I think as a historian, the way you begin to understand an alien, a foreign culture, which is what these cultures are, is to look for those little moments of sympathy. But on the other hand, there's ways in which ancient cultures are wildly different from us. So you also look for those moments where you just think, how the hell could these people have done it? I just don't understand how they could have thought or acted in this way. And it's lining up those moments of sympathy and kind of disconnection that I think is when you begin to start to understand a foreign culture, one ancient culture.
I love the idea of assembling the big picture from the details of the little pieces, because that is the thing that makes it like a big picture is nothing without the details.
Yep. And those details would bring it to life. It's not the grand sweep of things. It's those little hopes and fears. Another thing that I think is a huge difference between the modern world and the ancient is just that basically everybody's a farmer. Everybody's a small family farmer, and we forget this.
Yeah.
I was just writing a lecture for my next Great Courses course, and I was writing about farming in the ancient world. And I was really thinking, if we were to write a realistic textbook of, let's say, the Roman Empire, 9 out of 10 chapters should be details of what it was like to be a small-time family farmer, because that's what 90% of the people in the ancient world did. They weren't soldiers, they weren't priests, they weren't kings, they weren't authors, they weren't artists, they were small-town family farmers. And they lived in a little village. They never traveled 20 miles from that village. They were born there, they married somebody from there, they raised kids, they mucked around in the dirt for a couple decades, and they died. They never saw a battle, they never saw a work of art, they never saw a philosopher, they never took part in any of the things that we define as being history. So that's what life should be, and that's representative.
Nevertheless, it is the emperor, the philosophers, and the artists, and the warriors who carved history.
And it is the important stuff. So, I mean, that's true. There's a reason we focus on that.
That's a good reminder. So, if we want to truly empathize and understand what life looks like, we have to represent it full.
And I would say let's not forget them. So let's not forget what life was like for 80, 90% of people in the ancient world. Ones we don't talk about, because that's important too.
The Roman Empire is widely considered the most powerful, influential, and impactful empire in history. What is the reasons for that?
Yeah, I mean, Rome has been hugely influential, I think, just because of the image. I mean, there's all these practical ways. I mean, the words I'm using to speak with you today, 30% are direct from Latin, another 30% are from Latin descended languages. Our law codes, I mean, our habits, our holidays, everything comes fairly directly from the ancient world. But the image of Rome, at least again in Western civilization, has really been the dominant image of a successful empire. And I think that's what gives it a lot. It's fascinating. This idea that, it was this great, powerful, culturally influential empire. And there's a lot of other empires. I mean, we could talk about ancient China, which arguably was just as big as Rome, just as culturally sophisticated, lasted about the same amount of time. But in Western civilization, Rome is the paradigm. But Rome is a little schizophrenic in that it's both the empire, when it was ruled by emperors, which is one kind of model, and it's the Roman Republic, when it was a pseudo-democracy, which is a different model. And it's interesting how some later civilization tend to either focus on one or the other of those. So, United States, revolutionary France, they were very obsessed with the Roman Republic. But other people, Mussolini, Hitler, Napoleon, they were very obsessed with the empire, Victorian Britain, as a model. So Rome itself has different aspects. But what I think is actually another big difference between modern world and ancient is our relationship with the past. So one of the keys to understanding all of Roman history is to understand that this was a people who were obsessed with the past and for whom the past had power, not just as something inspirational, but it actually dictated what you do in your daily life. And today, especially in the United States, we don't have much of a relationship with the past. We see ourselves as free agents, just floating along, not tethered to any form. And the classical story that I sometimes tell my class to illustrate this is Rome started out as a monarchy. They had kings. They were kind of unhappy with their king. It was around 500 BC. They held a revolution and they kicked out the kings. And one of the guys that played a key role in this was a man named Lucius Junius Brutus. Okay. 500 years later, 500 years down the road, the guy comes along, Julius Caesar, who starts to act like a king. So if you have trouble with kings in Roman society, who you gotta call? Somebody named Brutus. Now, as it happens, there is a guy named Brutus in Roman society at this time who's one of Julius Caesar's best friends, Marcus Junius Brutus. Now, before I go further with the story, I know it ends. I should talk about how important your ancestors are in Roman culture. I mean, if you went to an aristocrat Roman house, opened the front door and walked in, the first thing you would see would be a big wooden cabinet. And if you open that up, what you would see is row after row of wax and death masks. So when a Roman aristocrat died, they literally put on wax on his face. They made an impression of his face at that moment. And they hung these in a cabinet right inside the front door. So every time you enter your house, you're literally staring at the faces of your ancestors. And every child in that family would have obsessively memorized every accomplishment of every one of those ancestors. He would have known their career, what offices they held, what battles they fought in, what they did. When somebody new in the family died, there would be a funeral, they would talk about all the things their ancestors had did. The kids in the family would literally take out those masks, tie them onto their own faces, and wear them in the funeral procession. So you were like wearing the face of your ancestors. So you as an individual are important. You were just the latest iteration of that family. And there was enormous weight, huge weight to live up the deeds of your ancestors. So the Romans were absolutely obsessed with the past, especially with your own family. Every Roman kid who's, let's say, an aristocratic family can tell you every one of his ancestors back centuries. I can't go beyond my grandparents. I can know, but that's 100 years. So it's a completely different attitude to the past.
And the level of celebration that we have now of the ancestors was is not as intense as it was now.
I mean, it was obsessive and oppressive. Oppressive. Oh, yes, because there's that weight for you to act like your ancestors did.
Do you think that this being was off limits? Do you think it was limiting the way society developed?
Yes,
Deeply constrained, limiting in a good way or a bad way?
well, like everything, it's a little of both, but the bad. So on the one hand, it gives them enormous strength, it gives them this enormous connection, it gives them guidance. But the negative, it's interesting, makes the Romans extremely traditional-minded and extremely conservative. And I mean conservative in the sense of resistant to change. So in the late Republic, we're going to talk about later, Rome desperately needed to change certain things. But it was a society that did things the way the ancestors did it, and they did make some obvious changes which might have saved the Republic. So that's the downside. Locks you into something you can't change. But get us back to the Brutus. So 500 years after the first Brutus got rid of kings, Julius Caesar starts to act like a king. One of his best friends is Marcus Junius Brutus. And literally, in the middle of the night, people go to Brutus's house and write graffiti on it that says, "Remember your ancestor." And another one simply that "You're no real Brutus." And at that point, he really has no choice. He forms a conspiracy, and in the Ides of March 44 BC, he and 20 other senators take daggers, stick them in Julius Caesar. They're going to kill him for acting like a king. So I always pose this to my students is, how many of you stick a knife in your best friend because of what your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather did?
That's commitment.
That's the power of the past.
Yeah.
That's a society where the past isn't just influential, but it dictates what you do. And that concept, I think, is very alien to us today. We can't imagine murdering our best friend because of what some incredibly distant ancestor did 500 years ago. But to Brutus, there is no choice. You have to do that. And a lot of societies have this power of the past. Today, not so much. Some still do. A decade ago, I was in Serbia, and I was talking to some of the people there about the breakup of Yugoslavia and some of the wars that take place where people turned against their neighbors, basically murdered people they had lived next to for decades. And when I was talking to them, some of them actually brought up things like, "Oh, well, it was justified because of this battle in 12 whatever, and they did this." And I was thinking, wow, you're citing something from 800 years ago to justify your actions today. That's a modern person who still understands the power of the past, or maybe, a crippled body is related to it.
So this is an interesting point, an interesting perspective to remember about the way it's thought, especially in the context of how power is transferred, whether it's hereditary or not, which changes throughout history. So it's interesting. It's interesting to remember that, the value of the ancestors.
And then just the weight of tradition. Romans, the most maiorem, this Latin term, which means the way the ancestors did it. And it's kind of their word for tradition. So for them, tradition is what your forefathers and mothers did. And you have to follow that example.
Does that mean that class mobility was difficult? So your ancestors were farmers, or that made you constrained from making?
as farmers, even filthy rich Romans. Their national identity is this citizen soldier farmer thing.
Right.
But it did, among the aristocrats, the people who kind of ran things, yeah, it was hard to break into that if you didn't have famous ancestors. And it was such a big deal that there was a specific term, a novus homo, a new man, for someone who was the first person in their family to get elected to a major office in the Roman government, because that was a weird and different and new thing. So you actually designated them by this special group. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
So could they zoom out to help me, maybe help the audience look at the different periods that we've been talking about? So you mentioned the Republic, you mentioned the Empire, and then there's the Age of Kings. What are the different periods of this Roman, let's call it, what, big
Roman history.
Roman history?
Yeah.
And a lot of people just call that whole period Roman Empire loosely, right? So maybe you speak to different periods.
Yes, absolutely. So conventionally, Roman history is divided into 3 chronological periods. The first of those is from 773 BC to 509 BC, which is called the monarchy. So all the periods that remains of the former government. So this is the earliest phase of Roman history. It's when Rome is mostly just a fairly undistinguished little collection of mud huts, honestly, just like dozens of other cities, little mud huts in Italy. So that early phase, about 750 to around 500 BC, is the monarchy that ruled the kings. Then there's this revolution, they kick out the kings, they become a republic. That lasts from 500 BC roughly to about either 31 or 27 BC, depending on what date you pick is most important, but about 500 years. And the republic is a republican form of government. Some people idolize this as Rome's greatest period, and the big thing in that period is Rome first expands to conquer all of Italy. First 250 years, that 500-year stretch, and then the second 250 years to conquer all the measurement base. So this is this time of enormous successful Roman conquest and expansion. Then you have another switch up, and they become ruled by emperors. So back to the idea of one guy in charge, so the Romans try to pretend it's not like a king, it's something else. They're very touchy about it. So we have emperors. Roman Empire, the first emperor, Augustus, starts off as Octavian, his name Augustus, he kind of sets the model for what happens. And then how long does the Roman Empire last? That's one of the big questions. The conventional answer is usually sometime in the 5th century, so 400 AD, so about another 500 years, let's say. It's a nice even division. 500 years of Republic, 500 years of Empire, which make very good cases for lots of other dates for the end of the Roman Empire. I actually think it goes all the way to the end of the Byzantine Empire in 1453, so another 1,500 years, but that's a whole other discussion. So that's your 3 things.
And the same fundamental way, it's still today, how much of the ideas define our modern life, especially in the Western world.
Yeah.
Can you speak to the relationship between ancient Greece and Roman Empire, both in the chronological sense?
Well, I mean, ancient Greece comes, the classical era of Greek civilization is around the 500s. That's when you have the great achievements of Athens, comes true democracy, they defeat the Persian invasions, a lot of the famous stuff happened around in the 400s, let's say. So that is contemporaneous, but in Greek civilization, that's just there. And one of the things that happens is that Greece ends up being conquered by Rome in that second half of the Roman Republic between 50 and 30 BC. And so Greece falls under Rome, and Rome is very heavily influenced by Greek culture. They themselves see the Greeks as a superior civilization, culturally more sophisticated, philosophy, and all this. And another thing with the Romans is they're super competitive. So one of the things that one of the drives Romans is this competitiveness, especially among the upper classes. They care more about their status and standing among their peers than they do about money or even their own life. So there's this intense competition. And when they conquer Greece, Greek culture just becomes one more arena of competition. So Romans will will start to get in Greek. They'll start to memorize Homer. They'll start to see who can quote more passages of Homer in Greek in their letters to one another because that increases their status. So Rome kind of absorbs civilization, and then the two get fused together. The other thing I should mention in terms of influences that's really huge on Rome is the Etruscans. And this is one that comes before the Greeks. So the Etruscans were this kind of mysterious culture that flourished in northern Italy before the Romans, so way back 800 BC. They were much more powerful than the Romans. They were kind of loose confederation states. For all the Romans that seemed to have been under Etruscan control, the last of the Roman kings was Etruscan. The Etruscans end up giving to Rome, or you can say Rome ends up stealing, perhaps, a lot of elements of Etruscan culture. And many of the things that we today think of as distinctively Roman, cliches for Romanism, actually aren't truly Roman. They're stuff they stole from the Etruscans. So just a couple examples. The toga. You think of Roman, it's a guy wearing a toga, and the toga is the mark of Romanism. Well, that's what Etruscan kings were. Gladiator games. We associate those. Very intensive. The Romans, well, they probably stole that from the Etruscans. A lot of Roman religion. Jupiter is a thunder god. All sorts of divination. Romans love to chop open animals and look at their livers and predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. Watching the flight of birds to predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. So there's a lot of central elements of what we think of as Roman civilization, which actually are borrowings, let's say, from these older slaves.
It's a really powerful thing, a powerful aspect of a civilization to be able to call it stealing, which is a negative connotation. But you can also see integration, basically. Yes, steal the best stuff from the peoples you conquer or the peoples that you interact with. That's not every empire does that. There's a lot of nations and empires that when they conquer, they annihilate versus integrate. So it's an interesting thing to be able to culture. Really. Like the form that the competitiveness takes, they can want to compete in their own ideas and culture versus compete strictly in the realm of military conquest.
Yeah, and I think you exactly put your finger on one of the secrets of Rome's success, which is that they're very good at integrating non-Romans or non-Roman ideas and kind of absorbing. So one of the things that's absolutely crucial early in Roman history, when they're just one of these tiny little mud hut villages fighting dozens of other mud hut villages, why does Rome emerge as the dominant one? Well, one of the things they do is when they do finally succeed in conquering somebody else, let's say another Italian native people, they do something very unusual here because the north in the ancient world is you conquer something, let's say you conquer another city. You often kill most of the men, enslave the women and children, steal all the stuff, right? Romans, the Italians, conquer another city. Sometimes they'll do that, but sometimes they'll also then say, all right, we're going to now leave you alone, and we're going to share with you a degree of Roman citizenship. Sometimes they make them full citizens, more often they make them something we call half citizens, which is kind of what sounds like some of the privileges of citizenship, all of them. Sometimes they would just make them allies. But they would sort of incorporate them into the Roman project. And they won't necessarily ask for money or taxes, which is we would do. Instead, one thing they would always demand from the conquered cities in Italy is that they provide troops to the Roman army. So the army becomes this mechanism of Romanization. You pull in foreigners, you make them like you, and then they end up fighting for you. And early on, the secret to Rome's military success is not that they have better generals, it's not that they have better equipment, it's not that they have better strategy or tactics, it's that they have limitless manpower, relatively speaking. So they lose a war, just come back and fight again, and they lose again, and they come back and they fight again. And eventually they just wear down their enemies because their key thing of their policy is we incorporate the conquered people. And the great moment that just exemplifies this is it's pretty late in this process. So they've been doing this for 250 years just about. And they've gotten down to the toe of Italy. They're conquering the very last cities down. And one of the last cities is actually a Greek city. It's a Greek colony. It's a wealthy city, and so when the Romans show up on the doorstep and attack them, they do what any Greek colony or city does. They go and hire the best mercenaries they can. And they hire this guy who thinks of himself as the new Alexander the Great, and the purest of the purest. So he's a mercenary. He's actually related to Alexander. He has a terrific army, Dutch army. He's got elephants. He's got all the latest military technology. Romans come and fight a battle with him. And Pyrrhus knows what he's doing. He wipes out the Romans. He thinks, okay, now we'll have a peace treaty. We'll negotiate something. I can go home. Romans won't even talk. They go to their Italian allies and half-citizens. They raise a second army. They send it against Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus says, okay, they're slow learners. Fine. He fights them again, wipes them out. Now we'll have a peace treaty. Romans, the allies, raise the third army and send it after Pyrrhus. And when he sees that third army coming, he says, I can't afford to win another battle. I win these battles, but each time I lose some of my troops, and I can't replace them. And the Romans just keep sprouting new armies. So he gets up and goes home. He loses every battle, but wins the war. And Pyrrhus, one of his officers, has a great line. They're kind of going back to Greece. He says, fighting Romans is like fighting a hydra. And a hydra is this mythological monster. When you cut off one head, two more grow in its place. So you can just never win.
Fascinating.
So that's the secret to Rome's early success.
The military strategy, it's not some technological asymmetry of power. It's literally just
early on. And later, the Romans get very good working to the empire phase now. So once they have emperors into AD era of kind of doing the same thing by drawing in the best and the greatest, the most ambitious and the most talented local leaders of the people they conquer. So when they go someplace that they call the tribe of what to them is barbarian, they'll often take the sons of the barbarian chiefs, bring them to Rome, and raise them as Romans. And so it's a whole way of kind of turning your enemies into your own strength. And Romans start at citizenship, two areas they conquer. So once they move out again, the markets citizenship, but eventually they do. So they make Spain, in a lot of cities in Spain, they make all citizens in other places. And soon enough, the Roman emperors, the Roman senators, are not Italians. They're coming from Spain or North Africa or Germany or wherever. So, as early as the 2nd century AD of the Roman Empire. So the first set of emperors, the first 100 years were Italians. But right away in the 2nd century AD, you have Trajan, who's from Spain. And the next guy, Hadrian's from Spain. And then a century later, you have Septimius Severus, who's from North Africa. You can later get guys from Syria. So, the actual leaders of the Roman Empire are coming from the provinces. And it's that openness to incorporating foreigners, making them work for you, making them want to be part of your empire, that I think is one of Rome's strengths.
I think this from it's a kind of generational creation.
And the Roman military later in the empire is this giant machine of 500,000 people that takes in foreigners and churns out Romans. So the army is composed of two groups. You have the Roman legionaries, who are all citizens. But then you have another group just as large, about 250,000 each, 250,000 legionaries, 250,000 of the second group called auxiliaries. Auxiliaries tend to be newly conquered warlike people that the Romans enlist as auxiliaries to fight with them. And they serve side by side with Roman legions for 25 years. And at the end of that time, when they're discharged, what do they get? They get Roman citizenship. And their kids then tend to become Roman legionaries. So again, you're taking the most warlike and potentially dangerous of your enemies, kind of absorbing them, putting through this thing for 25 years where they learn Latin, they learn Roman customs, they maybe marry some of the already a Latin woman. They have kids within the system, the kids become Roman legionaries, and thoroughly integrated what could have been your biggest enemies, right? Your greatest threat.
Just brilliant process of integration. Is that what explains the rapid expansion here in the neighborhood?
there, it's more the indigenous Italians who were in the army at that point. They hadn't really expanded auxiliaries yet. That's more something that happened in the empire. So, yeah, so backing up, so we have that first 250 years of the Roman Republic. So from about 500, let's say 250 BC. And in that period, they gradually expand throughout Italy, conquered the other Italian cities who were pretty much like them. So they're people who already speak similar languages, the same language, have the same gods. It's easy to integrate them. That's what they make the citizens and allies. Then in the second half of that period, from about 250 to let's say 30 BC, Rome goes outside of it. And this is a new world because now they're encountering people who are really fundamentally different. So true others. They do not have the same gods. They don't speak the same language. They have fundamentally different systems of economy and everything. And Rome first expands into the Western Mediterranean. And there, their big rival is the city-state of Carthage, which is another city founded at almost the same time as Rome that has also been a young, vigorously expanding Western Empire. So in the Western Empire at this time, you have two sort of rival groups. And they're very different because the Romans are these citizen soldier farmers. So the Romans are all these small farmers. That's the basis of their economy. And it's the Romans who serve in the army. So the person who's a citizen is also really a main professional farmer, and then times war he becomes a soldier. Carthage is an oligarchy of merchants. So it's a very small citizen body. They make their money through maritime trade. So they have ships that go all over the Mediterranean. They don't have a large army of Carthaginians. Instead, they hire mercenaries mostly to fight for them. So it's almost these two rival systems. It's different philosophies, different economies, everything. Rome is strong on land, Carthage is strong at sea, so there's this economy. But they're both looking to expand, and they repeatedly come into conflict as they expand. So Carthage is on the coast of North Africa, Rome is in central Italy. What's right between them? The island of Sicily. So the first big war is fought purely dictated by geography. Who gets this thing? Rome. And Rome wins in the end. They get it. But Carthage is still strong. They're not weakened. So Carthage is now looking to expand. The next place to go is Spain. They go and take Spain. Rome, meanwhile, is moving along the coast of what today's France. Where are they going to meet up? On the border of Spain and France. And there's a city at that point at this point in time called Sagunta. The second big war between Rome and Carthage is over. Who gets Sagunta? So you just look at a map and see this stuff coming. Sometimes geography is inevitability. And I think in the course of the wars between Rome and Carthage, called the Punic Wars, there is this geographic inevitability to them.
Can you speak to the Punic Wars? Why? There's so many else we could talk about this, but why was Rome glorious?
Well, the Punic Wars really almost always comes down to the second Punic War. There's three Punic Wars. The first one is Sicily. The second is the big one. And it's the big one because Carthage at this point in time, just by sheer luck, calls up one of the greatest military geniuses of all of history, this guy, Hannibal. He was actually the son of the Carthaginian general who fought Rome for Sicily. Hannibal Carlos was father. Hannibal is this just genius, this absolute military genius. He goes to Spain. He's the one who kind of organizes stuff there. And now he knows the second war with Rome is inevitable. And so the question is, how do you take down Rome? He's smart. He's seen Rome's strength. He knows it's the Italian allies. So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies or citizens and raise the armies. So how do you beat them? He could never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think correctly figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait and fight Romans, Spain, North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even do like me. Because most people who get conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps, elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. Shows up in northern Italy. Roman Seminole Army. Hannibal massacres him. He is a military minister. Rome takes a year. He's the second army. We know this story. Sends against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's different. We're going to take 2 years, face 2 armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. They do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal's facing this army of 80,000 Romans about, and he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. We can go into it later if you want. It's a famous strategy where he basically sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides, and in one afternoon, at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died 20 years in Vietnam. I mean, the Battle of Gettysburg lasted 3 days. It was one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War. I think the actual deaths of that were maybe 15,000. So this is bloodshed of an almost unimaginable scale. It's not brutal. Yeah, it's just mind-boggling to think of that. So now this is Rome's darkest hour. This is why the Second Punic War is important, because there's that Nietzsche phrase: "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." This is the closest Rome comes to death in the history of the Republic. Hannibal almost kills Rome, but it's not much of a spoiler. Rome's going to survive, and from this point on, they're going to be. This is the crisis. This is the crucible. This is the furnace that Rome passes through. That is the dividing point between when they're one more up-and-coming empire and when they're clearly the dominant power in the Mediterranean. So, what do they do about Hannibal? Well, they're smart. We're not going to fight Hannibal. We're not going to give Hannibal the chance to kill more Romans. So they adopt a strategy that they'll follow Hannibal. They raise a couple more Hannibal around. But whenever Hannibal turns and tries to attack them, the Romans should back off. No thank you. I'm going to let you give you a chance. Meanwhile, though, they're not scared of other Carthaginians. So they raise a couple more armies and they send these to Spain, for example, and start attacking the Carthaginian holdings there. And by luck or necessity, Rome comes up with its own brilliant commander, this point, Scipio. And he wins victories in Spain, conquers Spain. And he crosses into North Africa and starts to conquer them and ends up threatening Carthage directly. And undefeated in Italy has now been walking up and down Italy, or marching up and down Italy for 12 years looking for another fight. And the Romans won't give it to them. They've been attacking all these other areas and chipping away Carthaginian power. But finally, after more than a decade in Italy, Hannibal is called back to defend the homeland, defend Carthage from Scipio, to beat the big battle. It should be one of the great battles of all time. But Hannibal's guys are kind of old by this point. Scipio has all the advantages. He wins. Carthage is defeated. So that's pretty much the end of Carthage. The city survives, and then 50 years later, the Romans wipe it out. But that's not as much anymore. But from this moment on, the Second Punic War, which ends in 201 BC, Rome is undisputably the most powerful force nation in the Mediterranean. And having conquered the West, they're now going to turn to the East, which is the Greek world. And the Greek world is older, richer, rich part of the Mediterranean. It's culturally more sophisticated. It's the world ruled by Alexander the Great. It's ruled by the descendants of his generals. And Greeks kind of view themselves as superior to Romans. To the Greeks, the Romans are uncouth, savage barbarians. They're going to get a real shock because the Romans has gotten really good at and when they go east, they're going to just defeat the Greeks relatively easy, one after the other. And there's a famous historian named Polybius, who's a Greek who said he was captured by the Romans. He later becomes a friend to the Scipio family. He actually teaches some of the Scipio children about Greek culture. And he writes a history of Rome. And his motivation for writing this, he says at the beginning of this book, he says, surely there can be no one so incurious as to not want to understand how the Romans could have conquered the entire world in 53 years, because that seems unimaginable to him. So he's writing this entire history as a way to try and understand how did the Romans do it. We were these wonderful, superior people, and they came around in 50 years, and that's the end of us. So that's his motivation.
Could you maybe speak to the interesting details of the military genius of Hannibal or Scipio? At that time, what are some interesting aspects of this double development idea?
Hannibal is good because he understood how to use different troops and to play their strengths and how to use terrain. So, I mean, this is basic military stuff, but he didn't move well. So, one of his victories against the Romans, for example, is when the Romans are marching along the edge of the lake and the army is strung out in marching formations. They're not kind of combat formation, they're strung out on the edge of the lake. Hey, it's misty, there's not good visibility, and he ambushes them along this lake proximity. And it's just using the terrain, understanding this again. Hannibal is very much outnumbered, but he's able to use the terrain and to take the enemy by surprise. In Cannae, he's working against the expectations. So the traditional thing you do in the ancient world is the two armies would line up on opposite sides of the field. You put your best troops in the middle, you put your cavalry on the side, you put your light armed skirmishers on the nose. And then the two sides kind of smack together, and the good troops fight the good troops. You see your end. Now, Hannibal is hugely outnumbered by this giant phalanx of heavy infantry that the Romans specialized in. Very good sort of heavily armed foot soldiers. So he knows, I don't want to go up against them. I don't have that many of their troop type. My guys aren't as good as the Romans anyway. So he winds up with some of his less good troops in the center. It's the big menacing Roman phalanx. Okay, when the Romans come, he's not really trying to win. Just hold them, just delay them. He even tells them you can give ground, so you can retreat and sort of let the line form a big kind of C-shaped crescent, so let the Romans sort of advance into, just hold them. And meanwhile, he puts his cavalry and his good troops on the side, and so on the side, those good troops defeat the Romans. Then they kind of circle in behind the Romans and attack that big menacing Roman phalanx from the rear, where it's very vulnerable. And so Hannibal catches the Romans in this sort of giant cauldron with people closing it from both sides. And they get pressed together, they can't fight properly, they panic, and they're all slaughtered. And that strategy of double envelopment, of sort of going around both sides, becomes the model for all kinds of military strategies throughout the rest of history. I mean, the Germans use this in their blitzkrieg in World War II. A lot of it was kind of that, go around the sides and envelop the enemy. The Eastern Front, they had a bunch of these sort of cauldron battles with go around and try to encircle huge chunks of the Soviet, the Russian army, and do the same thing. Supposedly, even in the Gulf War, it was part of the U.S. strategy for the invasion of Iraq. It's kind of double envelopment maneuver. So it's something that for the rest of military history has been an inspiration to other armies.
Can you speak to maybe the difference between heavy infantry and cavalry that he used most of the ancient world?
The ancient world, sort of from the Greeks through the Romans, there's this consistent line focusing on heavy infantry. So going back to Greece, when they're fighting, let's say, Persia, which at the time was the superpower of the ancient world, vastly richer, vastly larger than ancient Greece, tons more men. But the Persians tended to be archers, tended to be light horsemen, tended to be light infantry, whereas the Greeks specialized in what they call hoplites, which is kind of infantrymen with very heavy body armor, helmet, spear, and a really big heavy shield. And they would get that formation where you kind of make the shields overlap and just form a solid mass, bristling with spear points, just slowly kind of march forward and grind up your enemy in front of you. And so that's that sort of block of heavy infantry. The advantage is head on against other things, they tend to win. The disadvantage is it's slow moving. It's vulnerable from the sides and the rear, so you got to protect those. But if you can keep frontally faced, it's pretty much invincible. And that's taken even further by Alexander the Great, who comes up with the idea, well, what if you give them a longer spear? So Greek spears were 6 to 8 feet long. Alexander the Great arms his armies with the sarissa, which is this 8-foot external spear. And the spear is that long, you don't even hardly need the shields anymore. So it's just this incredibly powerful thing, frontal attack. And that's what he uses to make himself ruler of the known world. He goes and conquers the Persian Empire, makes himself the Persian king with this phalanx of troops armed with this sarissa. So that's very powerful. The Romans go a little bit different. They have heavy infantry, but they focus more on fighting with short swords. So it's get up close and kind of stab. And the other thing the Romans do is they focus on flexibility and subdividing their army. So Alexander's phalanx was a mass of, let's say, 5,000 guys, and it was one unit. The Roman army is organized in an ever decreasing number of subunits. So you group 8 guys, conjuring and then share 10. You take 10 of those, and they form a century. And then you take a bunch of those, you form a cohort. You take a bunch of those, you form a legion. So the Romans were able to subdivide the army. And the big sticking point comes in 197 BC at the Battle of Guinness, when the Roman legion goes up against one of the descendants of Alexander the Great who's using his military system. So this is the new Roman system with flexibility versus the old invincible Alexander system with the heavy arms of those long 15-foot poles. And the key moment of the battle is where they walk together, and in a head-on clash, the Macedonians are going to win. But the Romans have the flexibility to break off a little section of the run around the facade and attack that formation of the facade, and they win the battle. So they prove tactically superior to the flexibility. So it's always development and counter-development in military history.
A fascinating, brutal testing ground of tactics.
Adaptation. You have to keep adapting. That's the key thing.
One of the fascinating things about your work, you study Roman life, ancient world, but also the details that you mentioned. You are an expert in armor. So what kind of, maybe you can speak to weapons and most importantly armor that were used by the Romans or by people in the ancient world?
I didn't know the Romans specialized in, I mean, early on, they have pretty random armor and it's not standardized. You remember, there's no factories in the ancient world, so nobody's cranking out 10,000 units of exactly the same armor. Each one is handmade. And the degree of standardization, even as early as Alexander, there's a certain amount of standardization, but each one is still handmade. And that's important to keep in mind. Each weapon, each piece of armor. Armor develops over time to fit the tactics. So the Greek hoplites were very heavy armor. Roman infantrymen, early in the Republic, is lighter. Eventually, they get this typical sort of shirt, helmet, shield. Classic sort of Roman legionary, I would say, is the one of the first and second centuries AD, so the early Roman Empire. And this is the guy who wore bands of steel arranged in sort of bands around their bodies, almost like a lobster sort of shell, right? And this is a thing called the loribus. So it's solid steel, which is very good protection, but it's flexible because it has these individual bands that provide a lot of movement. And then you have a helmet, you have a square shield that's kind of curved, and you have the short sword that the classic later when things develop. My personal sort of relationship with armor is I got an accident involved in this project to try to reconstruct this mysterious type of armor that was used, especially by the Greeks and Alexander the Great, called the brass, which apparently was made only out of linen and blue. So this seems a little odd. You know, that's not sort of material, metal or something. But we had clear literary references that people, including Alexander, the most famous of Alexander is this Alexander mosaic found in Pompeii that shows him wearing one of these funny types of armor. The catch is none of it's organic materials. So we don't have anything. And archaeologists like to study things that survive. So we have nice typologies of Greek armor made of bronze, Roman armor made of steel or sort of rose. But this thing, this linothorax, is a mystery. And one of my undergraduate students, Scott Martell, had a real Alexander Rothschild. He I really loved Alexander.
As one should.
Yeah, Alexander tattooed on his arm. Great. He was a smart student. He was smart. And so he, one summer, made himself an imitation of this thing, Alexander. Fun. And he said, can you give me some articles so I could do a better job? So some scholarly articles about this arm. And the typical sort of, academic narrative. So I said, well, Scott, of course I will. I'll give you some references. I went and looked at the ordinary. So at that point, I was like, tell you what, why don't you and I look into this and try to do a reconstruction using only the materials that we've had in the work? And little did I know at the time, I thought maybe I'd get an article out of this. I mean, it ended up being a year project involving, 150 students, a couple dozen other faculty members. I ended up having 3 documentaries made out of it, and Scott and I ended up writing a scholarly book on this. So this is how, you never know where your next project's going to come. So it started with his undergraduate, turned into this huge thing. That's what we did. We first said, all right, what are all the sources for this armor? And in the end, we found 65 accounts of it in ancient literature by 40 different authors. So we have literary descriptions. And then we looked at ancient art, and we were able to identify about 1,000 images in ancient art, in base paintings, pottery, sculpture, tooth paintings, all these different things showing this armor. And then using those 2 things, we tried to backwards engineer a pattern. This is what the end product looks like. What does that look like when we make it? And then we tried to reconstruct one of these things using only the glued materials. So we had to use, animal glues, rabbit glue. We had to end up sort of making our own linen, which comes from the flax plant. So we had to grow flax, harvest it using only techniques in the ancient world. So modern flax goes through chemical processes. No, we had to do it the old-fashioned way, spin it into threads, so the thread into fabric, glue it all together, and then the fun part was, once we made these things, we subjected them to ballistics testing. So we shot them with arrows, which again were construction arrows using arrowheads based on the arrowheads found on ancient battlefields to determine how good protection this thing had been. And of course, the kind of fun one that everyone liked the documentary where they're like, can you put Scott in these and shoot him? I'm like, okay. I mean, we've got about 1,000 shots. I grew up shooting bows and arrows. I knew exactly how far that was. So it's one of these, don't do this at home, kids.
So there's a million questions to ask here, but in general, how well can it withstand arrows or swords and axes?
Bottom line is a 1 centimeter thick line of thorax. So laminated or even sewn layer of linen is about as good protection as 2 millimeters of bronze, which was the thickest comparable body armor of bronze at the time. We're talking 4th century, 5th century year. So classical and Hellenistic. And that would have protected you from, let's say, random arrow strikes on the battlefield. So you could have gotten hit by arrows and simply would have gone.
What is that? Is there a weight difference?
Yes. So the benefits of this are it's much lighter than metal armor. So metal thorax is about 11 pounds. A bronze cuirass protection would have been about 24 to 6 pounds. The chainmail shirt would be about 28, 27 pounds. It's cooler. I mean, the Mediterranean is a hot place with a hot sun. Even today, a linen shirt is something you wear when you want to be cool. So it's much lighter. That gives your troops greater endurance on the battlefield. They can run further, fight longer. It's cheaper. You don't need a blacksmith who's a specialist to make it. And probably it's interesting, any woman in the ancient world could have made one of these because they were the ones who spun thread and sewed it into fabric. So I can easily see a household and a mother making this for her son, a wife making it for her husband. So it's a form of armor you could have made domestically. It would have been, maybe not the greatest armor, but pretty good, pretty competent to bronze armor.
And it's amazing that you used at the time, none of the modern techniques. But I should probably say, maybe you can speak to that. You're probably much better at doing that than you are, right? Because like generational is a skill. It's a skill that probably started across decades, across centuries.
In terms of producing the fabric, I'm sure they could do it 10 times faster than we could, just at the speed thing, but it's still incredibly labor intensive. Where I think there's a big difference between our reconstruction and ancient. So we ended up using a kind of least common denominator, used rabbit foot, because it would have been available anywhere and it's cheap. But in the ancient world, they did have basically the equivalent of superglue. I mean, we found, for example, helmets that were fished out of the river in Germany that were had metal parts glued together that after 2,000 years of immersion in water were still glued together. So they had some great glues, we just don't know the recipes for them. So we went the opposite tack and said, well, we're just going to make something that we know they could have made. So it was at least this good. You know what I'm saying?
But actually, the materials thing. But I think glue, aside from glue things together, can also be a thing that serves as armor. So, like, if you glue things correctly, the way it permeates the material that it's gluing can strengthen the material. Yes, it can have material. That's the part in the science probably that they understood
The
deeply.
process of lamination did add something. So there's actually a huge scholars and actually sort of amateur archaeologists. There was this line of thorax thing glued together, or was it simply sewn together, or was it composite, partially linen, partially leather, or other materials? And my honest answer is I think it's all of the above. Because again, every piece of armor in the ancient world was an individual creation. So I think if you had some spare leather, you put that in. If you wanted to make one that was just sewn together, or even quilted, stuffed with stuff, you do that. If you good gluing stuff, you use that. So I think there's no one answer. We investigated one possibility because we just have limited time and money and resources. But I think all these other things existed at the same time and were variants of it.
Just as a small aside, I just think this is a fascinating journey you went on. I love it. Just answering really important questions about, in this case, armor, about military equipment and technology that archaeologists can't answer by using all the literature, all the sources you can to understand what it looks like, all the materials, using was time and actually doing ballistic testing. It's really cool. It's really cool that it's you see that there's a whole literature. Nobody studied it and going hard and doing it the right way to survive code. I don't know. I think it's an amazing mystery about the ancient world.
I mean, shifting from just sort of Roman history in general to my research that I've done as a scholar, the theme that runs throughout my scholarship is this practical stuff. I mean, I'm interested in how did this actually work. There's people who are much more theoretical, who look at the symbolic meaning of something. I'm simpler. I just want to know how did this work. So almost all of my books that I've written have started with how did something work. I'm trying to just figure out the aspect of it, and that's just maybe it's a personality thing. I also have kind of a sciencey background, so I think I've used a lot of that. Even though I'm a humanist and historian, I use a lot of kind of hard science work. I did a book on the floods, where I get really heavy into vectors of disease and hydraulics and engineering and all that stuff. And I think having that sort of hard science combined with a humanist background helps with those sorts of projects.
Well, like you said, I think the details help you understand deeply the picture of history. And Alexander the Great War thing.
Yeah, so this is, I should take out the way, it does drop out of use around Roman times. And I think what's going on there is technology. That with bronze, it's hard to keep a sharp edge on things, but once you get into metals, which approximate steel, you can get sharper. And a key factor to penetrating the fabric is the edge on the arrowhead, right? So as soon as you start to get something more like a razor edge, it's going to go through it more easily. Also, there's changes in the bows that are being used. You start to get sort of Eastern horse archers showing up with composite bows, which are much more powerful. And so it just becomes outdated as frontline military equipment. What's interesting is by the Roman period, people are still wearing it, but it's now things like when I go hunting. If I'm hunting lions, I wear this. There's an actual source because it's really good for hunting dangerous big cats because it catches their teeth and stops them from penetrating. One emperor wears one of these under his toga. It's kind of like a vest, but stab-proof vest. So again, it's not to fight at the front line of the legions, but it'll protect him from somebody trying to assassinate him. So it still has those uses where you're not up against top-line military equipment.
To honor the aforementioned undergraduate, plus Alexander the Great, we must absolutely talk about Alexander the Great for a little bit. Why was he successful, do you think, as a conqueror? Probably one of the greatest conquerors in the history of humanity.
Yeah, I mean, that is then one of the greatest heroes, one of the greatest villains in humanity, too. It's like Julius Caesar, he's famous for conquering Gaul. Well, about 1 million people were killed and 1 million enslaved in that, so that doesn't make him a horrible person or heroes. But Alexander is a combination of two things. One is he really just was a skilled individual. And he was one of those guys who had it all. He was smart, he was athletic, he was supremely charismatic. So obviously one of these people who would walk into a room and everyone just kind of gravitates to him. He had that magic that made him an effective leader. And secondly, he was lucky because it wasn't all him. He inherited a system created by his father, Philip II. So he was in the right time at the right place and had this instrument placed in his hands, and then he had the intelligence and the charisma to go use it. So it's one of these coming together of different things. But often his father's contribution, I think, is not recognized as much as it is. It's his father, the Macedonian army, came up with that system of equipping them with this extra long spear that made them really effective, created the mixed army. So one of the keys to Alexander's success in a tactical sense is that his army was composed of different elements: heavy cavalry, light cavalry, heavy infantry, light infantry, pistol troops, and he understands that he can use these in different and flexible ways on the battlefield. Whereas a lot of warfare before that had just been you line up, two sides smashed together. So he did clever things with this army that was a better tool than others did. And then he was just supremely ambitious. I mean, he cared about his fame, which of course his ego. He clearly cared about that more than he did about things like money. He was indifferent to that. And he did have a grand vision. So he did have this vision of trying to unite the world both politically under his control, but also culturally. This is interesting. So he was very open, in fact, consistent of trying to meld together the best elements of all the different cultures. So he himself was a Macedonian, but he admired Greek culture, so he pretty much adopted Greek culture as his own. When he conquers Persia, he starts adapting elements of Persian culture. He dresses in Persian clothing, marries a Persian woman. He sort of forces thousands of his troops to marry local women. He appoints Persians to positions of power. He integrates Persian units into his military. He really wanted to fuse all these things together. And some people see this as a very enlightened vision of he's not just conquer people and now they're my slaves. That he was really trying to create this one culture that was sort of the best of everything. Others see it, of course, as a form of cultural imperialism, destroying other cultures and trying to morph or twist them into something. But what I think is interesting is that this vision he had of uniting cultures creates very problematic tensions among his own followers, because the Macedonians, his original troops, did not like this on the whole. They wanted the old model where we conquer you, you're our slaves. We want to share stuff with you. We don't want you joining us in the army. We don't want you appointed to positions of power. We are your conquerors, and that's it. And so Alexander had to deal with a lot of friction from his own oldest, most loyal elements at the way he was being, in their eyes, too generous to the conquerors. So Alexander's one of these personalities because every generation sees him in a new light and focuses on different things. So for some, he's this enlightened visionary who's taught by Aristotle, Greek philosopher. They say, well, this is him. Others see him as an egomaniacal warmonger who's not out to kill and make glory. There was a book a couple decades ago, so he's just an alcoholic, which he probably was. Yeah. So you get all these competing images, and the great thing is, you don't really know what the true Alexander was or what his motivations were. It's a mixed message.
Why do you think the Roman Empire lasted while the Greek Empire, as the Alexander expanded, did not?
That's a clear answer. So Alexander's empire fragmented And so his empire was all about personal loyalty. It was his charisma holding it together, his personality. And he completely failed to create a structure so that it would continue after his death. Of course, he died young. He didn't think he would die. He did. But still, you should put something in place. So his was a flash in the pan. He had this spectacular conquest. In 10 years, he conquered what was then most of the known world, but he had no permanent structure in place. He didn't really deal with the issue of succession. It fell apart instantly. Romans were much more about building a structure. So, as we talked about earlier, they were very good about incorporating the people they conquered. The Roman project, they're oppressive, they're imperialistic as well. Let's not whitewash. They had moments when they would just wipe out entire cities. But on the whole, they were much more about trying to bring people into the Roman world. And I think that was one of their strengths, is that they were open to integration and bringing in different people to keep rejuvenating themselves. One of the most influential developments from the Roman Republic was their legal system. And as you mentioned, it's one of the things that still lasted to this day in many of its elements. So it started with the 12 tables in 451 BC. You speak to this legal system. Yeah, I mean, Roman law is one of their most significant, maybe the most significant legacy they have on the world. So just to start at that end of it, something like 90% of the world uses a legal system which is either directly or indirectly derived from the Roman law. So even countries that you don't think are really using Roman law kind of are, because all the terminology, all that comes from Roman law. And the Romans, their first law code was this thing, the 12 tables. So this is way back in the Middle Republic. And it was a typical early law code. So most of the stuff it concerns are agricultural concerns. So if I have a tree and its fruit drops onto your property, who owns the fruit? If my cow wanders into your field and eats your grain, am I responsible? I mean, I had one of these early law codes that are all about this like farmer problems, but law codes are hugely important because you need a law code to enable people to live in groups. So they're the transitional thing that lets human beings live together without just resorting to anarchy. And most of the early law codes are agriculture, like Hammurabi's code in Mesopotamia. Most of them are retaliatory, eye for an eye type justice. So you do something to me, it gets done to you. But they're this necessary condition for civilization, I would say. And the 12 tables is that. It's a crude law code. It has a lot of goofy stuff in it. It has things about, if you use magic, this is the punishment. But it's that basic agrarian society law code. Now, that's typical of many societies. Where the Romans are different is they keep going. They keep developing their law code. And by the late Republic, the Romans just get kind of really into legal stuff. I don't know why, but the Romans are very methodical, organized people, so maybe this has something to do with it. Their law code just keeps getting more and more complicated and keeps expanding to different areas. They start to get jurists who write sort of theoretical things about Roman law. And eventually it becomes this huge body both of cases and comments on those cases and of actual laws. And in the 6th century AD, so 500s, Roman Emperor Justinian, who's emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire by this point, the Byzantine Empire, compiles all this together into something that today we kind of loosely call Justinian's Code of Roman Law, and that survives. And so that becomes the basis for almost all the legal systems around the world. It's very complicated. And Roman law, I think, is really fun because on the one hand, it's really dry, but it also preserves these wonderful little vignettes of dealing with. So you get these great, just kind of entertaining law cases. One of my favorite, and this may not even be cases, like a hypothetical that we like to try and Roman laws to us, is like one day a man sends his slave to the barber to get a shave. And the barber shop is adjacent to an athletic field. And two guys on the athletic field throwing the ball back and forth. And one of them throws the ball badly. The other guy fails to catch it. The ball flies into the barber shop, hits the hand of the barber, cuts the slave's throat, he dies. Who's liable under Roman law? Is it the athlete 1 who threw the ball badly? Is it athlete 2 who failed to catch it? Is the barber who actually cut the slave's throat? Is it the owner of the slave for being stupid stupid enough to send his slave get a shave and place adjacent to a playing field, or is it the Roman state for zoning a barbershop next to an athletic field? What do you think?
Well, do they resolve the complexity of that with the right answer?
We don't have the answer.
Don't have the answer.
It's a case without the answer. So we know we have various journalists commenting on this one, but we don't have what was actually ruled. But it's just a great little, sort of vignette. And that's how complicated Roman law got. It was dealing with these weird esoteric questions. There's another one where, a cow gets loose and runs into an apartment building, goes up onto the roof, and crashes down 3 stories into a bar on the ground floor, and kicks over the taps to the wine jug, and all the wine flows out. Who's involved? I mean, this seems to have happened. It's as crazy as it sounds. And Roman testamentary law is something like 20% of Roman law has to do with wills. What you do with the will, what makes the will valid. You have to have 7 witnesses, and you have to have a guy named a legal friends to witness it, and the witnesses have to be adult men who can't be blind, and all this other stuff. Which is great. I mean, it's fun to mess around with this, but it always contains these nuggets about what happens. I mentioned I wrote a book on flood, and there were all these law cases about flood strikes the city and picks up my piece of furniture in my apartment building and carries it out the door and deposits it in another apartment building. Does that guy now own my furniture because it's now legally in his apartment? Or can I go in there and repossess it because the flood took it on my apartment? This is the stuff laws handle. That's how sophisticated
Kind of corrupt, unfair things into the law.
I mean, it's biased in favor of the wealthy, obviously. And I mean, Roman law cases are interesting because they became legal. So one of the ways that politicians, up-and-coming politicians, aspiring politicians, can sort of make their name or become famous was by either prosecuting or defending people in Roman law courts. And especially during the late Roman Republic, you get a lot of really sensational, they would call celebrity law cases. This is where some of the biggest politicians were accused of very melodramatic kinds of things. And I mean, the most famous Roman order of all time is a guy who made his entire career in the law courts. That's how he made his reputation. He was able to correlate that into political power, and eventually was elected to the highest office in the Roman government. But it's purely because of his skill, his facility at using words, and giving speeches in public. They love
The puzzle of game law, the untangling really complicated legal situations, coming up with new laws that help you tangle and untangle.
Yes, that's right. Law cases, again, especially if the Republic, also became a form of public spectacle. Right. So Rome did not have law courts in buildings locked away. A lot of these cases were held in the Roman Forum in the open, and audiences would just come to be entertained. And the people presenting the speeches were playing as much to this audience as they were to, let's say, the jury or a judge. And that became a big part of the cases. So that's all done by the Roman oratory.
So we're talking a bit about the details of the laws. Is there some future laws? There are new innovations, like profound things like all Roman citizens are equal before the law. Founding fathers type of in the United States and the Western world is big legal ideas.
I think maybe one of the things that we really stressed early on, even as early as the 12 tables, is the notion of Roman citizenship. So if you were a Roman citizen, it came with a set of both privileges and obligations. So the obligations were you're supposed to fight in the army, you were supposed to vote in elections. The privileges were you had the protection of Roman law, and at least in theory, if not in practice, everybody was equal under that law. Now, of course, keep in mind we're talking about men here. And even at the height of the Roman Empire, let's say 2nd century, there were about 50 million human beings living within the boundaries of the Roman Empire. Maybe 6 million actual citizens. So, this is we tend to go, it's so great if you're a citizen, you have all these things. Well, adult free men who are not slaves, who are not resident foreigners, they have this great stuff. And it's always a tiny minority of all the human beings who existed in this society. But still, notion of citizenship is huge. For example, early on, you had to be tried at Rome, accused of something. There's this very famous moment in Sicily where an abusive governor is punishing a citizen arbitrarily. And this person cries out, "Please, Romanus, I am a Roman citizen." And it really is this hugely loaded statement that gives me protections. It is wrong for you to do this to me. It is wrong for you to beat me because I am a citizen, and that gives me certain protections. So that notion of citizenship is something that I think the Romans really emphasize and becomes a legacy to a lot of civilizations today, where citizenship means something, a special status.
You mentioned slavery. That's something that is common across human history. What do we know about their relationship with slavery?
Well, Roman slavery, a couple just reminders at the beginning. First of all, it's not racial slavery. So for people in the United States, you tend to think of slavery through this kind of racial lens. So slaves in each Roman society, any color, ethnicity, gender, origin, whatever, it's an economic status. Now, having said that, slavery is fundamentally horrific to human dignity because it is defining a human being as an object. And very famously, Roman agricultural life is running on farms. Just as a kind of aside, says, on your farm you have three types of tools. You have dumb tools, and by dumb you can't speak, stuff like shovels, picks, things like this, wagons. You have semi-articulate tools, which are animals, and you have articulate tools, which are human beings, slaves. And for him, these are all just categories of tools. It's so intensely dehumanizing to view people in that way. So Roman slavery is odd and it doesn't have this racial component. It's horrible. All slavery is horrible. But the other thing about it is it's not a hard line. It's a permeable membrane, and many people move back and forth across it. So you have many people in the Roman world who were born a slave and gained their freedom through one means. You have many others who were born free and become slaves. And you have some who go back and forth. There's a great Roman tombstone. This guy says, I was born a free man in Parthia, I was enslaved, then I gained my freedom, and I became a teacher or something, and I had a life, and now I'm a Roman citizen. So it's this whole back and forth across all these boundaries multiple times.
Oh, so there's probably a process, like an economic transaction.
The most common source of slaves in the Roman world. So wherever the Roman army went, in its wake would be literally a train of slave traders. So you're in a war, you capture an enemy city, you whack the people in the head, and you turn around if you're a soldier, you sell them to these slave traders. That's the army around, literally. So that's probably the biggest source of slaves. Another big source is just children's slaves. And some people could literally sell either themselves or their children into slavery due to economic necessity or privation or something. It was as terrible as that sounds, a father could sell a child if he needed money. Once you were a slave, though, the experience of slavery varied a lot because a lot of the slaves were agricultural slaves. So they would work sort of like the American South, plantation. Probably used. That's very similar to slavery as we think of it in the European, South America, United States prior to the Civil War, that kind of slavery. But a lot of Roman slaves were also some more skilled people. So if you're a rich person, you have slaves. That'd be good for you to train your slaves in a profession. So a lot of Roman doctors, scribes, accountants, sort of all this sort of thing, barbers were slaves. Because if you train this person and then they produce a lot of money for you, you get that money. And those slaves would sometimes be given an incentive to work hard, where they could, it's an agreement between the master and the slave. If they earned a certain amount of money, X amount of money, they could then buy their own freedom from the master. So this was your incentive to work harder. If you were trained, let's say, as a doctor, I work really hard, I could buy myself out of slavery. Or a lot of masters would free their slaves and their wills. So when they died, they would say, and this slave, that slave. So it was a weird institution that it was, elements were just as horrible as what we think of as slavery. Like I say, the overall notion against the dehumanizing. But yet there was this wide range of types of slaves. And the odd thing is, in the city of Rome, many of the worst jobs, so if you're, just a laborer hauling crap around, the things like that, you might well be a free person, and a slave hold a skilled job. That is strange or counterintuitive to us, but you see how in the Roman economy it works.
And that could be one of the things that would be surprising to us coming from the modern day, the ancient world, just the number of slaves. So you mentioned one of the things we don't think about is that most of the people are farmers. And the other thing is just the number of slaves.
And there's a big debate how many slaves were there, what percentage of the populace of the city of Rome were slaves. This is something historically to argue about a lot. And we keep coming back to the theme of, sometimes the little things that illustrate stuff well. And for slaves, the one that always gets me is some slaves, and these slaves, they would literally put little bronze collars on with a tag that said, hi, my name is Felix. I'm the slave of so-and-so. I've run away. If you catch me, return me to the temple of so-and-so, and you'll get a reward. So it's a dog tag, right? That this is a human being. And you can see these in museums. I mean, you can go to a museum today and see a little bronze collar with a tag on it that's talking about a human being as if they're this kind of animal that's run away. And this is very telling to Roman law. Under Roman law, technically, when a slave runs away, the crime that he's committing is theft because he's stolen himself from his master. So again, it's very dehumanizing. But
just a reminder, people in America thinking about this, if you would picture to what slavery is, a reminder that it's all of history. Most of human history has had slaves of all colors, of all religions. That's what enough to select a group of people, call the other, use them as objects, use them. And I would say, the person who believes the line between runs to the heart of every man, all of us, every person listening to this is capable of being owner of a slave. They're put in the position, capable of hating the other, of forming the other, of othering other people. I should be very careful not to the first person that we find ourselves. It's easy to kind of think, okay, there's these slaves and slave owners in history, and I would have never been one of those. But just like as members, we could be both. We could go back into history. We could be both slaves and slave owners, and all of those are humans.
I mean, I'd say the othering of others is a morally corrosive thing to do.
So this fascinating transition between the Republic. Talk about that.
Oh boy. So, the Roman Republic, on the one hand, is incredibly successful, right? In a short period of time, it's expanded wildly, it's conquered the Mediterranean world, it's gained tons of wealth. The contradiction here is that Rome's very success has made almost every group of the Roman society deeply unhappy and living with resentment. This is the contradiction. Enormous success on the surface, you end up with this boiling pot of resentment and unhappiness. So let's break this down. Who's unhappy? Well, the people fighting Rome's wars, the common farmers who went off to fight. They joined the army, they went and fought, they come back. They've seen Rome get wealthy, they've seen their generals get wealthy, they've conquered all these areas, all this money and stuff is going back to Rome. But when they're discharged in the army, they don't get much. So they feel like, I spent the best years of my life fighting for my country, I deserve a reward, I have a lot of veterans are now unemployed or underemployed. Many of them have sold their family farms when they went off to join the army, and now they don't have them. So that group's unhappy. You have aristocrats, who on the surface, the ones who do well, they're the politicians in the general. Time goes on, to get the gold appointments, who get the good generalships, starts to become a smaller and smaller subset of the aristocrats. The Scipios and their friends start to dominate. So you end up where most of the aristocratic class is feeling, hey, I left out, I didn't get what I deserve. What about the half citizens and the allies, the Italians, who have fought, stayed loyal, and they did good? Well, they feel rightfully, we stayed loyal to Rome, we deserve a reward, we should be full citizens.